The story begins with a conversation between two guys. One of them asked if Xiaolin had come to collect the rent. The other guy answered his interlocutor named Qing that the woman was there. The guy explained that the landlady had been waiting for him for about an hour. He assumed that the woman had to postpone the rent again. The woman sternly told the tenant that she did not want to make his life difficult, but all this was beyond the bounds of common sense. Xiaolin told the guy that he hadn't paid his rent for 2 months. Xu told Mrs. Zhu that she was absolutely right. The woman was surprised that the guy called her Mrs. She thought that the tenant mistook her for an old woman and asked him to skip the formalities. Xu answered the woman in a frightened voice that he agreed with her. The guy thought his mistress looked very gorgeous, but she was already over 30. He was surprised that the woman did not want to be called Mrs. Xu decided that he would not provoke the landlady, but would just go along with her. Xiaolin told the tenant that if he hadn't helped her a little, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand why the woman said that he helped her only a little. Xu remembered to himself that he sweeps the corridors on 3 floors every day. He also helps the hostess with the housework. The protagonist felt that the rent debt was hanging over him. He thanked Miss Zhu out loud. The main character explained to the landlady that Qin Bing had not yet received her salary. He asked her to postpone the rent until the 15th. The woman sternly reminded the guy that he was 2 months late with the payment. She looked closely at the pile of bills on the table. The boy promised the woman that he would pay the rent after Qin Bing received the money for the work. Miss Zhu remembered that Xu Qing had lost his parents. He was raised by his older brother, but the brother also passed away. The landlady thought her tenant was a good child. Xiaolin thought to herself that if it weren't for the guy's help, she would have been dead a long time ago. The woman realized that she really needed the rent money. She decided to find a reasonable compromise. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand why the woman had gone silent. Several minutes passed. Xiaolin came to her senses and cried out joyfully. The guy asked the woman what she meant. The hostess told the guy that she would help him find another job. Zhu asked his interlocutor what kind of job she would find for him. The owner explained to the guy that if he did everything well, he would be able to pay her back in a couple of months. The main character was delighted. He rubbed his hands with joy and thanked Miss Zhu. The woman told the guy that she would tell him the details about his job. Xu will have to do the cooking and take care of the children. The guy will also be involved in traveling, cleaning, and delivering. As a result, the owner told the guy that he would be doing private tutoring for elementary and middle school students in electrical appliance repair. Xiaolin told the guy that if he did all this, he would be able to make a profit later. Xu noticed that the more the hostess spoke, the more excited she became. The guy knew that when it came to business, a woman's intelligence reached a completely different level. The hostess talked to the guy for another hour. She showed no desire to stop. The main character felt that it was hard for him to stand. His legs went numb. Xu looked around in search of a chair. He wanted to sit down. The guy turned around and told the hostess that he would go get a chair. To himself, he noticed that the woman's legs were fine. Suddenly, the hostess fell to the floor. The main character turned around in surprise. Xu asked the woman, "Why is she on Earth?" The hostess said in a tired voice that her legs hurt to stand. The guy explained to his interlocutor that he wanted to bring her a stool. Xiaolin explained that her legs hurt and she couldn't get up. The main character excitedly shouted to the woman that he would help her now. Xu extended his hands to the hostess. The woman displeasedly told the guy that she only asked him to help her get up. Xu shyly pulled his hands back. Xu was very embarrassed. He told the woman that he did everything by accident. The guy felt very awkward. A couple of minutes ago, the main character wanted to help a woman. He accidentally grabbed her breast. Xu began to justify himself to the hostess. He said that he did not do it on purpose. Xiaolin answered the interlocutor that at least the strap on her clothes remained fastened. The main character thought to himself that if the girl had not had heart problems, this would never have happened to her. Xiaolin pointed at the guy's face with a grin. Xu was very embarrassed. The woman promised her interlocutor that she would find him a lot of work. She left him her phone number so that she could contact him later. The main character thought that the phone does not work in the rain or sun. He did not understand why he needed this device. Xu shouted after the woman that he did not have money to top up his mobile account. The owner told the guy that she would pay for him. The landlady explained to the guy that there were big problems with the economy right now. The woman thought to herself that there were a lot of empty rooms on her 3 floors. Xiaolin explained to the guy that if she could hire a housekeeper, her rental business would take off. The woman decided to herself that with the appearance of the main character, there would be more female tenants. Xiaolin decided to herself that guys like the main character know how to turn on other girls. The hostess thought excitedly to herself that after the guy's touch, she had completely awakened inside. The protagonist couldn't understand why Miss Ju suddenly became silent. The woman felt that her heart was beating fast. The heated woman thought that she needed to leave as soon as possible. She said goodbye to the guy. The boss shouted after his mistress that he absolutely didn't need a phone. Near the entrance, the owner shouted to the guy that he would return her money from his salary. After that, the woman closed the door to the building behind her. Xiaolin thought to herself that after the guy took advantage of his position, he put her in a great mood. The main character greedily drank a whole glass of water. He put the glass on the table and said to himself that he was finally able to send the hostess away. Zhu said to himself that he was very excited at the thought of making money. First of all, he would have to keep working no matter how dirty or tiring the part-time jobs were. The guy looked at the photo on the table. He said thoughtfully that Qin Bing wouldn't have to work much. Zhu recalled that his parents died early when he was still a child. His brother and his wife were the closest people to him. The guy looked at the photo of his family. He decided that fate had played a cruel joke on him. Several years ago, the boy was diagnosed with uremia. After the death of his brother, all family responsibilities fell on the shoulders of his wife. Uremia is a painful disease. Qin Bing spent all the little money the family had. The doctor told the woman that only a kidney transplant could help her husband. The main character wanted to give his brother one of his kidneys, but the organ turned out to be incompatible. The main character recalled that he and his relative were not just blood brothers. Xu remembered his brother and how they spent time together. He decided that they were not just blood brothers. The main character sadly recalled the death of a relative. He decided that the deceased would not have to leave alone. The protagonist thought to himself, "It's sad that if the transplant had not been successful, then Qin Bing's widow would not have experienced such difficulties." The woman swore to her late husband that she would make sure that his brother graduated from university. 2 years later, in Jiangcheng City, the girl was doing house cleaning. Qin thought to herself that her promise meant a certain responsibility for her. She remembered that Xu had always had exceptional grades. Qin moved the boys south to Jiangcheng City after Xu Bing's death. The main character told the woman that he was going to school. Qin told the guy that he could hang out after class. She decided that she couldn't be too strict with him. Qin thought to herself that the boy had acquired many skills through reading books. Xu absorbed knowledge like a sponge. In the end, the guy's hard work would turn into money. The woman decided that Qing was the best gift from heaven for her. The woman was returning home in the evening on a bicycle through dark and deserted streets. Qin stopped. She noticed that the lights were still on in her windows. The woman locked her bicycle wheel to prevent it from being stolen and headed inside the house. The hostess entered the apartment and threw her bag near the entrance. She headed into the room. The woman changed into house slippers. She was very worried because the guy was not asleep yet. Qin opened the door slightly. She was surprised to see that the main character was sitting at the computer. Xu was very focused. He pressed the keys on the keyboard with great attention. The main character was actively chatting with someone on a computer messenger. The woman came up behind the guy and looked closely at what he was writing to his interlocutor. The main character was talking to someone about career and love. He was interested in his interlocutor's opinion. Xu demanded that his interlocutor enlighten him about what men should pursue. The main character wrote to his interlocutor that he needed a career, big money, and ideal love. He decided to himself that this was a brilliant analysis. Xu corresponded with his interlocutor using meaningless phrases. Qin approached the guy from behind and coughed softly. The main character was very scared. The main character jumped back in fear on his chair. The woman next to him laughed merrily. The woman came up to the guy from behind and put her hand on the mouse. Xu flinched in surprise. The guy turned around in fear. He never expected that someone would disturb him at such a moment. The main character repeated the woman's name to himself, very frightened. He was excited. Zhu stretched his hand back and began to feel for the monitor. He asked his interlocutor with excitement, "When did she return?" He did not hear her. The woman pointed her finger strictly to the side. She told the main character that he was focused and did not hear her. Zhu felt dissatisfied when he realized he had been caught. Qin pointed her finger at the monitor. The hostess sternly asked the guy where he got the computer. She decided that the main character stole it. Zhu waved his hands frantically. He told the woman that it was not what she thought. The protagonist explained that the computer belonged to Mr. Lewis from the second floor. He wanted the guy to repair it. The woman asked the guy again with displeasure. Xu decided that he would keep quiet and not tell the woman that he had found a job. The woman asked the guy sternly if he had fixed everything. Zhu stood and looked at the computer. Qin thought to herself that she had asked a stupid question. If the guy couldn't fix the computer, he wouldn't be able to chat with anyone online. Xu answered the woman. Qin clutched the clothes in her hand in displeasure. She asked the guy again, "What did he say?" The main character realized that he had let it slip. He sat down at the computer desk and tried to look as calm as possible. The main character calmly answered the woman that this is what happened. Su told the woman that Xiaoling had come to him a couple of days ago to collect rent. After that, she offered him a job. The main character explained in detail to his interlocutor how he got the opportunity to earn money. Su explained that Mr. Lewis had paid him $10 in advance. He decided to give it to the woman. The main character reached into his pocket for money. After that, he looked at the woman in surprise. Keen burst into tears. She told the boy that he shouldn't have worked and earned money. The guy calmly explained to the woman that he understood how difficult this was for her. Keen told the boy with tears that they lived in difficult conditions. She added that Zhu should have just studied. The woman was crying. The main character tried to console her with all his might. Keen kept telling the guy that she didn't need money. No one asked him to work. The crying of the hostess was very loud. One of the neighbors shouted angrily that they could not sleep. Shu said that once a woman starts crying, it is difficult for her to stop. Keen has been under a lot of pressure from her brother-in-law for the past 2 years. She has lost too much and had to endure too much. Shu clutched the money in his pocket. He was very disappointed that he had made Qin worry. The boy decided that he did not deserve to stay in this house. The main character turned around and ran to the exit. The woman called him in fear, but the guy slammed the door behind him. The main character was walking along the evening street. He sighed alone and walked between the houses. Suddenly, the guy saw something interesting to the side. He was near the park. Su was very surprised and looked around. He could not understand how he ended up here. The main character decided to wander around the area. Suddenly, he heard someone snoring on a bench. Xu noticed an old man with long gray hair sleeping on a bench nearby. The main character understood and felt that the homeless man was snoring so loudly that he himself wanted to sleep. In his sleep, the guy felt that he was very hot because of the smell of smoke. He began to open his eyes abruptly. Xu woke up very frightened and realized that something was burning next to him. The guy couldn't understand how he managed to fall asleep in the park and where the fire came from. Yu saw an old man sitting in the center of a stone path and lighting something. The main character looked closely. He could not understand what the old man in front of him was setting on fire. Xu noticed with surprise that the homeless man was burning small pieces of paper. The main character decided to leave this place as soon as possible. He realized that the old man was crazy. The homeless man looked at the main character and asked him to help him burn some pieces of paper. The main character told the stranger that he was very busy and asked him to find someone else. The homeless man continued to ask the protagonist to help him burn a couple of pieces of paper. Xu looked at the old man with displeasure. He did not understand why he was burning papers. The main character realized that the old man really wanted him to help him with the burning. Xu thought excitedly to himself that the old man looked very unhappy to him. The main character approached the old man to help him. Curiosity got the better of him. The main character thought that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would never have gone into this park. Xu told the homeless man that they had burned the last piece of paper and he wanted to leave. The old man turned around and smiled at the guy. He thanked him for his help. The stranger handed the main character a wad of money as a token of gratitude. The chief could not understand where the old man got so much money from. He picked up a pack of banknotes. Xu was surprised. He knew that he helped the old man burn some paper, but he didn't understand why he gave him so much money. The main character carefully counted the banknotes. He realized that he was holding real money in his hands. Xu looked at the stranger silently. He realized that a wad of money would help him solve his problems. The main character noticed that the homeless man was dressed very poorly. He couldn't understand where the old man got so much money from. The boy said out loud to the stranger that he couldn't take the money. The old man had to keep it for himself. The homeless man got angry. He asked the guy again, why doesn't he want to take the money? He told the main character that he is a good guy. The stranger began to tell that he wanted to meet someone like that before the spirit of the golden eye disappeared. The guy decided that the old man was muttering to himself. The main character turned around and decided to leave quickly. The old man suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder from behind. The stranger sternly demanded that the guy look him in the eyes. The old man's eyes lit up. The old man looked at the guy angrily with burning eyes. Pentagrams glowed inside his pupils. The stranger telepathically commanded the guy to relax and look at him intently. Xu felt a strong weakness in his body. The old man told the protagonist that he had given him the golden eye. A bright yellow lightning flashed from the stranger towards the main character. The homeless man looked at the main character. He exchanged beams of yellow energy with the guy. A large yellow energy from the old man was emanating into the main character's eye. The guy felt his body begin to fill with a very strong force. The protagonist screamed. He felt his body shake from the yellow energy. The old man felt very short of breath. He said in a weak voice that he was finally able to convey what he wanted. The main character fell to the ground. He lost consciousness near the old man's feet. The homeless man told the main character that he would be the bearer of the golden eye. He demanded that the guy not let him down. It was night all around. The main character fell asleep on a bench. Early in the morning, he came to his senses and began to open his eyes. Xu jumped up on the bench. He was surprised that he fell asleep last night in this place. He remembered that he met a crazy old man yesterday. The main character remembered that he helped the stranger burn papers. The guy looked around, but did not find ash. Xu remembered that everything looked very realistic. It was difficult for him to understand that all this could be a dream. The stranger was sitting near a bench. There was a bowl of ashes next to him. The main character ran down the alley. The old man shouted after the guy to use the power of the golden eye correctly. The old man closed his eyes. At that moment, two strangers approached him from the side. They took him and pulled him along with them. Street vendors were getting ready for Labor Day. The man spread out a blanket and placed books on top of it. The old man told the woman that she had come early today. The saleswoman explained that business had not been going very well lately. She wanted to get a better seat today. The main character was walking down the street. He was gradually approaching the merchants. The woman smiled kindly at the guy and asked him to buy a book from her. The man told the saleswoman that the guy was upset. He explained that the client had run away from home because of some problems. No one would read books in such a mood. The protagonist became worried because his problems were so visible. The seller lit a pipe and said that the guy would not be able to find a single bill in his pocket. The main character remembered that he had left the big one in a hurry the previous evening. He had not had time to change his clothes and he had also fallen when he was in the park. The woman told the guy that he could buy the cheapest book for 5 yuan. The protagonist decided that he could buy a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs for 5 yuan. He told the woman that he didn't read such books. The saleswoman offered the guy another book for 20 yuan. The old man explained to the woman that the main character could not buy a book from him for 20 yuan. The saleswoman persistently explained to the guy that the book would be useful for him. Zhu replied that he didn't need the book. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. Yu saw a special seal on the book with his special vision. The main character grabbed the book very abruptly and began to quickly turn the pages. Xu leafed through the book with great attention. He was very frantically looking for the seal. The main character looked closely. He noticed that there was something between the pages. The saleswoman told the guy that the book was old, but it was still pretty clean. And there was no need to be so picky. Zhu said excitedly that there was something in the book. The main character couldn't understand where the seal had gone. The woman told the client that the book was old. If he liked it, he should buy it. Xu was very surprised. He could not understand how he saw the seal in the book. The main character said that he did not have 20 yuan and put the book back. The customer offered the woman 8 yuan. The man on the side reminded him that he had said the guy had no money. The saleswoman angrily told the protagonist that he wanted to rob her. She reminded him that the starting price of the book was 50 yuan. Xu turned around and prepared to leave. The saleswoman shouted to the guy that she agreed to 8 yuan. Xu asked the woman with interest why she agreed to a low price, although the book really cost 50 yuan. The woman slyly said that the main character was well-mannered, so she agreed to his price. The protagonist reached into his pocket for money. The woman asked the customer if he needed a bag. Zhu demanded that the saleswoman give him just a book. Xu took the book in his hands and rolled it up. He put it in the back pocket of his shorts. The main character was leaving. The saleswoman shouted after the guy to come back again. The main character was walking down the street. He remembered that he had not been home since the previous night. The protagonist thought to himself that Qin was worried about him. He needed to hurry back. The guy looked at the coins in his hands. He decided to himself that he would still do the work that Miss Zhu would find for him. The bus arrived. The main character decided to walk and save money for breakfast. Xu approached the noodle house. He decided to order some food for himself with the remaining money. The main character stood in front of the cook. He decided to call the waiter to him. The guy ordered a bowl of noodles from the cook for 2 yuan without gravy. The cook passed the order on to the waiter. One of the customers was surprised that Zhu ordered his food without gravy. The customer loudly ordered a bowl of noodles with filling and asakawa as an extra. The waiter was very surprised by the customer's request for asakawa. Someone told the customer not to tease the waiter because he was very young. The customer apologized and said he wanted to order brisket. The woman was unhappy. She said the people in the room were very noisy. Xiaolin noticed that Zhu was sitting at a table in the hall. The waiter brought him noodles. The woman ordered the waiter to bring the guy some spare ribs. Zhu became embarrassed. He waved his hands and said that he was fine. The woman sat down next to the guy. She said that she was treating him. Xiaolin asked the main character where he ran off to last night. The main character turned to his interlocutor. In surprise, Xiaolin was gobbling up noodles. She said that Qinbing couldn't sleep all night. The woman told the guy that if the work was too difficult for him, he didn't have to do it. Xu jumped up abruptly. He told the woman that he would do any job no matter how hard it was. The guy asked for a favor. The main character asks the woman not to tell Qin anything. Xiaolin finished eating. She told the guy that they had come to an agreement. The woman headed for the exit. She told the guy that she would call when she had work for him. The guy decided that his boss was a very good person. He thought that the woman was a little hot-tempered. The main character sat and looked attentively at the empty plates at the table. He decided to go home. Xu walked to the door. He figured that Qin should have left for work by now. The guy still wanted to figure out what kind of seal he saw in the book. The woman greeted the guy. The main character came in and said that he was home. The hostess asked the guy if he had had breakfast. She explained to the main character that she would make food for him now. Xu grabbed the woman by the hand. He explained to her that he had already eaten. The guy couldn't understand why the interlocutor didn't ask him anything about the previous night. Khan told the protagonist in a sad voice that she was going to work now. The woman at the door said goodbye to the guy. She offered him to sleep until she returned from work. The main character rushed after the woman. He wanted to tell her something for the last time. Xu thought about it. He remembered the seal in the book that was in his pocket. The guy took out a book and put it on the table. He opened the drawer to take the scissors. Xu began to cut the pages of the book very carefully and neatly. The main character carefully cut the page and found the seal he needed there. Xu looked at the stamp very carefully. He couldn't figure out its origin. The guy decided to look up the information on the computer. The main character used a search engine to find the information he needed. Xu continued to search for information. He couldn't understand why the computer couldn't find anything about the brand. The main character went to the website with marks on the forum. He decided that he could find at least something there. Xu decided to find information about the stamp, which depicts a huge elephant. The main character looked closely at the computer and realized that he had found what he wanted. Xu found a full description of the stamp. It depicted an elephant. This relic belonged to the Qing dynasty. The main character read the information very carefully. He learned that the stamp is a rare rarity. Tiu was very happy. He realized that he had come across a very valuable artifact. The protagonist realized that he had bought a very valuable piece of paper for 8 yuan. The protagonist knew that he could sell his stamp for 600,000 Hong Kong dollars at auction. He could solve his problem at home. Xu realized that he had to take great care of his precious stamp. He decided to hide it. The main character took the stamp and decided to put it in a plastic bag for safekeeping. Xu put the valuable stamp in the notebook and closed it. He decided to hide it. The main character decided to hide the notebook in his bag. He heard the phone ringing. Ayu couldn't figure out who was calling him. He thought it was Miss Ju with some work for him. The main character got a call from his boss. Lil Yufu was really in a hurry to get his computer. The guy was carrying the equipment in his hands. The main character almost went down the stairs. He called the fat man. Lil turned to the side in surprise. The client threw his cigarette aside. He shouted joyfully to the guy that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Liu Yufu was fat and short, but he was a professional writer. The client took the computer from the guy's hands. Zhu asked his friend to help him with the computer. The main character ran to the computer. He thought that his friend's fat did not affect his speed. Xu turned on the computer. An image of the operating system appeared on the screen. Liu thanked the main character for raising his mistress in one night. The guy couldn't understand which mistress he was talking about. The fat man told his friend that after the repair, even the fan became much quieter than before. Shu explained that he cleaned the fan from dust with a brush. The fat man handed the protagonist 20 yuan. He promised the guy that he would hire him again in the future. Shu asked his friend, where can he exchange stamps for money in Jiangcheng? The fat man asked his friend if he collected stamps. Shu answered his friend that he had a small hobby. The main character thought to himself that if he sold the stamp, his life would change. Liu told the main character that if he wanted to sell the stamp, he knew a rich guy who did it. The fat man said that money is not a problem for his friend. Shu was happy after such words. The main character thought that if he sold the stamp, he could seriously help his sister. Zhu said that he had a very valuable stamp. The buyer will get a surprise. The fat man asked his friend what brand he wanted to offer. The main character said that he had a large dragon brand with an elephant design. Liu was very surprised. He couldn't believe that his friend had such a rare stamp. The fat man asked his friend again, does he really have a big dragon brand? Xu replied that he was almost certain that his stamp was genuine. The fat man took out his phone to make a call. The main character asked his friend in surprise what he was doing. The fat man really wanted to call. Liu explained that he was calling his rich friend. The fat man seriously asked the protagonist if he had a big dragon stamp. At this time, the interlocutor picked up the phone and angrily asked who had called him on the phone. The fat man was delighted. He greeted his friend named Tang Guobing. The interlocutor angrily asked the fat man why he had called him early in the morning. Liu told Tang that he wanted to offer him a large dragon mark. The interlocutor very angrily shouted back at the fat man to get the hell out. Tan hung up. He didn't want to talk to the fat man at that time. The main character asked his friend what had happened. Liu replied that his comrade had been woken up by a phone call. The fat man could not understand why his friend was interested in the precious treasure. The protagonist explained to his friend that the rich guy might already have a brand that he could offer. The main character decided to go upstairs. He realized that he would still have to sweep the corridors. The fat man promised the protagonist that he would contact him if he received news from the Thane. Suddenly, the fat man's phone rang. He realized that it was his rich friend calling. Tan asked the fat man if he had spoken about the Great Dragon Mark. The fat man told his friend on the phone that he was talking about the new big dragon stamp with the sun design. Tan was shaving at the time. He said he was ready to pay $1 million for the stamp regardless of its condition. The fat man suggested to his friend to call an expert and look at it together. He asked his friend to treat him to food if the stamp was real. Tan immediately hung up after that. Liu decided that his friend was very impatient. He sat on a chair in front of the computer. The fat man hoped that the main character would not let him down. He did not want to lose his food. The main character was cleaning. He was sweeping up the trash on the floors of the building. Xu thought to himself that sweeping the floor may look easy, but in a large building it is simply unbearable. The main character said to himself after work that he had not slept at all last night, and now he could rest. The car was racing at full speed through the city. The driver was honking to get through. The car was racing at great speed. Tan was rushing to meet the main character in it. On one of the turns, the car suddenly braked and was carried slightly to the side. The passenger told Tan that he had driven through a red light. The man replied that red lights were nothing compared to his elephant brand. The main character decided to take a rest after cleaning. He drank some water. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Xu turned his head to the side with displeasure. He couldn't understand who could come to him so early in the morning. Someone knocked on the door and called the main character brother. He shouted for him to open it quickly. The main character approached the door. He opened it and saw a crowd of people near the entrance. Liu happily waved to his friend. Next to him stood Tang Guobing and the appraisal expert Old Man Wu. Xu was surprised. He couldn't understand what kind of people came to him. Tan asked the main character if he was selling the elephant stamp. The main character discontentedly told the fat man not to count on a discount. Liu explained to the protagonist that Tang Guobing was an impatient but loyal guy. The client wanted to look at the brand. The protagonist went into the next room to bring religion. Xu opened the album and showed Mark to the guests. The buyer and the expert looked at it carefully. Tan asked Old Man Wu to pass him a magnifying glass. He wanted to evaluate the stamp. The expert handed the glass to the guy. The buyer looked at the brand very carefully. Tan looked at the mark and realized that it really did depict an elephant. The man hugged the old man and told him to evaluate the relic. Wu took out his suitcase with tools. The old man opened the suitcase and began to take out various tools from there. Protagonist: ask a friend. Why does Wu look like he wants to do an autopsy? The fat man explained to his interlocutor that a professional would be working now. The old man studied the stamp very carefully. He examined it from all sides through a magnifying glass. Wu continued to stare at the relic. A fat man came up behind him and impatiently placed his hands on his shoulder. The old man demanded that the boy take his hands off him. Liu jumped back in fear. The expert, after examining Mark, expressed his admiration for her out loud. The buyer told the protagonist that he would transfer him 1,000,000 yuan. He asked for bank details. The protagonist said that Wu had not finished evaluating the brand yet. Tan asked the guy for the card. The protagonist handed the card to the buyer. The computer told the main character that he had received 1,000,000 yuan. The main character was amazed. He realized that he really received 1,000,000 yuan into his account. Zhu said with surprise that he went from being a poor student to becoming a millionaire overnight. The main character looked at his laptop. He thought that if he had 1,000,000 earlier, he could have cured his brother. The main character remembered his family. He thought that fate likes to joke with people. Xu was very sad after remembering his brother's death. Tears appeared in his eyes. Tan approached the protagonist and said, "Did he really burst into tears because of 1,000,000 yuan?" The buyer told the guy not to be weak. "It's only 1,000,000, Zhu replied to his interlocutor, that it was only for him that 1,000,000 was not money. The main character looked at his card. He said that 1,000,000 meant a lot to him. The expert explained to the boy that the stamp was genuine. The fat man smiled and told the old man that the Tan had already paid for the relic. Liu said that his friend was so emotional that he even cried. Tan gave the main character a laptop. The fat man was surprised that Tan gave the main character a laptop. He realized that the guy was really squandering the money that his father earned. The buyer told old man Wu to keep the stamp. The guy added that he was treating everyone to lunch. He also promised entertainment after the meal. The fat man was very happy. The main character said that he would stay at home and his friends could go. The fat man happily told the protagonist that they should not refuse Tan. He suggests that they have some fun today. Zhu agreed with his friend's proposal. Liu began to push the protagonist from behind. He demanded that the guy not hesitate. The protagonist was going down with his friend. He asked what they would be going on. Liu explained that they would be going on Mr. Tan's car. There was a big black Jeep parked near the entrance. The fat man explained happily that Tan used the best computer and the best car. The fat man said that the guy was looking for a woman from the Samoan Islands to marry. Shu asked his friend why the rich guy needed such a woman. Liu answered, the main character, that Samoan women were very beautiful. The car and its passenger sped along the road. The main character arrived at the restaurant with his friends. They all got out of the car. The main character looked at the establishment and realized that it looked like paradise on earth. The restaurant was very huge and looked very chic. There was another high-rise building nearby. Tan hugged the main character and asked him cheerfully if it was his first time in heaven on earth. He promised to walk after the meal. The guy threw his key to the servant. The driver demanded that the servant park his car in the usual place. The servant told the young master that he would do so. Isu was surprised that his friend was called Young Master. The fat man explained to the protagonist that Tang's father was a major shareholder in this establishment. The building belonged to him. Liu said that heaven on earth was the best establishment of its kind in the city. Shu realized that Tang was very rich. Tan told his friends that he would find a separate room with the old man. He asked Liu to stay with Shu and look around. The main character looked to the side and saw several beautiful girls. They walked past him. Xu asked his friend, "Why are the waitresses at the hotel dressed differently?" Liu explained that the establishment was split into heaven and earth. The fat man explained to his friend that food on earth costs about 1,000 yuan. Ordinary people eat there. The waitress for heaven is in the sky. You can only eat there for 10,000 yuan. Liu took the phone in his hands. He said that they needed to go so as not to make Tan wait for too long. The main character asked where they were going. The fat man smiled at his friend and said that they were going to heaven. The guys climbed up the stairs. The main character looked around the restaurant's chic and expensive interior with interest. Xu looked at the frame. It seemed to him to be made of gold. He decided to check it out. The fat man grabbed his friend and pulled him into the hall. Mr. Tan was waiting for them there. The main character and his friend were sitting in a luxurious hall. Everything around was sparkling. The table was richly set. The fat man apologized to Mr. Tan for coming so late. The boy said that old man Wu couldn't stand the wait and went out for a walk. Tan pointed the guests to the table. He said that they could come in and order something to eat. The main character took the menu. His friend proudly told him not to worry about money. Zhu studied the menu with great interest. All the dishes were very expensive. The main character realized that any dish in the restaurant costs more than 1,000. The client does not eat food, but eats money. The protagonist put the menu aside. He said that he would order the gold and silver treasure. Tan laughed. He asked the protagonist again, "Is he really ordering gold and silver treasures?" The guy looked at his friend and said that they looked alike and that he also liked this dish. The main character looked thoughtfully and with interest at the waitress approaching him. The fat man said discontentedly to the main character that he had ordered only one dish. Liu grabbed the menu and began listing the dishes he wanted to the waitress. The protagonist looked at his friend and realized that he was not holding back at all. The fat man asked the Thane what else, in his opinion, was worthy. The guy ordered an expensive wine from the 82nd year from the waitress. The girl answered the guy that everything would be ready soon. Tan hugged the main character. He asked the guy why he was so reserved. The protagonist replied that he should be restrained. Tan told the guy to look at his hands. Tan touched the main character's body. He said that he had beautiful pectoral muscles. The protagonist pushed his friend's hand away from his body with all his might and offered Tanu to touch Liu. Xu touched the fat man's body and said that he had pure collagen in his body. Liu looked at his friend with a smile and said that he didn't mind giving him his body. Tan was dumbfounded and froze. He angrily shouted at the fat man that he was straight. Old man Wu with a glass was watching everything that was happening. The old man said in a satisfied voice, "It's good to be young." Tan looked at the fat man and decided that he liked him. The young gentleman thought that he had the most fun when he was with the fat man. Tan remembered to himself that he still had many friends, but they were not so close to him. The guy realized that most of his friends were only interested in his money. Tan looked at the fat man and realized that he would always be his only friend. After that, he looked at the main character. The young master looked and realized that he felt at ease with Shu. Tan jumped up from his seat and asked the waiter to pour each of them some expensive wine. The waitress came over and poured expensive wine into large glass goblets. The main character studied the wine in his glass for a long time, and carefully, the fat man asked his friend what he was doing. Xu took a deep breath of wine from his glass. Liu said with a smile that his friend was a professional in wine tasting. Xu held a glass in his hand. He said that he had heard of wine tasting before. The guests sat at the table and began to drink wine from their glasses. Xu felt that he didn't like the wine very much after drinking it. The main character said that his wine seemed sour to him. He added that the wine was older than him, since it was released in 1982. The people at the table were drinking wine from glasses. Tan told his friend with a smile that he was amazing. Xu looked at the glass and said that red wine is not as cool as liqueur. A friend suggested that the protagonist try an expensive dish on a plate. Tan explained to his friend that these were the gold and silver treasures he was ordering. On the plate lay a dish wrapped in foil. The main character opened the foil on his dish with great interest. Xu noticed with great surprise that for 800 yuan they brought him baked potatoes. The fat man told the main character to try the dish. It must be very tasty. Xu decided to himself that the potato couldn't be very tasty. He carefully tried it. The main character liked the taste of baked potatoes. He did not regret that he tried it. The fat man asked the main character if the food in heaven and on earth was tasty. The protagonist said that he could buy a ton of potatoes in his city for 800 yuan. Liu replied to his friend that you can't compare restaurant food with the countryside. The fat man told his friends that they didn't have to spend money and they could eat as much as they wanted. The table was very richly and very beautifully set. The guy offered everyone to eat. The guests at the table began to eat various foods with great appetite. An hour later, only empty plates remained on the table. The main character ate too much and was resting in a chair. The guy thought to himself that he needed to decide how he would enroll in his new university. Tan suggested to his friend to go and see the antique auction. The fat man confirmed that the auction would be a fascinating spectacle. Tan put his hand on the old man's shoulder and said that he could help him get some interesting items. The protagonist felt that he was very tired. Xu didn't want to go anywhere. The fat man jumped up and told his friends to all go together. He needed to participate in something fun. The main character told his friend that he wanted to rest a little right now. Liu told the guy that he could sleep after they finished. The customer asked the waiter for the bill. He said they would use Mr. Tan's card. The main character and his friends went out into the restaurant corridor. They talked to each other. Tan said with interest to his companions that he would allow them to experience something new. The main character was very tired. He closed his eyes on the go and fell asleep. Tan and his companions reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened. The fat man told his friend happily that the hotel elevators were very fast. Liu held the elevator doors. he said excitedly for the protagonist to get out quickly. Xu asked his friend with displeasure, "Where are they?" The fat man told the guy that he was very talented at falling asleep standing up. The guy replied that he was very sleepy. The guests approached the auction doors. The fat man opened them for the main character. The protagonist found the room to be like a conference room. The fat man told his friend that he kept underestimating the price of things. People turned around to look at the guests who had come in. One of them asked who it was that had come to see them. So ridiculous. The main character entered a huge room with his companions. The client looked at the people who came. He couldn't understand who they were. Xu and his companions silently headed to the tables to sit down. The waitress indicated to the main character that he should sit down at the table. She poured him some green tea into a cup. The protagonist glanced furtively at the waitress next to him. Liu told his friend that he sobered up after seeing the girl. The main character said that he sobered up from the tea. He drank it from a cup and looked away. At this time, workers entered the room. They were carrying huge chests. The fat man became interested in what was inside the boxes. The workers carried huge boxes in their hands and placed them in the center of the hall. The protagonist looked closely and noticed Xiao Gongyun standing in the center. He was a famous figure among collectors. The fee for his invitation was no less than $100,000. Xiao stood near the laid table. He looked at all the participants of the auction with great attention. The presenter said that it was time to begin. He added that the treasure would speak for itself. Xiao took out a large vase from the chest. He said that this would be their first treasure. After this, the presenter threw the vase on the ground. It shattered into pieces. People were very surprised and amazed. They could not understand why the presenter broke such a treasure. The protagonist couldn't figure out what all this meant. Xiao explained that Tang Zhenggang had bought the vase a couple of years ago. He said that today's auction would start with this. The main character noticed that a lot of people were looking in his direction. He was not used to having so many people staring at him. The fat man explained that Tang Zhenggang was young Master Tang's father. The young guy said that the vase cost only 600,000. There was nothing wrong with that. The main character was very surprised when he heard the price of 600,000. He asked his friend, "Why did the presenter break the vase?" The guy explained to the protagonist that the vase was a fake. His father had been deceived. He added that 600,000 could be considered tuition fees. The protagonist was surprised that 600,000 had been spent on buying a fake. Tang said that Mr. Xiao had two goals. First, he wanted to attract everyone's attention. The guy explained that if fakes are bought at this auction, it is the buyer's fault. The person does not see that the thing he bought is a fake. Tan said that everyone knew that the vase was fake. Xiao prepared to put on his gloves. The presenter asked the young guy Tana if he liked hearing this sound. The guy said happily that he definitely liked the sound. The people in the hall laughed. The host looked at the guests and said that there should be silence around. Xiao suggested that the participants look at the first good item. One of the guests said that the thing could also be a fake. The host sternly told the guests that the item was definitely genuine. The man replied that if Xiao said so, then the item was definitely real. Xiao tore the cover off the antiques. He told the guests that the appraisal should begin. There was an ancient vase on the table. Xiao said that the item in front of them was made during the Song dynasty. Its price starts from 2 million. The protagonist was surprised that someone was willing to pay 2 million for some bowl. Tan explained that the price was still very cheap. He added that usually such a bowl sells for up to $5 million. Su told bidders that the auction was starting now, adding that they could come over to see it for themselves. People looked at the bowl carefully. One of them said that this product is worth its 2 million. The fat man suggested to his friend to go and look at the bowl. Zhu replied that the item was very expensive for him. Liu told his friend that they could at least touch the artifact. One of the participants said that at the auction they can only look but not touch. If they touch the lot, they must buy it. Tan confirmed that if anyone touched the cup, they had to buy it. Liu said in a frightened voice that he would not touch the cup. People stood around and looked at the artifact with great attention from all sides. Xiao asked the auction participants, which of them wanted to bid first? A man said he would raise his bid to 2.2 million. Another bidder said he would pay 2.3 million. Very quickly, the price reached 2.6 million. The man with long hair said that the other participants were very stingy. The participant said that he was ready to pay 3 million. One guy was surprised that the man raised the price by 400,000 at once. The participants became very angry and did not understand that they could not raise the price any further. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted at Juan that he wanted to compete with him for the cup again. The man calmly replied that he could buy the cup at auction. The main character looked at the men arguing with each other. He asked his friend who they were. Tan answered that these participants always compete with each other and fight. Zhuang angrily accused his rival's son of always wanting to go against him. He said that he was ready to pay 3.5 million. The men continued to argue among themselves. Very soon the price reached 12 million. Sun suddenly coughed. The colleague asked if everything was okay. The man told Juan that it was none of his business. The man looked angrily at his opponent and said that he could beat him. Sun raised his hand and said that he was ready to pay 13 million. The opponent only smiled at such a price. Zhuang told the man that his cat would be happy to use the $13 million bowl. Zhuang drank tea from the cup. He decided joyfully to himself that he had won this time. Sun didn't hesitate for a moment. He wrote out a check for the purchase of the bowl at auction for 13 million. The man handed the written check to the auctioneer with a displeased look. Chiu said very happily to the participant that he was indeed a very generous buyer. Sun said in a dissatisfied voice that he was not like some people. The host promised the contestant that they would send him the cup home after the auction. Sun agreed with the auctioneer's words. He looked at the bowl on the table. The fat man was surprised. He couldn't believe that the cup could be sold for millions of dollars. Tan looked at the guys and said that he wanted to tell them another shocking secret. The main character and his friend were very surprised. They did not understand what secret the guy wanted to tell them. Xu asked his friend what secret he wanted to tell him. Tan asked the guys to move closer to him. Tan said his father bought the bowl for $600,000 along with the broken vase. The man paid $1,200,000 for both items. The guys were very surprised that items worth $1,200,000 were sold at auction for 13 million. The fat man said in a dissatisfied voice, "That all this is just ridiculous," Tan answered his friend. "That all this is also very profitable." The guy explained to the main character that all this is the art of marketing and sales. The host said that they were starting the next bidding. The host suggested that guests buy a bronze wine cup from the Yin dynasty. Yu said that the price of the cup is 300,000. Anyone can check the authenticity of lot at will. The height of the bronze cup is 20 feet. Tan looked closely at the bowl. He said that its color looked good. Tan invited his friends to come over and take a closer look at the lot. The people stood and looked at the bowl carefully. Tan told his friends that they were seeing a rare and beautiful piece. The protagonist told his friend that the lot was very rusty. Tan replied that they wanted a cup and rusty, but the overall shape was clear. At that moment, someone offered 350,000. The main character was surprised. Some customer didn't even look at the product before naming the price. Xu looked at the goods carefully. He couldn't understand why a broken cup cost so much money. Suddenly, Xu felt that his eyes were itching very badly. He closed them. The main character's magical vision was activated. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Xu noticed blue smoke appearing near the bronze bowl. It was rising up. The main character opened his eyes, but felt smoke getting into them. He immediately closed his eyes. Xu put his hands to his face. He realized that something had happened to his eyes. Tan asked his friend in fear what had happened to him. Zhu answered his interlocutor that he felt pain in his right eye. Tan approached the main character. He decided to carefully examine his eye. The guy looked closely at the main character's face. He was looking for something unusual in the eye. Xu asked his friend if he saw anything strange. Tan answered his interlocutor that he did not see anything strange. The main character asked his friend to take a closer look. Tan decided to examine it again. Tan calmly replied to his friend that he still hadn't noticed anything strange in his eye. The main character was unhappy. Xu rubbed his eye persistently. He remembered that he had just felt pain and seen green smoke. The main character looked at the artifact again. He didn't understand what was happening to it. Tan addressed his friend by name. He asked if his eye hurt. The main character said that when he looked at the cup, something happened to him. The interlocutor explained that someone had already bought the artifact. A friend asked the protagonist if he was interested in the cup. Xu did not have time to answer. The host told the surprised participants that the auction was over and that the bonus was coming next. The auctioneer said that many people have made millions from this show. If a participant is lucky, he can get a big treasure for only $1,000. The presenter pointed to a large box on the floor. People around looked at him in surprise. Zhang said that it was all bullshit. He couldn't believe that he could get something like the Holy Grail inside the box. Sun asked his interlocutor if he really didn't know what was inside the box. He added that Zhang's brain had aged. The men stood opposite each other and argued. People around looked at them in surprise. Zhang and Sun looked at each other with great anger and hatred. The auctioneer told the contenders not to worry. The show had not yet begun. The men turned away in displeasure so as not to see each other. There was silence in the hall. The host looked attentively at the participants. The auctioneer said that all the stones from the box were on the table. Any participant could become rich in an instant. A person can become a little richer thanks to his abilities and luck. The host told the guests that they should enjoy today's show. Master Tan took up the idea. The people in the hall were surprised. They looked at the auctioneer silently and with interest. The main character asked his friend what kind of game would happen now. Tan prepared to explain everything to his interlocutor. Tan explained to the protagonist that there is an old saying, "If a man cuts a rock, he will lose a mountain of gold. If a man cuts a rock, he will find a valley of precious stones. No machine can fully reveal what is inside the stone, so it is difficult to decide whether there is jade inside the stone." As a result, a gambling and expensive game arises. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Does it mean that most people will not get anything?" Tan answered the interlocutor that most participants want to get rich and bet on the right stone. Zhu said that he would like to open the stone and see what was inside. Tan explained that you can only look inside the stone after you buy it. The guy explained that the stone in the auctioneer's hand was intact. All that was known was that the nugget was from a jade mine, but no one knew if there was jade inside. The host said that the stones were taken from a mine in Myanmar. This mine is famous for its precious jade. Now fate will decide what is inside the stone. The host said that the jade ring on his hand cost him millions of dollars. One of the participants jumped up and angrily slammed his fist on the table with all his might. Sun shouted to the host that 5 years ago he had persuaded his son to sell the jade to him. The man told the host that the stone used to cost $1 million. Now he wants to buy it for $2 million. The host smiled and said that he was just joking. The main character said that $1 million for the ring is very expensive. Tan explained to the guy that he was deceived. Tan explained to his interlocutor that the ring currently costs no less than $3 million on the market. The host offered the client to examine the stones. The fat man remembered that Sun had already bought a cat bowl for $13 million. Sun was the owner of a jewelry store. He was very experienced when it came to collecting jewelry. Lu was very surprised, but he could not understand why this participant was now being invited on stage. The fat man realized that if the store owner stuck his nose in, he could spend $13 million on a cat bowl. The man was very carefully sorting through the stones in his hands. He said that he knew their smell. The host said that if any of the participants found a stone with jade, he would buy it. Sun chose a large stone and asked to cut it. He threw in several bundles of money. The auctioneer thanked the man. He asked the client how he should cut the stone. The client thought about it and told the presenter that he needed to cut the stone in half. The spectators were very surprised. They did not understand why the man decided to cut the stone in half. The master came out and turned on the machine. The saw spun up to a huge speed. The saw blade made a loud noise. The master prepared to cut the test stone. There was a loud ringing sound. The saw cut through the stone. Small fragments flew around to the sides. The man was very focused. He watched with great attention as his stone was cut. Sun thought to himself that the nugget would not be of any special value. He decided that 20,000 had been wasted. The cut stone began to shine. The presenter congratulated the client on a successful cut. The man was very happy. He was so surprised that he even spat out his tea into the glass. The client decided to examine his stone himself. Sun was very surprised at how lucky he was. The man took a closer look. He said that the jade inside the stone was not very rare. He only earned about 100,000. The other customers were surprised at how lucky Sun was. One guy shouted that he wanted to choose a stone too. The boy called the man to go with him. The customer said that this batch of stones seemed good. The people near the table looked carefully and selected stones for themselves. Tan told his friend that he was going to choose one stone. He asked the protagonist what he was going to do. Zhu replied that he would look for now. Tan chose a stone. He told the master to cut it. People noticed that the guy had found a big stone. The worker asked how he should cut the stone. The guy replied that the stone needed to be cut in half, just like Mr. Sun. The main character walked among the people. He decided to come up and also look at the stones. One customer asked a friend, "What about Mr. Tang's stone?" Someone said that there was nothing special inside the stone, but the customer bought another one. Some people said that the guy bought himself a rock the size of a basketball. The main character couldn't understand why people choose big rocks. Xu walked over to the table where the cheap and small stones were lying. Nobody needed them. The protagonist realized that the stones were very cheap. The guy thought that large stones might have a higher probability of containing jade inside. The main character's magical vision was activated. His gaze became piercing. Xu felt something happening to his eye. He grabbed his face with his hand. The guy was surprised to notice that he could very clearly see jades inside ordinary stones. The main character's friend came up to him from the side. Tan asked the guy to look at his face. Tan asked his friend if he had chosen two useless stones. The protagonist replied that no one except Mr. Sun had a good stone. The guy looked closely at the pile of stones in front of him on the table. Tan asked his friend if he had looked at the small stones. The young gentleman asked the main character with a grin if he wanted to try. The main character thought. He looked at his friend and slyly scratched the back of his head. Xu asked his interlocutor to lend him $3,500. Tan answered his friend that it was only $3,500. The guy reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet. The main character looked at him impatiently. A friend gave the protagonist a wad of money. He said that if Zhu chose the right stone, he could keep it for himself. The protagonist told his friend that he wanted the two of them to share what would be inside the 3,000 stone. Xu told his friend that he would take the stone for himself for $500. Tang told the protagonist that he would ask for the stone to be packaged for him. The main character chose a stone for himself. After that, he rolled it with his foot. Xu wanted to saw the stone. He pushed it towards the table where the machine stood. Tan looked at his friend and said that he was doing the right thing with the heavy stones. He himself had once carried them. Xu brought the nugget to the master in his hands and asked him to cut it for him. The main character handed the stone to the master. He put it on the machine and wanted to saw it. Xu shouted to the worker to wait. He picked up the stone and began to examine it. The protagonist drew a line on the stone. He asked the worker to cut it along the mark. The master looked at the client and told him not to be nervous. He explained that there might be nothing inside the stone. The worker explained to the protagonist that all this would be useless, no matter how far he cut the stone. Xu smiled at his interlocutor and said in a calm voice that he could continue. The master turned on the machine. The saw began to spin very quickly. Shu watched everything. The master carefully cut a piece from the stone. Tan excitedly noticed something interesting on the machine. After sawing, a very bright red jade was found inside the stone. The people around were very surprised. They crowded to look at the red jade. Sun happily said that if the jade were made into a ball, the price would rise to 5 million. Tan told his friend that he would make a big profit and he was proud of it. The main character reminded his interlocutor that they would share. Tan hugged the main character very happily. He answered him that he agreed. The boy hugged his friend. He was very happy that Shu had found the red jade. The main character thought that there really was something inside the stone. Xu realized that there was something inside the other stone too. The guy couldn't understand why he was able to see jade inside the nugget. The master examined it carefully. The stone surprised him. A huge jade in an inconspicuous stone inside. Tan asked the evil master, was he surprised by the choice of the main character? He demanded that the worker quickly clean the jade and call him after finishing. The master answered his interlocutor in a frightened voice that he understood him. The worker was sawing away at the stone with great attention. The loud ringing of the saw could be heard all around. The main character decided to step aside. He told his friend to sort everything out. Tan told his interlocutor that he could rely on him. Zhang was watching the guys from the side. The man thought that the small stones on the table might also contain jade. Zhang wanted to buy all the stones. Sun told his competitor that he had already bought them for himself. The participants began to check the insides of the stones. There was nothing valuable inside. The men were unhappy. They sawed all the stones, but found nothing inside. Zhang said that his competitor knew nothing about this area. Sun asked his interlocutor, "What is he thinking about?" Sun told the man that Mr. Xiao had spoken very highly of him. Zhang angrily replied to his interlocutor that they would see which of them they would choose. The master carefully sawed the jade. He finished the work and decided to tell Master Tan everything. Tan decided to address the auction participants. He asked for their attention. The guy showed the stone to everyone present. He said that his friend had found this red jade. He added that he would sell the stone for 8 million from the starting price. Xu told the people that the auction was starting right now. Sun thought to himself that he couldn't deceive Tang, and so he would just wait. The main character was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the stone could be sold for 8 million. The fat man approached his friend and said that this time he would get rich today. Liu asked his friend to let him touch the money. Zhang said he was willing to pay 8,100,000. The participant said that if he gets the stone processed, the price will rise to 10 million. Sun said he was willing to pay 8.5 million for the red emerald. The people around realized that the two old men were arguing with each other again. Tan happily held the stone in his hands. He realized that the deal would be successful for him. The men continued to argue fiercely among themselves and raise the stakes until the price reached almost 10 million. The main character looked at the men with surprise and excitement. One of them said that he could pay 13,800,000. Zhang became worried. He realized that he could not pay more. He did not know what to do. After a long pause, the man said he was ready to pay 14.5 million. His opponent said nothing. The people around became agitated. They did not understand why the man had stopped. Sun explained that he was giving up. Tan slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He said that the stone had sold for 14.5 million. The fat man said to himself that old people are very stubborn. He was glad that the main character would get rich this time. Sun asked his competitor sternly why he still hadn't paid. Zhang realized he had no choice. He signed the check and handed it to the guy Tan. Tan carefully examined the check and studied the financial amount and the signature on it. The guy shouted happily that a check for 14.5 million had never looked better. At this time, the auctioneer came up from behind and said that he congratulated him. Yao told the guy that Director Tang would be thrilled to hear that he had earned 10 million in a short time. The guy explained to the host that the red neophyte was sold on behalf of his friend, so all the money belonged to Xu. The man responded that the main character was very lucky with his friends. The main character was with friends in a restaurant. He received money into his account. Friends brought the main character a bag of cash. They asked if he needed anything else. Yu sat silently at the table and drank tea. His friends stood nearby and waited for his answer. The protagonist told his friends not to be polite. He promised to pay for the food. Zhu suggested that the interlocutors sit down and eat. Liu happily told her friend that he was a millionaire and all his words were correct. The main character told Liu with a smile that he still felt like everything around him was a dream. Tan suddenly reached out and touched the protagonist's chest. A friend told the protagonist that his luck was very good. He asked him not to be so petty. Liu reached for his chopsticks. He told the protagonist that he had developed supernatural powers. Zhu was able to select a red jade from a variety of stones. The fat man told his friend that if he didn't know him, he would have robbed him. Xu promised his friend that he would buy him a new laptop and enough food for a whole week. The fat man said with a smile to Chuyu that he was the best. He offered the guy to try a fatty dish to replenish his strength. The main character looked at the dish with great attention. He said that the meat looked good. Xu tried the meat and said that he liked it. He asked his friend what part of the chicken he had eaten. The fat man looked slyly at his friend and said that he could guess for himself what part of the bird he had eaten. The main character thought about it. At first, he decided that he had tried chicken wings. Suya threw up. After that, his friends asked the guy why he threw up. The protagonist told his laughing friends that he had tried chicken butt. Tan looked at the guy seriously and said that in order to make amends, they would have fun with new content. Tan told his friend that he was very kind. The main character thought to himself that he was just a student. Xu was deep in thought. He was silently and with interest deeply dreaming about erotic content. The fat man said with interest to his friend that he was very excited. Xu yawned. He explained to his friend that he had not slept all night and was too tired for new content. Xu hugged his friend and told the fat man that he needed to go with Mr. Tang. Tan looked at the fat man very critically. Liu felt a bad feeling inside. The guy approached Liu from the front and grabbed him by the huge belly with his hands. Tan said to his friend with displeasure that girls wouldn't like his belly. Liu asked his friend, doesn't he really want to take him with him? The fat man said with a smile that the girl on him would be like on a spring bed. The main character told his friends that he was coming back. Tan excitedly wanted to stop his friend. The fat man asked the departing protagonist if he was still a virgin. Liu approached his friend and said that he had a good body. The main character said that many girls invited him, but he did not have time. The friend grabbed the protagonist by the hand and told him to follow them. Tan told the main character that he could have whatever he wanted. He held his hand. The friend explained to his interlocutor that they should first go and enjoy the sauna. The protagonist prepared to undress. A friend explained that the sauna center was famous for its hot springs. The fat man explained that the little fish would bite the boys' legs to clean their skin. The main character thought that his feet were smelly, and at that time fish would bite him. The fat man told the protagonist not to be a bore. He promised to tell him about massage therapists. Liu was very pleased. He laughed loudly and thought about something of his own. The main character turned around. He couldn't understand what fatso meant. Tan explained to his friend that the masseuses at this establishment were young and beautiful. Liu explained that university students worked there. Tan explained that the girls only provide massage and no other services. The guy looked sternly at the main character and asked him to undress. Xu looked at his friend and said in fear that he had a bag of money with him. Tan pressed a button on the control panel. He explained that the best safe was here. Xu looked around nervously. He didn't know if it was really safe here. The guests were in the sauna. A friend told the protagonist that he could go and take a nap. He himself went into the water. The guy carefully stepped into the water and dived in. He decided to take a rest. Tan was sitting in the pool. He covered his head with a white sheet. The guy felt good. The friend looked at the main character and told him to come down to him. The fat man shouted to his friends that he was going to jump into the pool with a bomb. Liu threw off the towel and accelerated. He jumped from a height into the pool with a swing. There was a very loud splash. The main character and his friend covered themselves with their hands from the water. The main character told his friend that he is no longer young, but behaves like a child. Tan was unhappy because his hair was messed up. Liu told his friends that he just wanted to entertain them. The guy said that this place has the most beautiful girls, he suggested. His friends to look, Liu and Tang called the main character. Xu told his friends to leave. He himself decided to take a rest. The fat man told the guy that he would choose the girl instead of him. The girl arrived. She said that she had been chosen to serve at the fish pond. The worker smiled and said that her name was number 9. She noticed with surprise that the client had fallen asleep. The girl came up from behind and decided to give the guy a massage. Zhu was dozing at the time. Through his sleep, the main character felt that he was very comfortable and soft. The guy felt that he was lying on something very soft. His head was lying on the girl's legs. Zhu suddenly felt that there were 2 heavy balls on his head. The guy woke up and noticed the girl's breasts were on his head. The worker asked the client if he was comfortable. The main character got scared and worried. He very abruptly pulled away from the girl's hands. Xu jumped to the side and fell into the pool. He emerged and was breathing convulsively. Xu was very scared and decided that he had to apologize because he accidentally touched the girl. He turned to the worker with words of apology. The girl laughed. She was amused by the customer's behavior. Xu noticed to himself that the worker was very beautiful and had a wonderful smile. The girl threw her legs into the water. She silently and with interest looked at the main character. The main character continued to feel very awkward because he was lying on top of a stranger. Xu decided to get out of the water and talk to the girl. Suddenly, he noticed something below. The main character looked into the water and realized that he was standing completely naked. The main character dived into the water to the depths. He felt ashamed. The girl did not understand why the guest was so shy. The worker politely told the customer that he could suffocate under the water. Xu asked the girl to turn away in a frightened voice. The worker laughed cheerfully. The masseuse took off her outerwear. She told the client that he could now turn around. The main character felt very shy. He was still sitting in the pool. The guy was very scared. He decided that the girl wanted to get into the water with him. Xu asked the girl who she was. The worker explained that she was called number 9 and that she worked here. The girl started to go into the water. She told the main character that his friend sent her here. The worker in a bathing suit went into the water. The main character would be very excited. Xu felt very scared. His heart was beating very loudly. The worker stood behind the guy in the water. She asked, "Does he really want to stand with his back to her?" Xu concentrated with all his might. He told himself that he had to remain calm. The protagonist leaned forward in the water, straining to maintain his composure. Zhu swam forward. He shouted to the girl in fear that he was not ready yet. The main character was very excited. He realized that he had never been so close to a girl. The worker came up to him from behind. Xu felt very excited. There was a girl standing behind him. The main character was very excited. The worker asked the guy if it was his first time at the spring. Xu replied that it was his first time. The worker explained to the customer that she should stand in front of him. Zhu should not feel embarrassed. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder and told him with a smile that it would be more comfortable this way. Xu took a closer look and noticed that the girl was wearing clothes. The girl asked the guy with a smile. Was he disappointed that she was still dressed? The girl told the customer that he could try their fish spa. The worker suggested that the guy go with him to another room for the procedure. The girl climbed out of the water. She asked the guy with interest why he wasn't getting up. The masseuse extended her hand to the boy and said that she could help him. Shu was very embarrassed. The client asked the girl to turn away while he climbed out of the water. The worker thought to herself with a smile that the main character was very shy. The guy jumped out of the water and immediately reached for a towel to wrap himself up. The main character wrapped himself completely with a towel. After that, he turned to the girl. Xu calmly told the worker that he was ready. The woman suggested that they go to a fish spa. The worker looked at the guy with excitement and interest. She was surprised by his body. The main character could not understand why the girl stared at him like that and remained silent. Xu waved his hand in front of the worker's face and asked why she was so stunned. He suggested that she leave. The main character kept waving his hand. He told the girl to wake up. The guy reminded the worker that she wanted to take him to the fish spa. Xu asked the worker for swimming trunks. He didn't want to go naked into the next room. The worker asked the guy to wait a minute. She felt awkward. The worker went to the cabinet and opened the drawer. She looked for something there for a long time. Xu stood to the side. He looked at the girl from behind with great attention and great interest. The main character felt that he was getting very excited. He was embarrassed. The worker handed the customer the swimming trunks they provide to visitors. The girl looked at the client in surprise. The guy told his interlocutor that she was just in time. Xu grabbed the swimming trunks from the girl's hands. He decided that he should put them on as soon as possible. The worker waited for the customer while he got dressed. The main character told the girl that he was ready. The worker asked him in surprise why he was still wearing a towel. Xu was very shy. He told the girl that he was still a little excited. The client asked his companion to take him to a fish spa. The worker brought the main character to the spa. She told him to get into the pool. The main character decided to try to get into the water. He threw off his towel. Xu was surprised that the fish survived in warm water. The masseuse told the guy that tropical fish do well in warm water. The girl told the guy that he would have a new experience when fish would bite him. The worker asked the main character how he felt during the massage. Xu closed his eyes and said that he felt very good. He said that the life of rich people is really different from the life of ordinary people. The worker told the interlocutor that he himself is a rich guy. The main character asked his interlocutor with interest whether she considered him rich. The girl answered that there was no one else near them. There was a long pause. Xu looked at the girl in front of him with great excitement. Xu told his interlocutor that he was such a poor student that he couldn't even pay his rent. The client told the masseuse that he was not a rich man at all. She put her hand on his shoulder from behind. The girl was giving a massage to a client. She told the guy that he couldn't be a poor man if he came here. The main character told his interlocutor that she might not believe him. The girl answered that she didn't believe him. Xu told the girl that he himself could not believe it. He looked at his body in the water. The fish were biting the guy's hand underwater. He himself couldn't believe this situation. The worker told the surprised protagonist that she was also a student. Thought that the girl was just pretending to be a student for her seductive image. The worker explained to the guy that she was telling him the truth. She was from Jiangcheng University. The girl explained that she had just applied to the university. The protagonist turned to her with excitement. Suddenly, the girl approached the guy from behind. Xu turned around and looked sharply into the masseuse's face. The worker looked at the customer's face with great surprise. Xu was very embarrassed. The guy felt that his heart was beating very hard. He remembered what the girl told him about entering the university. The masseuse said in a dissatisfied voice that only rich people could easily throw a couple of million at admission. The main character thought that this misunderstanding would last forever. He asked the girl her name and promised to find her next time. The worker said her name was Han Shui. She explained that the guy could only find her at number 9. Xu told the woman she had a strange name. The client looked at the girl and said that she had been treated unfairly. The worker looked at the guy and said sternly that she would call him Jia. The girl promised the main character that she would give him an elbow massage. Xu asked his interlocutor why she would call him Jia. The worker smiled and told the surprised customer that he was a Jia Kun Ren. The client told the masseuse that she could call him Shu Qin. The girl replied that it sounded better than Jia Kun Ren. The main character told the girl sensibly that if she enters university, it means that she studies well. Xu began to ask the girl about work. She decided to tell him everything. The main character talked to the girl for a very long time. She told him everything in detail. Shui told the guy that her parents had retired and her brother was studying at the university. She worked in a sauna without telling anyone in her family. The worker told the protagonist that he was different from the other young masters. She added that Zhuwei was kind. The main character realized that he was the same ordinary person as the girl in front of him. Zhuwei told the guy that if she worked here for 5 hours, she would get a lot of money. She wanted to thank him. The protagonist answered the girl that he was happy that she earned money herself. The worker looked at her client with great attention. She noticed something unusual. The girl decided that the guy was very cute. At that moment, someone kicked the door open and entered the room. The girl turned around in surprise and excitement. She was scared. A guy came in accompanied by 2 fighters. He said to the girl in a displeased voice that she was hiding here. The worker called the guy Mr. Lai. The main character did not understand why the girl was so scared. Lai approached the girl and grabbed her hand very sharply. Zhuwei tried to break free. The guy was unhappy because the girl made him come here. The worker shouted at the guy to let her go. She slipped and fell into the pool. Zhuwei fell into the water with a swing. The main character looked at her with surprise and fear. Xu ran up and grabbed the girl in his arms so that she wouldn't drown in the pool. The worker thanked the main character. Lai was very unhappy. The main character asked his interlocutor if everything was okay with her. Lai very angrily asked Xu who he was and why he touched his woman. The main character looked at his interlocutor with displeasure. The guy asked angrily, why was Xu staring at him? The fighter asked the main character if he dared to challenge him. The protagonist realized that the stranger wanted to hurt him. He thought about what he would have done if all this had happened in the past. Zhu very realistically imagined how he would beat up the bandit who attacked him. Lai asked his interlocutor if he wanted to hit him. He called him a coward. Lai told the protagonist that he could attack him. Xu clenched his fist underwater at that time. At that moment, the door opened and a woman came in. She asked in a displeased voice who was making noise in the premium zone. People were surprised. They never expected that someone would appear in the pool at such a moment. Miss Hua came in accompanied by 2 girls. She asked Lai why he went into the sauna with other people. The guy said angrily that he came here for his beloved girl number 9. Hua told the guy that the girl was still busy. She would be free in 2 hours. The guy was impatient. He covered his interlocutor's mouth with his hand. Lai said very angrily that he wants his favorite girl right now. The woman explained to the guy that number 9 was currently serving another customer. Lai explained that he was willing to pay for 5 hours of service. The guy pointed his finger at the girl sharply. He demanded that she come to him. Zhuwei said to her interlocutor with displeasure that she did not want to serve him. She added that she could quit right now. Lai shouted at the angry girl not to pretend to be innocent. He demanded that she serve him. The guy confidently told the woman that he would pay 10 times more. Hua suggested that the guy call worker number 8 to him. Lai said that he would pay 15 times more. Lai demanded that the main character give him this place and get out of here. The woman thought that if she got a large sum of money, she would buy herself a luxury bag. She asked the protagonist to vacate his seat and move to the next VIP lounge. She promised to pay for today's expenses. Xu looked at the girl. He realized that he had to show his kindness. The guy said out loud to the woman that he did not agree. Hua told the client that if they made small compromises, they would have a happy ending. The protagonist told the woman that he was disappointed with their security system. The woman asked the client what he meant. Zhu explained to his interlocutor that she was letting in rabid dogs and there were problems with the security system. The woman bowed to the customer and told him that he had misunderstood something. The main character said in a serious voice that there was a yellow shaggy dog standing in front of him. The girl laughed. She liked the joke that Xu had just told. Lai got very angry. He asked the main character with displeasure. How dare he call him a dog? The woman held the customer back and asked him not to get angry. She explained that Xu probably didn't mean to offend him. Lai hit the woman with all his might. He demanded that she get away from him. The subordinate picked up her boss and asked if Miss Hua was okay. Hua demanded that the girl call security. She needed to get through quickly and prevent a fight. The woman demanded that her subordinate hurry up. Hua turned away in displeasure. The woman thought that if a fight started, the young master would screw up. The guy told his subordinates to pull the main character out of the water. Zhu suddenly reached out and pulled Lai into his pool to throw him off his feet. The guy got scared. He couldn't hold on and flew into the water at full speed. The main character threw his opponent into the water with all his might. He sank to the bottom. The bandits called Mr. Lai in fear. He barely managed to surface to avoid drowning. The main character grabbed his opponent and pushed him down into the water with all his might. The subordinates shouted in fear to their boss that they would save him. Lai continued to drown in the pool. The main character realized that he would not allow the bandits to beat him up. Xu grabbed the leader by the throat with his hand and shouted at the fighters not to move. The main character threatened that if the bandits ran up to him, he would strangle the bark. The guy was very scared. The fighters were scared. They didn't know what to do. One of them decided that the stranger was very cruel. The main character knew that the best way to defeat the army was to get its leader. The girl looked at her friend with great excitement. Hua got scared. She asked the protagonist to stop barking and offered to talk to him. The woman demanded that the protagonist not be reckless. He explained that the guy would pay with his life if he strangled the bark. Zhu shouted to his interlocutor that he was too tired to strangle his opponent. The bandits realized that they had a chance. They jumped into the water together. The main character stood calmly in the water and at that time held the bandit from behind with his hands. One of the fighters dived into the water in fear. The main character waved his hand at him. The bandits fell into the water together. The main character dived down unnoticed. The fighters emerged from the water and looked around excitedly. Suddenly, the main character emerged from the water and hit one of his opponents with his hand. The main character scattered his opponents in the water with powerful blows from his hands. Zhu swung his leg and hit one of the bandits in the groin with all his might. The girl was very scared. She looked at the main character with great excitement. Zhu stood in the middle of the pool. Exhausted bandits were swimming around him. There was barking from behind. Lai was delighted and thought to himself that he was still very lucky that Zhu decided to simply strangle him. The protagonist told the woman that she didn't need to worry. At that moment, someone from the side called out to Nana. The woman turned around and noticed a bunch of people entering the room. A pumped-up security chief walked in, accompanied by his subordinates. The fighter looked at Nana with great attention and asked if everything was okay with her. The man told the woman with excitement that he rushed there when he heard that someone was making fun of her. The main character was surprised that the woman had a hackneyed name. He asked his girlfriend why the woman was called Nana. The man excitedly grabbed the woman's hand and asked if she was hurt. The protagonist looked at Hua in surprise. The woman put her hand on the man's face and told him not to call her by that name. The fighter told her that he missed her. Hua told the interlocutor to take care of the barking and the bandits. The man asked, "Did the main character really beat the bark in the water?" The woman confirmed it to him. The fighter was unhappy. He shouted to his subordinates to beat up the main character. Zhu and his girlfriend got scared in the pool. Lai was very happy. He was wondering how the main character would solve this problem now. A girl intervened. She said that according to the rules of this establishment, you can't hit customers. Zhu felt the girl put her hand on his groin. The main character felt his girlfriend's hand lying on his swimming trunks. The man angrily ordered his subordinates to beat the boy. At that moment, the doors opened and the Tan appeared. He was unhappy that someone touched his brother. One of the fighters asked discontentedly, who was whining behind? The main character was glad because the Thane had returned. Tan came in with the fat man. He told his interlocutors that they were all really brave. The guy walked up to the surprised man and told him to leave. He was no longer welcome here. The woman realized that she couldn't let her friend get fired. Hua explained to Tan that she didn't know the main character was her friend. The guy looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that he did not accept this excuse. The woman asked the Tan to give her friend another chance. The guy said discontentedly that the main character here was almost beaten. He feels humiliated. Hua was very scared. The fat man told his friend that they couldn't leave things as they were. The man told his girlfriend that it had nothing to do with her. It was his fault and he wanted to be punished. The protagonist realized that the fighter was reckless, but was ready to take responsibility. Xu climbed out of the water with agile and quick movement. He decided to turn to his friend. Xu calmly told his friend to let the fighters go. They had not harmed him. The man was surprised that the guy defended him. He didn't understand what Xu was planning. The man bowed to the main character and asked him to forgive him. Xu sternly told his interlocutors to thank Mr. Tang. The fighter meekly agreed. The main character remembered something important. He raised his finger up. The man looked at him attentively. The fighter became very worried. He asked the guy what he wanted. The main character sternly demanded that someone throw the bandits out of the pool. Lai shouted to the fighters that if they touched him, then everyone would regret it. Lai looked angrily at the guy. Tan asked his interlocutor angrily, how could he make him regret this? The young gentleman demanded that the bandits be removed from his pool immediately. The fighter shouted angrily and demanded that Bark help him. At that moment, he was being pulled towards the door. Tan and his companions approached Lai, who had just climbed out of the pool. The young gentleman angrily asked the bark how he dared to bother his brother. Tan swung and hit his interlocutor in the face with all his might. The fat man said to his friend with excitement that the bandit was in a lot of pain right now. Lai lay on the ground. He said in a tired voice that he was wrong. The young gentleman swung. He asked his interlocutor, "Why did he do that?" Tai angrily shouted at the guy to never show his face again. The young gentleman angrily demanded that the lying fighter get out. Lai jumped to his feet in great fear and ran to the side with all his might. The young gentleman said that Lai dared to touch his brother. The protagonist came up and tried to calm his friend down. The woman didn't know what to do. She saw that Tan still looked very angry. The young master demanded that his subordinates get out of here. The fighters very quickly headed towards the exit. Zhu stood and silently listened to what the guys were talking about. She decided to step aside. The worker thought that, compared to the main character, she really lived in a different world. The girl went into the next room. She thought that Lai had been beaten very badly. The fat man walked up to his friend and poked him in the chest. He said he had big muscles. Liu grabbed his body. He told the protagonist that he had bigger breasts than him. Xu thought with displeasure. He didn't like the compliment about big breasts. The protagonist grabbed his friend and said that he was just working hard. Tan thought to himself that Shuya's chest looked tempting. The guy very abruptly and unexpectedly extended his hand forward to touch his friend. The main character was surprised and embarrassed by the fact that the young gentleman touched him. Xu was very embarrassed. He didn't even know what to say to his friend. The guy was holding his chest at that time. Tan was very delighted with his hands. He held the protagonist's chest. Xu began to fight off his friend with his hands. He demanded that he not touch him anymore. The fat man was surprised that Tang had such interests. Liu smiled at his friend and said that it was his fault that he had such breasts. The main character became worried. He frightenedly reminded himself that he was not gay. Zhu shouted at his friends that they were perverts and ran away. The fat man shouted after his friend not to run away. The frightened protagonist ran into the locker room. He glanced to the side to make sure no one was running after him. The boy opened the safe door to take the things. He said to himself that his adult friends were behaving like children. Xu put a t-shirt on top of himself. Suddenly, he remembered that his clothes were very dirty. The main character realized that he felt a little uneasy because he was wearing a dirty t-shirt after the spa. The guy was sitting next to a bag of money. He remembered that he had to buy a computer for his friend Liu as well. Fat man appeared from the side. The main character grabbed him by the hand and said that they would buy him a computer. The fat man said that Tan had promised a banquet for the evening. His friend answered that they would eat another time. Liu said happily that he loved the computer more than food. The main character and his friend arrived at the store. They were very pleasantly surprised. The main character told the fat man to choose a computer for himself. Liu shouted that he would assemble the device himself. Xu told his friend to come in quickly and choose some goods for himself. The fat man looked at the goods around him with great interest. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. Liu looked at the advertising flyer with great interest. He noticed a large selection there. A saleswoman approached the customer from the side. She asked if he wanted to buy a computer. The main character and his friend turned around and noticed a beautiful saleswoman. The girl greeted the customers. She wanted to show the guy the latest model of computer. The fat man looked at the girl lovingly. She seemed very beautiful to him, out loud. He told the saleswoman that he wanted to assemble the computer himself. The girl was not very happy. She realized that if the client were to buy spare parts, she would not earn much on this. The fat man studied the list of goods very carefully. He stood opposite the girl. Liu asked the saleswoman if she had some component. The protagonist turned the fat man's head to the side. The fat man continued to read from the list all the components he needed. The saleswoman brought the boxes. The saleswoman was happy that the client bought everything at once. She decided to give him a discount. The girl told the client that she had discounts. She added that the goods could be delivered to the client's home. Liu asked the saleswoman to deliver the goods to him personally. He explained that he could pay now. The girl told the guy that he is her VIP client. She will deliver the goods, but only the address and payment are needed. Liu demanded money from the protagonist. Xu handed his friend a wad of banknotes. He thought to himself that the fat man and the saleswoman got along well. The main character was standing near the entrance. A fat man ran out and said joyfully that they were going. Xu asked your friend, "Why is he happy?" The fat man showed a business card from the girl Yang Jing with her phone number. A taxi pulled up. The main character asked his friend if he was going on a date. Liu replied that the girl was very beautiful. Liu said happily that Yang wanted to meet him this weekend. He decided that the girl could even become his wife. The main character returned home in the evening. He packed a bag with money into a suitcase and closed it. Zhu shoved the suitcase deep under the bed so that no one would find it. The main character thought that the money under the bed should be safe. Xu decided to hide the bank card and jade in his school bag. The door opened and a woman came in. She said that she was already home. The guy realized that Qin had already returned. The main character looked out the door. He noticed a plump woman there. The guy was unhappy. Qin told the protagonist to make tea for his aunt, and she would go and change her clothes. Xu agreed with his interlocutor with displeasure. The main character realized that his aunt had come for the money they had borrowed for his brother's treatment. He poured water into a glass and handed it to her. Bin lay on the chair and greedily drank water. She waited for the woman from the next room to come out to her. Qin didn't expect that her aunt would come to her for money. She remembered that she was barely making ends meet. The aunt told her irritated nephew with displeasure that he had a squalid apartment. Bin looked into the glass with displeasure and said that the tea tasted really terrible. Qin was dressing near the closet. Bin asked the guy when they would return the 50,000 yuan they owed. The woman became agitated when she heard the amount. She abruptly opened the door and walked into the room. Qin told her aunt that she transferred 1,000 yuan to her account every month, so the debt couldn't be 50,000. The aunt put the glass on the table. She explained that the woman had to pay her 2% every month. She said that she had come for the money in person today. Bin handed her interlocutor a piece of paper. She said that everything was clearly spelled out in the contract. Qin read the contract with great fear. She told herself that this was impossible. The woman wanted to remind her aunt what they had agreed on. Bin sternly asked her interlocutor if she was going to pay her debts. Qin reminded that they had agreed on 2% per annum, not 2% per month. Bin said discontentedly that it was very difficult to get her money back from the slackers. Bin said she didn't mean to be cruel, but it had been many years. The aunt told the woman that she was very sorry that she had become a widow at such an age. She added that Qin was very young and beautiful. Bin told the woman that she shouldn't care about her younger marriage. He was just a burden to her. The aunt put her hand on the woman's knee. She explained that if the woman agreed with what she said the other day, there would be no need to return the 50,000 yuan. Qin replied to her aunt that she did not accept her proposal. She promised that she would pay an additional 500 yuan every month. The woman did not understand where the high interest rates came from, but she could do nothing. Qin was very disappointed. Tears were flowing from her eyes, and she did not understand why this was happening. The woman could not understand why his uncle's wife was so harsh towards him. The main character came up and looked at the crying woman with great excitement. The aunt told the woman not to use crocodile tears because it wouldn't help her. Bin explained to her interlocutor that she was not using her for her own interests. She showed her the contract on paper. The main character entered the room with a bag. He told his aunt that he would pay for the Qin. Bin looked at the guy with distrust. She asked him, "Does he really want to pay with a bag of waste paper?" Xu put the bag on the floor. He asked the woman how much they owed. Qin said that they owed 50,000. She added that she had already paid 20,000 over the years. The guy promised his interlocutor that he would sort it out. The woman looked at the protagonist with excitement. She asked, "What does he mean?" The main character picked up the bag and started to unzip it. He told his aunt to look here. Xu confidently turned the bag over, and bundles of money fell out onto the floor. Bin was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy could have so much money. Qin was amazed. She couldn't understand where the guy could get so much money. Bin pounced on the bills and began to collect them. She looked at the bundles with excitement. The main character told his aunt to take the money and get lost. He explained that they didn't need such blood-sucking relatives. The woman asked the guy with fear, "Where did he get the money?" Xu explained to his interlocutor that he earned it legally. He promised that from now on, they would live with dignity. Qin threw herself into the protagonist's arms. With tears in her eyes, Xu hugged the woman. He realized that she had done a lot for him and now she could rest. Bin looked at the bills with excitement. She decided that the main character still had a lot of money. Auntie glanced sideways very slyly. She decided that she could steal a little money for herself. The woman moved very slowly towards the bag and extended her hand towards the wad of bills. The main character shouted at his aunt to take her hands off his money. He sternly told her that she would not take anything extra. Bin explained to the guy that she just wanted to pick up the money for him so it wouldn't lie around. Zhu snatched the pack from the woman's hands. The protagonist demanded that his interlocutor clean up. Bin called the protagonist a rich brat. The aunt was unhappy. She didn't like the fact that her relatives didn't appreciate her lending them money when they were downstairs. Bin left the apartment and slammed the door behind her. The protagonist remained with Chin. Xu hugged the crying woman. He told her in a calm voice that now everything was decided. The guy promised his interlocutor that they didn't need to worry about money. He would buy her a lot of beautiful clothes and a big house. Keen sobbed happily. The protagonist was happy because he made the woman smile. Keen asked the guy not to joke with her anymore. Zhu explained to his interlocutor that this was not a joke and he was completely serious. The woman looked at the packs. She asked the guy, where did he get so much money from? She was worried that the main character could be involved in illegal business. Xu became worried. He told the woman that he would not do such a thing and that he would tell her everything now. The woman was very surprised by the guy's story. She couldn't believe that he had 11 million yuan on his card. The main character told his interlocutor that he was very lucky. He could hold 11 million in his hands. Many people couldn't even earn that much in their entire life. Xu handed the pack to the woman. He said that the money was completely legal and she could spend it as she wanted. Keen accepted the money from the protagonist's hands with excitement. She didn't know what to say. The main character told the woman that he was hungry and offered her something to eat. Keen told the guy that she would go cook right now. The woman headed to the kitchen. Zhu said happily that the woman was very thrifty, but life would not be so hard anymore. The main character started to pack money into his bag. He decided to understand what his eyes could do. Xu worked on the internet. He decided that he needed to make more money with his eyes. Keen brought the dish in her hands. She told the protagonist that dinner was already ready. The woman prepared various dishes and placed them on the table in front of the main character. Zhu shouted happily that the dishes in front of him looked amazing. The woman explained that it was just ordinary food. The protagonist said that he was completely serious. The interlocutor handed him chopsticks. Xu told the woman that he would take the chopsticks. Chin handed them to the boy. The main character emotionally told the woman that home-cooked food was better than gold and silver treasure. Xu told how he tried sweet potato wrapped in foil in a restaurant. He also ate fried chicken butt there. Each of these dishes cost 800 yuan. The woman listened to the interlocutor with interest. The main character was gobbling up the food. He told the woman that it was his first time in heaven on earth. The woman listened to the guy with interest. She said that a lot of things had happened to him in the restaurant. Xu answered his interlocutor that there was nothing special about the wine of the 82nd year. Keen realized that the guy had earned the money by chance. She decided that he should not spend this money on children from rich families. Out loud, she asked the protagonist to promise her one thing. Xu excitedly extended his hand to the girl. He promised her that he would do everything she said. Keen looked at her interlocutor with great excitement. She wanted to tell him something important. The woman explained to the protagonist that he cannot be lucky all the time. Xu asked the woman if she was worried that he would spend all his money. Chin reminded the boy that there were 2 weeks left before classes began. She hoped that he would be able to return to his lessons. The main character explained with a smile that he would be accepted to the university even without exams. He added that he was not going to waste time on Thane. The woman told the guy seriously to keep the extra money for himself. Keen handed the gold card to the guy on the table. She wanted to return it. Xu asked the woman, "Why is she returning the card?" Chin explained that she would pay off the debt and rent with the money in her bag tomorrow. The card could stay with the guy. Xu explained to the woman that she would really need the card and that she could keep it for herself. The woman explained to the main character that he himself must decide how he will use his money. Xu told his interlocutor that if she needed money, she could tell him about it. Chin told the guy to get back to his business. She would clear the table. It was late evening and the main character was sitting in the room and working on the computer. Xu was completely absorbed in searching on his laptop when his mobile phone rang. The guy noticed that his landlady was calling him. He hung up so as not to talk to her. The main character continued working on the computer. His phone rang again. Xu decided that the hostess was very stubborn. He picked up the phone to talk to her. Yaolin asked the protagonist to come to her. She wanted to talk to him. Xu couldn't understand what the woman wanted from him. He decided that she wanted rent from him. Xu was very excited. He asked the woman on the phone, "Why is she crying?" The interlocutor told the guy that someone broke into her house. Xu became very worried. The main character shouted to the woman to wait. He added that he would come soon. The main character finished work. He closed the laptop and ran at full speed to the exit. The guy remembered something. He returned to the room where his bag with money was. Xu reached into the bag to take money for the woman and pay the rent. Before leaving, the main character said that he was going to Xiaolin to pay her rent. Qin was surprised that the guy left at such a late hour. The main character was out of breath. He ran to the door where his boss lived. Xu grabbed the door handle. He opened it very carefully to go in. The main character noticed that everything inside the apartment was turned upside down and broken. The woman was sitting near the sofa and crying. The guy asked his boss in fear what had happened to her and whether she had called the police. Qin said sadly that she had only told her relative about everything. Xu asked the woman if her relative worked as a detective in the police. The guy asked Xiaolin if any of her valuables had been stolen. The desk drawers were turned inside out. The owner reported that 20,000 in cash and jewelry had been stolen from her. The woman also lost a 5-colored jade that her mother had once left her. The protagonist told the woman to calm down and get up. He assured her that the police would return all the stolen items. Xu extended his hand to the woman and helped her to her feet. The hostess could barely stay standing. The main character picked up the woman. He asked fearfully if everything was okay with her. Xiaolin explained to the guy that her legs were numb. She had been sitting on the floor for a very long time. The guy picked up his boss in his arms. He wanted to put her on the sofa. The woman thought that her friend was a good guy. The main character put the woman on the sofa and told her to rest. He wanted to bring her some water. Xu came up and poured water into a glass. He carefully examined the scattered things in the room. The main character's magical vision was activated. He began to see images of the past. The guy saw very realistically how the robbers turned everything upside down in the room and looked for valuables. The thieves stuffed everything they could find into the bags. One of them found an expensive jade and took it. The attacker indicated to his accomplice that it was time to leave. The main character realized that his left eye could restore images of past events. The boy remembered that before his right eye could see jade inside an ordinary stone, Xu looked with great attention into the cup of water at the image of his face. The guy's hand started shaking. He poured some water onto the floor and onto his leg. The main character heard a group of people appear at the entrance. Someone called his sister. An unfamiliar woman excitedly asked her sister if everything was okay with her. The main character was surprised. He realized that Zhang Xiyu came very quickly. The woman ran to help her little sister. She asked with concern if Xiaolin was okay. The hostess was sobbing with excitement. She told her sister that she had finally arrived. Zhang reminded her interlocutor that she had lost the 5-colored jade. The owner said with excitement that her mother had left her this ornament. The woman promised her relative that she would send someone to inspect the crime scene. She promised that she would find the thief. Jiang ordered her subordinates to immediately begin searching for evidence. The police sorted out the apartment. The main character realized that the thieves were experienced and did not leave many traces. The woman told the guy to come home. The main character told the landlady that he brought her the rent. The main character put the money on the sofa. He assured the owner that the police would find out about everything. Xu opened the door. He activated his magical vision to look around. The guy saw very clearly how the attackers ran away in fear and went down the stairs. The main character decided to follow the attackers to see where they went. Xu noticed the thieves escaping in a car. He watched them closely. The main character looked closely at the car. He realized that he could track down the criminals by the license plate. The guy grabbed the phone. He decided to call Miss Ju and tell her where the criminals were headed. The main character thought about it and realized that he would not be able to explain to the woman how he found out the license plate number of the criminal's car. Xu thought about it and realized that everyone would easily find out that he had unusual eyes. The protagonist thought and decided that he would call Miss Ju from his phone. The guy stood and thought about how to contact the woman. He decided to call her on a payphone. The main character went into the booth. He decided that it would be better to go to another area to make a call. Then even the police wouldn't be able to track down who gave them the evidence. Xu walked out of the payphone booth. He decided to stop a taxi to leave. The main character ordered the taxi driver to take him to Jiangcheng University. There were a couple of payphones nearby. The guy bought a phone card to make a call. The man handed the guy a card. The main character went into the booth to dial a number. Xu was very excited. He waited for his mistress to answer the phone. The hostess was sitting on the sofa at home. She was humming a song to herself. The main character gave the woman the number of the attacker's car over the phone. Xu told the woman in great detail over the phone about the characteristics of one of the criminals. Xiaolin asked the stranger in fear who he was and how did he know everything. The main character ran at full speed to his neighborhood. He decided to get home as quickly as possible. Chu ran into his apartment. He poured a glass of water and drank it down in one go. The guy put the glass on the table. He said to himself that he was very sweaty from running and could take a shower. Xu walked over and opened the bathroom door. He climbed into the shower to wash himself. After washing, the guy turned off the water and went out. After the shower, he felt relief. The guy reached for the towel. He decided to search for information on the internet about jade. Xu found information about placing jade under a fluorescent light and observing it. The main character noticed that he received a message from some user. Xu decided to read to find out what the user wanted. He Sheng wrote that he was pushed back at work last night. The main character was chatting with his interlocutor. He was very attentive. Zhu said to himself that his interlocutor really has the courage to say everything. Hai continued to complain to the guy about his life. Zhu kept answering him. The main character thought he couldn't understand when he would be able to do such adult things. It was already past midnight. The main character said to himself that it was already late and he would go to bed. The boy promised himself before going to bed that he would start training tomorrow. 3 days later, the main character was sitting at home near his books. He remembered the burglary in his landlady's apartment. Zhu said to himself that he should not do other people's work and catch thieves. The main character saw that he received a message. Tan wanted to add the guy as a friend. Xu decided to add his friend as a friend. He clicked the button in the dialog box. The young gentleman was sitting at home. He decided to send his friend a cell phone. Tan suggested to his friend that they go to Yunnan for a couple of days on business. The young gentleman decided to go to another city because he needed new jade stones. The main character asked his friend if he would go with them. Liu Tan called the main character a money boy. The protagonist asked when they were leaving and how many days they would stay in another city. Tan explained to his interlocutor that they were leaving tomorrow and would spend several days in the city. They would also visit the Kuns in Kunming. The protagonist did not quite understand why they needed to go to the Kuns. Tan thought slyly to himself that Shu should guess why they were going to Kunming. Suddenly, the guy was struck by some kind of guess. He even spat out the water from his mouth. The main character wrote to his friend that he would not go with him and would rather go to bed. Tan explained to the main character that everything was decided. He wrote him back a few English letters. The main character decided to buy some food at the market. When the woman returned, he could treat her so that she would allow him to go to Yunnan. Xu thought to himself that there were many interesting things in Yunnan. He could find something for himself there. The guy came to the market. He noted to himself that it was very noisy there. Xu looked around with interest. He didn't know what he should buy. The protagonist decided to go to the seafood area first. The main character walked between the counters. He looked around carefully. Xu decided to buy a couple of fresh crabs and then come back. He turned to the saleswoman. The main character took the crab in his hand and asked the woman how much they cost. The saleswoman looked at the customer and said that a pound of crab would cost $100. The guy replied that he would take 5 pounds. The woman told the protagonist that she would pack the crabs for him. She added that she would give him a $2 discount per pound. The customer thanked her. The saleswoman offered the main character some shrimp that she had caught in the morning. Xu remembered that Qin really liked shrimp. He decided to take 2 pounds. The woman used a net to catch a whole bunch of fresh shrimp in the water. The main character asked the woman to pack him some fresh shrimp. The woman told the guy that he had to pay $397. Xu handed the money to the saleswoman. The main character walked past the stalls with fresh chickens. He decided to buy one bird to make a tonic soup. Xu looked closely at the birds. They seemed bold and clumsy to him. The boy noticed one chicken lying dead in its cage. The main character activated his magical vision. He carefully examined the birds in the cage. Xu looked at the chicken's body. He noticed that there was a lot of garbage in its stomach. The guy realized with displeasure that there were a lot of small stones in the bird's stomach. That's why the chickens were so lethargic. Xu turned around and decided to go away and buy some squid from the seafood vendor. The saleswoman asked the main character what else he wanted to buy. Xu pointed at the squid. Xu smelled the seafood. He said that the squid tasted better than the chicken. The saleswoman told the protagonist excitedly that there are things that can only be learned through the heart. Xu explained to the woman that he had money in his pocket. He wanted to buy 2 pounds of clams. There was a noise from behind. The guy looked back at the crowd. He decided that Yang Jing was there. Xu threw the bag. He told the woman that he would leave his things here and then pick them up. The saleswoman shouted after the guy not to run away. The customer sternly told the man that she would not buy anything. The seller told the girl that she had poisoned his chicken and must now buy it. The stranger angrily told the man that there was no way she could have killed his chicken. He killed the bird himself. The salesman realized that if the lie came to light, he would not be able to do business. He told the girl to take her words back. The main character came up to the man from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He turned around in surprise. Zhu swung his arm with all his might to hit the salesman in the face. The main character hit the man on the head with all his might. He didn't expect the blow. People around were surprised. Someone said that the main character is Lil Yuvu's friend. The seller accidentally got scared. He never expected the guy to attack him. The girl realized that she had a chance. The main character threw the seller to the ground with a powerful kick. The man fell and hit his head on a chair. A huge knife started falling from the chair to the side. A sharp knife fell from above and flew to the ground in the direction of the chicken. The blade hit the bird after falling. Blood appeared all around it. The main character and the stranger were very surprised and worried. They looked away. The knife was sticking out of the chicken's body. Someone said that Mr. Sun hadn't sold anything, but had already lost one bird. People looked closely and saw that various garbage had fallen out of the bird's body. They realized that San was a dishonest seller. One guy called and said that they needed to call someone for help because San was beaten. The guy grabbed the girl and told her to run. The main character was running away with his companion. Someone shouted to stop them. The saleswoman shouted at the guy not to forget his seafood. Shu grabbed the bag on the counter. A whole group of fighters rushed after the main character through the market to catch up with them. Shu ran with the girl. He was holding a shopping bag in his hands. Jiang asked her companion, "What is he holding in his hand?" The guy replied that he bought some seafood. The main character shouted to his girlfriend that they would leave by taxi. Suddenly, they saw a bunch of fighters in front of them. The bandits were standing near the cars with weapons. The girl asked the guy what to do now. One of the fighters said that they would kill the guy and keep the woman for themselves. The main character gave his girlfriend a bag and told her to go away. The girl ran to the side. The bandit called his rivals scum with displeasure. Zhu turned away in fear. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. He realized that Yang Jing had to run far away. Xu angrily told the fighters that he was ready to fight them if they wanted. Suddenly, a taxi pulled up. The doors opened and the girl pulled the main character inside. The main character was riding inside a taxi with his girlfriend at full speed. Xu asked the girl what was going on. The driver told the guy that he should thank his girlfriend. She saved him. The main character told the girl that she had acted courageously, but she could have suffered. At that moment, the girl's phone rang. Jiang picked up the phone. Liu called her. The fat man was surprised that the protagonist was in the car with her. Xu asked the girl for her phone number. He wanted to talk to his friend. The main character told his friend the details of the whole incident. The girl was almost beaten by the evil salesman. The fat man got very angry. Liu was very unhappy because the man wanted to raise his hand against his woman. The fat man threatened to punish everyone. The main character handed the phone to the girl. The fat man asked his girlfriend what happened. Jiang told her story at the vegetable market. She said that fortunately Xu was with her. The main character arrived at his apartment. He entered and closed the door behind him. The main character put the shopping bags on the table. He was wondering what Liu would do with the bandits who attacked his girlfriend. The guy decided he had other reasons to worry. He looked at the seafood. Xu decided to take up cooking. He decided to cook a delicious dish to bribe the woman. She was supposed to give him the opportunity to go to Yunnan. The main character turned on the fire on the stove and prepared to continue cooking. He used all his cooking skills. The protagonist happily thought that he had used all his cooking skills. Qin entered the apartment. She told the protagonist that she had returned. The woman said that she really liked the smell in the apartment. Xu explained to his interlocutor that she should change her clothes and sit down. The main character took the woman's bag. He pulled out a chair for her and told her to sit down. Qin looked around happily. She said that the dinner was very luxurious. The woman looked slyly at her interlocutor and asked what he wanted. The main character smiled at his interlocutor and said that he wanted to go with a friend to Yunnan for a couple of days. Qin held a crab claw in her hand. She told the boy that he really wanted to go. The woman told her interlocutor that he needed to rest sometimes. She advised the guy to take care of his safety. A joyful Xu asked his interlocutor again if she was saying yes to him. The main character began to happily offer the woman to try other tasty food. The woman told the protagonist to go and read his books. He wouldn't have time for that in Yunnan. The main character was sitting in the evening and reading a book near the light of the lamp. He received a message. The boss told the main character that her stolen things had been returned to her. Xu decided to himself that the woman was very happy. The protagonist remembered that he had not yet packed his things. The main character looked around the room carefully. There was a suitcase there. The guy was thinking what else he should take. Xu opened the locker to find the clothes he needed. He decided that he could buy new clothes and toiletries on the road. The protagonist realized that he would take his mobile phone and cards along with his documents. Xu felt that he wanted to go to bed. The main character lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He really wanted to sleep. The next morning, the sun illuminated the boy's room. He was still lying on the bed. Xu looked away with displeasure. He realized that it was already morning and he needed to get up. The guy told himself that his biological clock was working the same way it did when he was in his hometown. The main character went to the window and started doing morning exercises. Xu did various exercises on the bed every day. He started the morning with training. Xu continued to pump. He forced himself to do as many exercises as possible. Xu managed to do 300 push-ups. Suddenly, his phone rang. The main character picked up the phone. The interlocutor said that the tickets were ready. He would pick him up at 9 o'clock. Xu wanted to ask his friend something else. Tan had already hung up. The main character said with displeasure that his interlocutor was very impatient. The main character decided to take a shower first. He sat under an umbrella and waited for his friend. The old man greeted the boy and asked what he was doing. Xu answered Uncle Lee that he was waiting for his friend. The main character was waiting for Tanya. He looked at his watch and noticed that it was already after 9 o'clock. The surprised old man shouted that he saw a luxurious car in front of him. Tan drove up to the main character in an expensive Jeep. He opened the side window. The guy in the car offered the main character to go with him. Xu told his interlocutor seriously that he was not interested in driving a car. He explained that he would like to fly on a plane. Tang invited him inside. Tan told his friend that he would take him to the airport. Uncle Lee watched the car drive away in surprise. He decided that Xu had become a prostitute. A friend gave the main character a box. The guy asked what it was. Tan explained to the guy that he should see it himself. The protagonist noticed that there was an iPhone X in the box. Tan explained to the guy that his number was already inside the phone. He could contact it directly when he needed help. The protagonist asked his friend what happened yesterday. Tan said that Liu, with the help of several people, taught the fighters a lesson. Tan said in a serious voice that Liu had turned into Hong Jin Bao yesterday. The interlocutor told the protagonist that the fat man fought the gang alone. Xu stopped his friend. Xu slyly told his interlocutor that he knew Liu's physical strength very well. Tang smiled and said that he first tied up the bandits, and Fatty began to beat them. The main character and his friend were approaching the airport. Tan said that the bandits were fine yesterday, but Fatso was very tired. Tan told the protagonist to wait for him at the security check. The young master asked the servants if they had brought the tickets. The main character decided that he could see through passengers' luggage with his eye. This would help him find contraband. Xu carefully looked through the luggage of the various people in front of him. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. The protagonist was surprised to notice that one of the passengers had a whip and handcuffs in his bag. Xu was frightened and decided that the passenger would try these things on the plane. Xu very realistically imagined a tied-up girl sitting on top of a man. The main character felt tired. He looked around and everything seemed incredible to him. Xu looked around the airport with great attention. There were a lot of people there. The liner arrived. People were invited on board the Chinese airline. The guy turned around and saw a passenger with blue hair next to him. The main character thought that he was lucky to be sitting next to a beauty. Xu decided to say hello to the passenger. He noticed that the girl was acting very aloof. At this time, a girl in a red dress was walking through the cabin between the seats. The stranger told the main character and his neighbor that her place was not far from him. The main character and his companion looked at the stranger with displeasure. Xu decided to help his neighbor with her luggage to show that he was a gentleman. The main character told the girl to sit down. He asked if she needed help with her luggage. The girl replied that she was fine. The main character watched attentively as a new passenger sat down next to him. Xu became agitated. He grabbed the arm of the chair with all his strength. The main character thought to himself with excitement that this was very close to him. Xu glanced furtively at his neighbor. He was glad that she didn't notice. The passenger looked closely at the main character. She realized that the guy liked his neighbor. Suddenly, the phone in the protagonist's pocket beeped. He picked up the receiver. Tan sent his friend a photo of himself after training. Xu decided that the guy had good muscles. The neighbor looked at the main character's phone with great attention. Shu suddenly glanced at the girl. The passenger told the guy that she didn't see anything and he could continue. She thought to herself that her neighbor was gay. The plane was approaching Kunming Airport. The temperature was 27 degrees. The main character noticed that his neighbor had left. He wanted to talk to her. The main character entered the airport building with his friends. He enjoyed the flight. The man greeted Tan in Yunnan. He told the boy that he looked good. The man greeted the guests. Tan explained to his interlocutor that he would have to disturb them again. The man explained that it was not worth talking about. The main character thought that the man they met looked vulgar when he smiled. The man invited the guests to take a ride in an expensive car to a hot spring. The man said he had booked a room at the Lakeview Hotel. It had a nice view of the mountains and the lake. The man was smoking and told Tanu to have fun with his friends. He promised to buy some rocks for them. Tan explained to the man that he would do everything himself. After that, the main character took a shower. Xu noted that the people around him were very polite. He realized that he needed to find something to do. The protagonist decided to take a walk. Tan told his friend that he wanted to go with him. Shu explained that he would walk alone and might meet a girl. The main character told his friend that he was very handsome and everyone would only look at him. Tan shouted at the main character to stop talking nonsense and threw him a card. The main character was walking around the city near the river. People were walking around. Xu decided to himself that he would enjoy the amazing scenery alone. The guy felt that the air around him was somehow fresh. A stranger appeared in front of him. The girl suddenly ran up to the main character at full speed and hugged and kissed him. Xu was very surprised. He did not expect that some stranger would run up to him. The main character felt very embarrassed. He did not expect a kiss from the girl. Xu felt a pleasant smell in front of him. The girl whispered to him to concentrate. The main character realized that he had already seen the stranger somewhere before recently. Xu realized that he had just been hugged by the beauty who had previously sat with him on the plane. The girl whispered to the main character again so that he could concentrate. Xu extended his arms to his new acquaintance and hugged her under her t-shirt. Xu whispered quietly to his partner that she asked him to concentrate. The girl put her hand on the guy's chest. A group of fighters was running from the side. They were looking for someone. The main character could not understand why the girl hugged him tightly. The stranger passed by and looked very closely at the main character and the girl. The man said with a smile that young people these days have no complexes at all. The fighters were looking for the girl. They ran at full speed in the opposite direction. The stranger looked to the side and thought that her pursuers had finally left. Suddenly, the girl sharply pushed the main character away from her. The guy was surprised. Xu asked the stranger with displeasure, "Why did she kiss him first, and now she's pushing him away?" The girl angrily pushed the guys away with her hands and shouted that he was a scoundrel. The stranger was silent. She looked at the main character with suspicion and displeasure. Xu thought to himself that the stranger was indeed charming, but there was something wrong with her head. The guy decided to leave as soon as possible. The main character was calmly walking along the path. Suddenly, the girl rushed behind him. A stranger ran up behind the guy and grabbed his hand to stop him. Xu was very unhappy. He asked the stranger what she was doing. The main character looked at the girl and asked sternly why she was following him. The stranger looked at the guy with interest and asked, "Was this his first kiss?" Stranger asked the guy if he was staying at the Lakeview Hotel. Shu was surprised because the girl knew where he lived. The stranger showed the guy 2 cards from the hotel. She asked him to take her there. The main character angrily snatched the cards and asked the girl how she dared to take his things. The stranger told the Strictly guy that he touched her. The guy was surprised. He didn't remember him touching the stranger. The girl told the protagonist that he was very naughty. Shu remembered how he hugged the girl and agreed with her demand. A stranger stopped a taxi. The passengers asked the driver to take them to the Lakeview Hotel. The driver was surprised. The passengers drove up to the hotel, which was several hundred meters away. The car pulled up to the entrance of a luxury hotel. The building was huge. The main character and his companion were met by the receptionist at the entrance. They headed further down the corridor. Xu opened the door to the hotel room. He remembered that the stranger kissed him at the lake. The girl decided to take a shower first. The main character thought that his companion was very beautiful and attractive. Xu decided to stretch. He started doing push-ups to tone himself up. The main character couldn't understand why the stranger kissed him. He told himself that he needed to practice first. The main character continued doing push-ups from the floor. At this time, the girl came out of the shower. The guest looked at the guy in surprise. She didn't understand what he was doing. The stranger noticed that the main character had an amazing body. Xu asked the girl if she had taken a shower yet. The girl looked at the guy and said that she had already finished taking a shower. Xu told his interlocutor that she could watch TV while he went to take a shower. The girl slyly and angrily told herself that she had more serious things to do. The stranger watched as the main character entered the shower. She waited for the door to close. The girl thought angrily that when the guy came out of the shower, he would notice that his pockets were completely clean. The stranger threw the towel aside and began to rummage through the guy's things. The girl turned out everything she saw from the drawers. She looked around at everything. The attacker did not find the wallet. She decided that the guy hid it under the pillow. The girl listened attentively. She reached out to take the pillow and find her wallet. The stranger lifted the pillow and expected to find a wallet underneath, but it was empty. The girl looked in surprise at the empty space on the bed in front of her. The stranger couldn't understand why the guy didn't have a cell phone or wallet with him. The main character, when he went to the shower, put his phone and wallet on the shelf in front of him. Xu thought to himself that it would be better to take the phone into the shower than to leave it in the room with a woman. The stranger was upset. She couldn't find any money and decided to turn on the TV. The girl thought that she didn't need to be so impulsive. She had once run away from her marriage from home. The stranger thought that it was safe to be with the main character now. She decided that Xu already belonged to her. The first kiss means a lot to everyone. The girl was sitting on the sofa. She happily thought that the guy was now in her arms. The main character was wiping his head at that time. Xu dried himself with a towel. He was very happy and told himself that he needed to act. The main character remembered that he was completely naked. He decided that it would be really bad to walk like that. Xu headed towards the exit of the shower room. He was happily humming a song to himself. The main character smiled at the stranger and asked for forgiveness for making her wait for so long. The girl looked at the guy and said that his body looked good. The stranger took a closer look and something really bothered her. She noticed a bulge. The girl rushed to the side and threw away the TV remote. She shouted at the guy to put on his pants. Xu was surprised. He told his interlocutor that she took a shower after she came in. Now she calls him a scoundrel. The girl was surprised. She realized that the main character took her for a prostitute. The stranger ran away from her marriage and hid in the room of a stranger. Xu took her for a prostitute. The protagonist noticed that the girl was crying and tears were falling on her clothes. He looked closely. The stranger was crying quietly. Xu decided to go up to her and calm her down. Xu couldn't understand why the girl was crying. He also remembered that the stranger asked him to put on his pants. The guy told the girl in a soothing voice that he would now put on his clothes. Xu reached for his pants. He told the girl not to worry and that he would get dressed now. The main character stood fully dressed. He told the girl with a smile to stop crying. The stranger answered the guy in a tearful voice that she would calm down. Xu decided to sit down next to her. The main character asked the girl, "Is she really new and is this her first time?" Xu told the girl that he didn't want to do it. The stranger turned around and thought that all men have the same thing on their minds. The girl imagined the main character as a predatory wolf. He smiled at her and said that he was a gentleman. The stranger clutched a towel in her hand. She decided to throw it at the main character. The girl swung and threw the towel at the guy. He was very unhappy. Xu looked at the crying girl with great concern. He did not understand what was happening to her. The main character was unhappy. He didn't understand. Is it really so difficult to persuade a woman? To distract himself, the main character decided to turn on the TV. He was still sitting on the couch next to the girl. Xu pressed the button on the remote control. He decided to forget about everything and get distracted. There was a program about animals on TV. They showed giraffes. The main character was watching the TV show attentively. The girl turned away at that time. The announcer on TV was talking about a heifer who was running alone across the plain. She had nothing to eat and was walking around in a panic. The stranger decided that she was as lonely as the chick on TV. The main character said that he couldn't save the lost chick. The girl decided that the guy was kind and he could help her. The stranger called the guy to her. He turned to her with great attention. The girl seriously asked her interlocutor if he considered her beautiful. The guy didn't know what to answer. Xu told the girl that she was very beautiful, but it had nothing to do with him. The stranger asked the guy, "Does he really not have a girlfriend?" The stranger looked at the main character and said that she wanted to be his girlfriend. The guy was very surprised after the proposal from a stranger. He said that he needed to think about it. The main character ran into the bathroom. He wanted to think about everything calmly. Xu knew absolutely nothing about the stranger. He decided that she might be a psychopath. The main character came out of the bathroom and sat down on the sofa. He said that he had made a decision. The interlocutor asked the guy, "What does he mean?" Xu told the girl that there was no point in being beautiful if she had no brains. He added that he didn't know her and told her to leave through the open door. The stranger quietly whispered back to the protagonist that her name was Liu Yinshui. The young boy was stunned when he heard the girl tell him her name. Why did she do it so suddenly? The girl's name is Liu Yinshui, and she began her sad story by telling how she ran away from home because her family forced her to get married. The girl continued her story and explained that at that moment men were chasing her, so she did it. The young man remembered that when she kissed him, at that moment a group of people were actually running after her. The protagonist was wondering whether he should help the unfortunate girl. She looks quite harmless and innocent. A moment later, the guy says that he can't help the unfortunate woman in any way, because after he does one thing here, he'll fly home. The girl is very nervous because she understands that if no one helps her, those people will catch her. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. The girl said that she was a second-year student at Jiangcheng University and recalled that they met on the plane. The young guy asks the girl to get down to business quickly and not beat around the bush. The girl sincerely asks for help because she doesn't know anyone in this city and she has no money. If the young man brings her back to the city, she will pay him generously. As soon as the young lady returns to her hometown, she will reward our hero. The young man will receive $500,000. The main character was very surprised to hear such an exorbitant price because a return ticket costs only a couple of thousand. A moment later, a completely logical question arises in our hero's head. Is the girl's family rich? Her grandfather was one of those who founded this country. The girl understands that now her last hope is her grandfather. The young lad thought about everything that had been said earlier for a while and then gave his verdict. He would believe the girl, but he will believe the girl on one condition: she must prove that she is a student of Jiangcheng University. As proof, the girl says that our hero can call her class teacher and talk to him. The young man decides to look up the teacher's number on the internet. After all, if the girl is trying to deceive him, the teacher's number may be fake. Therefore, he personally searches for the number on the university website. A moment later, the young boy finds the university's website and clicks on it. The young man is slightly surprised when he sees that such a teacher actually exists. A few seconds later, our hero dialed the number and introduced himself as the girl's uncle. The teacher answered all the guy's questions and dispelled his doubts. Having heard everything necessary, the boy hung up. The girl is unhappy that the boy did not believe her earlier. The brunette is very happy that the girl did not try to deceive him. He wonders how old the girl is. As it turned out, the girl is still very young. She is now 17 and will turn 18 in September. The boy sits down on the sofa and is surprised that the girl is finishing her second year, although she is not yet 18. A moment later, the young man has another question, and, without any embarrassment, he asks if the girl has a boyfriend. And so, when he receives a negative answer, he pulls her by the waist towards him and says that, from now on, he will be her boyfriend. The girl clearly did not expect such persistence and harshness from the guy, so she became slightly tense. This situation was quite strange because the girl simply did not know the guy's name. A moment later, he introduced himself. His name is Shu Qing. Our hero looked and acted very self-confident. It seemed that the girl already regretted running away from her marriage into the arms of another man. But at least it was the one she chose herself. Unexpectedly, the main character began to approach the girl. A moment later, the guy's lips were almost touching the girl's lips. She was very nervous because she didn't want this. Suddenly, the girl's stomach growled. He literally saved her from kissing the main character. The girl was very embarrassed. As it turned out, the last time she ate ramen was at the airport. The young lad felt ashamed that his girlfriend had been hungry all day and he had not taken care of it. Soon, the young man told the girl to change her clothes and go downstairs. There, he would feed her. When they finally got to the restaurant, the guy let her order whatever she wanted. She agreed without any problem. A moment later, the girl opened the menu and began to order, choosing dishes to her taste. Meanwhile, our hero ordered only rice wine. The waiter noted that this was rather strange. And so, after some time, all the dishes were ready and were already on the table in front of the children. After this, the young lad let the waiter go and said that he would be called if needed. The young lady was very grateful to her new boyfriend for taking care of her feelings. She enjoyed the food. Then the young boy turned his gaze to the girl because he saw that she was about to start eating. A moment later, the girl brought the first piece to her mouth. He was prepared to see the girl pounce on the food and eat it greedily, but that was far from the case. The young man was very surprised when he saw that even in such a situation, the girl continued to eat so elegantly. The main character could only wait because he couldn't even imagine how long she would eat. After this, the girl began to eat the noodles, and she did it extremely carefully. The young boy was shocked when he realized that the girl had only eaten one strip of noodles. And so, 3 whole hours passed. Finally, the girl finished her meal. The girl felt very awkward. Our hero got up from the table and told her that they would go to bed now. The protagonist assumed that the girl must be from a rich family, because even being so hungry, she continued to eat elegantly. The young boy heads towards the room, but they notice that the girl is far behind him. The protagonist also noticed that she was slowing down with each passing second. The young man assumed that she had simply overeaten. Then, with a hint of irritation in his voice, he asks why she is walking so slowly. Does she really want to sleep outside? The girl seemed to be very worried, but nevertheless, she entered the room. Our hero felt confident and was sure that she wanted to be alone with him. He reassured her by saying that he was a nice guy. Suddenly, the girl remembered the words of her close friend, which made her wary. A person can be polite and courteous during the day, but at night he will turn into a real beast and eat you raw. Unexpectedly, our hero picked up the bed linen and headed towards the girl. She was very worried because she didn't know what was going on in his head. The girl thought that our hero wanted her to sleep on the sofa. He threw the bed linen, but actually, the guy will be sleeping on the couch. He can't let his girlfriend sleep on the couch. Hearing this, the girl relaxed a little, because now she will feel much more comfortable. Our hero was embarrassed when she called him her boyfriend. And so, after some time, the boys went to bed, and so the night passed. The young boy was awakened by a loud phone ringing. He grabbed the phone in irritation. The young boy was very sleepy and still did not understand who was calling him. When he looked at the screen, he saw that it was Tan. Tan called the young man into the restaurant and hung up. Our hero sat on the edge of the sofa and tried to wake up. The protagonist yawned sweetly and headed for the door. He thought that his girlfriend must be awake already. Suddenly, the young girl jumped up with a loud, heart-rending scream. Hearing the scream, the boy naturally became worried. He told her that if she did not answer him immediately, he would enter the room himself. Hearing this, the girl became agitated. Moments later, she rushed to the door, screaming that he couldn't come in. The young lady asked her boyfriend to wait a little and promised that she would come out soon. Meanwhile, the young boy decided not to waste time and went to the toilet to do his morning routine. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open. It seemed to be a girl. She caught him at the moment when our hero was sitting on the toilet. He started screaming loudly and asking her to get out. She immediately ran away. Meanwhile, Tan was already having breakfast at the restaurant and was indignant that the main character had not yet arrived. But then, a moment later, a young guy enters the hall, whom his friend had been waiting for so long. The young girl walked next to him and pressed herself against his hand. It was immediately clear that they were in a relationship. Seeing this, Tan was shocked and spat out his coffee in surprise. He was surprised that his friend was able to find a girlfriend in just one night. When the guys approached the table, our hero pulled out a chair for his girlfriend. The friend was very happy for the main character and he can't wait to meet his friend's girlfriend. The young boy introduced his girlfriend. Her name is Liu Yinshui. Then, the boy introduced himself. His name is Tang. A moment later, Tan offered the girl to try one of the dishes and said that it was very tasty. And so soon, the guys began to eat. The food was top-notch. The guy wanted to know the details about his friend's relationship, how they met, and who was the first to take the initiative. The main character wanted to come up with some lie so that his friend wouldn't find out that the girl had run away from her marriage, but then she intervened. The girl said that they had met on a plane. The guy was glad he didn't have to come up with excuses. After that, he tried to change the subject and started feeding his girlfriend. Moments later, a friend teased our hero by saying that beauties always choose the beast. It seems that the main character was slightly offended by his friend's taunt because he didn't consider himself ugly. The young lad began to object and said that at least he had ambition. The young man spoke about this with his mouth full, so he suddenly did not miss the opportunity to joke about the guy looking like a pig. Suddenly, the main character suddenly fell silent. It seemed he choked. The potato got stuck in his throat. It was funny that the young man choked when he tried to object. There was quite a friendly atmosphere at the table. Then our hero was able to swallow the potato, then decided to end this topic, meanwhile, suddenly hurrying him, because they had to go to Tengchong. Tengchong is located in the west of Yunnan province. It was a jade and precious watershed in ancient times. There are countless legends about jade here. After some time, the boys got into the car and arrived at their destination. They were accommodated in a building not far from the trade fair. Meanwhile, the girl was very embarrassed because she remembered that she was supposed to have her period these days. She told him that she wanted to go to the supermarket. A moment later, she asked to lend her $50 and promised to return it later. A young guy wants to go with his girlfriend because they are in a relationship, which means he should go with her. The young girl tried her best to stop her persistent boyfriend, but it didn't work. Tan gave his friend some money and wished the guys good luck. And so, a moment later, the guys set off for their destination. The friend wished them luck on their date. Soon, the boys came to the supermarket. There was a huge queue. It seemed like they would have to wait a long time. To pass the time, he suggests guessing what flavor the stranger will choose for protection. If he guesses correctly, the girl will have to kiss him. After these words, excitement awakened in the girl. She wants to know what will happen if he still doesn't guess. The young lad wondered what he could offer her in return. If the guy still doesn't guess, he must send her back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Xu Qing agrees to this without any problems. And so soon, our hero bets on the taste of the smell of roses. Now they must check if this is true. The young lady is completely confident in herself because she does not believe that our hero can guess what flavor a passerby will choose. And so the self-confident girl walked towards the stranger to carefully take a look and check what flavor of protection he had chosen. The girl is shocked when she sees that the main character guessed everything correctly. It's just a coincidence. The guy teased her when he won their bet, so that the girl would not be too upset. The young man decided to take her to a clothing store. The girl saw a cool store with clothes that she wanted to go to try on some clothes. When the guys came to the store, the girl immediately started trying on different looks. She was stunning in all of them. The young lad admired his girlfriend and wanted to look at her some more. Half an hour later, the guys finished trying on the clothes and came to the checkout. The guy was ready to pay for all the things the girl had tried on earlier. The cashier was pleasantly shocked when she heard that the guy wanted to pay for everything. In total, it cost 19,888 yuan. The young lad was stunned when he heard such a tidy sum. It was too generous. But nevertheless, the main character still paid for his girlfriend's purchases. The cashier complimented him, saying that they were the perfect couple. Afterwards, the guys left the store. The girl felt incredibly happy and full of energy. Soon, the girl got hungry, and they went to the establishment to have a little snack. And so, the guys came to the cafe and already ordered food. The boy watched attentively how his girlfriend ate. The young man chewed his food slowly and enjoyed its taste. A moment later, the girl's plate was empty. It seemed she had finished her meal. The young boy asked her again if she had finished eating and received a positive answer. In that case, the protagonist is about to start. The girl did not immediately understand what he meant. With each passing moment, the guy was getting closer and closer to the girl's face. She was incredibly nervous. And then, a moment later, their lips finally touched. The guy got his winnings for winning the bet. At this time, outside the window, there was a cute pair of birds who were also in love with each other. The girl accidentally knocked over an empty plate out of surprise. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Suddenly, a waiter entered the room and brought the boys some tea. They suddenly moved away from each other, and our hero asked the waiter for a pack of cigarettes. After some time, the cigarettes were already on the table, and the main character began to smoke. Now the whole room was filled with cigarette smoke, and the girl began to complain that it was a disgusting smell. The guy told her that it was her fault because now he couldn't leave here until he calmed down, and cigarettes would help him with that. The girl was shocked and very embarrassed when she saw what happened to the guy's pants. She immediately headed for the exit. The young boy, without thinking, grabbed all the bags and rushed after her. Soon, the boys returned home. Unfortunately, Liu Yinshui does not want to sleep with him. Now, she does not want to see him at all. Two girls began to calm our hero 6, saying that the girl must just be embarrassed and now she needs to be alone. The girls said that they had to go, but if Xu Qing needed them, he should press the pager and they would come right away. And so the boys finally got home. They were full of bags and packages, so the guy offered to give them a pager. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the young man's mind. Could someone else go shopping with his girlfriend instead of him? After shopping, our hero fell on his bed completely exhausted. He couldn't even imagine that shopping with girls is so tiring. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had to call his sister. He had promised her he would do so when he landed. She must be worried now. At this time, the girl was just cleaning. But suddenly she was distracted by a phone call. The girl was very happy when she realized that it was Xu Qing calling her. The girl was very worried that the guy didn't call her yesterday. The girl was so worried that tears came to her eyes. The protagonist began to calm her down and say that everything was fine. He just forgot to call her yesterday, that's all. This made his sister a little angry, and she set a condition that now he had to call her every day before 6 in the evening. The young lad agreed to this without any problems, because he understood that he was to blame for this. Before hanging up, the sister asked her brother to be careful and always stay safe. The main character promised himself that he would fulfill her request, because he couldn't make the girl worry. As soon as our hero hung up, his phone rang again. It turned out to be Tang. He was about to fight Luo and Bao in the gym, so he called our hero to watch. Some time passed, and the main character went down to the gym. Everyone was already gathered. The guys were discussing the upcoming fight. Someone suggested that Tan was afraid, and so, after some time, the fight began. The guys began sparring. The fight began. No one was going to retreat. The guys delivered precise and confident blows. But besides that, they were also very good at dodging. Our hero never knew that Tan was so skilled in martial arts. When Tan wanted to make another attack, the opponent managed to grab his leg and stop the blow. But fortunately, the young man managed to get out of this situation and the fight continued. It was a brutal fight. The guys felt like fish in water. They seemed to be dancing in the fight. They continued to hit each other over and over again, neither of them backing down. And so Tan made another swing. His eyes were full of confidence and excitement. He wanted to win. The fight lasted for a very long time, but in the end, Tan was able to win. His opponent was amazed by the guy's strength and admitted his defeat. Our hero handed his friend the towels. He noticed that Tan's legs were still shaking, which meant that Lo's blows were very strong. In the end, Tan was victorious, and that was enough to prove his strength. The young boy also praised his friend for his excellent kung fu skills. Compared to him, he fights like a child. But here, as in all situations, there is also a but. If these two guys had taken the fight seriously, then Tan could very well have been in danger. Hearing this fact and remark from the outside, the guys looked at each other in surprise. They are both retired elite special forces, so Luo was worried when he fought Tang and only used 70% of his strength. The boys were surprised that our hero noticed such a small detail, but the main character had a desire to learn a few techniques, and he asked to teach him if Tan had free time. Tan can't take on the training, because he himself is not very strong in martial arts. He promises that when they return to the city, he will take his friend to a master who will teach him everything. The young boy is shocked when he hears the story that even 10 of them cannot defeat this master. When the time comes, Tang will take his friend with him to try his luck and see if he can learn anything from this great master. Our boy had a lot of questions, which he continued to ask his friend. But there were so many questions that Tan turned around and headed for the exit, while our hero continued asking questions. And so the next day came. The boys were busy training hard in the gym. Our hero began to actively prepare for the meeting with the master and train every day. He dreamed of being taught several techniques. Suddenly, his friend bursts into the room and tells him to get ready, because now they are going to buy stones. He was given 10 minutes to get ready. Our hero decided to take his girlfriend with him. The young boy went into his girlfriend's room to wake her up. Our hero knocked only a couple of times when the door opened, and his girlfriend stood on the threshold. He tells her to get ready, because now they are going to the fair. The guy promises her some bracelets if she manages to get a good emerald. It seemed that the girl knew a lot about jade and understood that it was impossible to choose any stone and get an emerald from it. But the girl is forced to refuse the guy because she feels bad and wants to stay in the room. The young man assumed that the girl is on her period. A young guy went outside and got into a car. His friends immediately started asking why he was alone, and he explained that the girls were feeling unwell. But a moment later, no one cared about it. The mood was at its highest level. They went to the fair to buy a lot of precious stones. And so, after some time, the boys come to the fair. They want to take some big stones. Before entering the fair, they received a pass which allowed them to be there. Only jewelers and China's most famous emerald cutters are allowed into the fair, so they have to pretend to be stall owners. Before going to the fair, the worker wished the children's business prosperity. There were quite a few counters and stalls here, containing many precious stones. The elderly man noted that these two guys were not professionals. It was immediately obvious. The boys carefully examined all the stones on the shelves, trying to find something precious and worthwhile. The protagonist decided to use his supervision skill to find what they needed. But as it turns out, there is not even a trace of jade here. Is it possible that the sellers brought just rock fragments to deceive them? Then the guys decide to go a little further and look at another kiosk. The seller presents his goods to them, saying that these are genuine stones from Feikan. He is ready to give a half discount on the first 5 stones. The seller continues to actively advertise his product. Our hero remembers that he already saw this guy yesterday in the supermarket. The boys begin to carefully examine these stones to understand whether they are fake or not. The seller is ready to give away the first 5 stones for half price, regardless of their size. The elderly man leans forward to personally verify that the seller is not cheating them. The main character also decided to personally verify the authenticity of these stones. A moment later, he used his supervision skill and saw an emerald inside the stone. The guys have made sure that it is not a fake. They are ready to look at its price. The shop assistant helps the polo put the heavy stone on the scale. It turns out that it weighs a whole 120 kilograms. The man is incredibly happy about this, because in total it comes to 36,000 yuan. Brother Tan is ready to pay with a card. The boys are also incredibly happy that they were able to carry the necessary stone. The boy suggested cutting the stone. They agreed. The seller and his assistant consider the guys to be cabbage rolls because they themselves do not know that an emerald is hidden inside this stone. This stone is gray in appearance and looks plain, which is why no one expects to see bright green emerald inside. Then, the friend approaches the young boy and asks his expectations about what is inside the stone. But fortunately, the main character stopped in time. He was stupefied and nervous. He almost revealed his secret about his supervision. If people found out about it, he would be in trouble. Mr. Meng was immediately interested when he heard that Tan had bought a stone with an emerald inside. The main character immediately began to justify himself and say that he said this because he believed in his friend's luck. But it made no difference, because the boy would still get the jade. And so the boys began to cut the stone. Everyone around was interested in what was about to happen. This would be the first cut of the day. Everyone couldn't wait to see what was inside. And then, a moment later, the man takes a special tool and begins to saw the stone. Everyone present held their breath and turned their curious gazes towards the stone. The man continued sawing the stone, but when he saw nothing there, he asked if he should continue. No one was going to stop them, and they were determined to saw the stone. The man broke off the first piece, which unfortunately contained nothing. Our hero began to calm his friend, telling him not to worry. The boys tell the man to continue cutting the stone. He obediently does as they ask. The man continued cutting the stone. Suddenly, they were advised to wash the stone to see if there was jade in it. And when they did, they realized that there was something there. Brother Tan was incredibly happy and grateful to our hero because he finally guessed and chose the right stone. Everyone present was shocked when they saw a bright green emerald inside the stone. No one expected to see anything like that there. Mr. Man is impressed that the boy managed to get such an expensive emerald so easily. That young lad is really lucky, that's real luck. The boy was grateful to our hero because if it weren't for him, he would hardly have been able to guess the right stone. Out of euphoria and joy, Tan hit his friend hard on the shoulder, which caused him to start to hurt. The boy was very happy and wanted to hug his friend because he was very grateful to him. Everyone around was looking at them. Suddenly, a hand went up in the crowd and a stranger offered 1,000,000 yuan for a bright green emerald. The old man turned around and looked at the one who said that. It was Nanan. This fat man is clearly a large man, but his face is soft, like a little girl's. As it turns out, this man is also a famous jeweler in Yunnan province, so it's best to respect him. The man asked to stop teasing him. Mr. Man is not here to find an emerald, but to buy some horses with his friend. Then he started teasing the man because he wanted to buy such an expensive emerald for only 1,000,000 yuan. Was this a joke? If a man still wants to buy this emerald, he should name a good and worthy price, and not this childish babble. When this emerald is cut, it will be worth at least 2 million, so no one is going to sell the emerald for 1 million. Nanan watches with curiosity and some envy as the man cuts an emerald out of a stone. The rest of the guys, seeing that one of the guys was lucky, decide to try their luck too and run up to the kiosk. When they finished cutting the emerald, they gave it to their boss. It's a pretty good piece of emerald. Brother Tan threw a wad of money to the man who was helping him cut the emerald out of the stone. It was a bonus for him. The black-haired boy was very excited about such a pleasant bonus. He is grateful to his boss. It is a fresh emerald, warm and smooth. A moment later, Nanan raises the price and offers 1,800,000 yuan for the emerald. It's a good price, but after production the profit is not that big, so Tang has to accept this offer. At this time, Tan throws the emerald to Mr. Meng and goes off to find some more valuable stones. Now the boy is an acre and takes our hero with him to go looking for stones. Mr. Man agrees to sell the emerald to the man. The young guys follow the lead of the main character and his friend in order to learn from them the skill of choosing stones. And so, the guys went after them, wondering along the way who these mysterious guys really were. The guys continue their search and Tan bought another stone and asked to cut it, hoping to find pieces and fries there. The workers fulfilled his request and began sawing the stone. Everyone watched with curiosity. Everyone present was disappointed because this is already the fifth stone that has nothing in it. It seems that Tan is not so cool in this matter. Our hero's right eye is a little oversalted, so he needs to take a break to continue helping his friend. He wants to find a place to rest. A friend is going to treat the young lad to lunch because he helped him a lot today. Suddenly, someone calls them. When the boy turns around, he sees Mr. Man running and trying to catch up with them. Luckily, the man arrived just in time. He brought drinks with him so they could cool down. The protagonist asks if Mr. Man has any eye drops by any chance. Luckily, he has some on hand. Brother Tan opens a jar of cool drink. Meanwhile, our hero opens a bottle of eye drops. One of the boys starts drinking and the other puts drops in his eyes. They do it synchronously. And now, just a moment later, when they have gained strength and energy, the guys are ready to continue their search. The boys walked further between the kiosks and approached a counter behind which stood a pretty girl. When the gaze of this stranger and Mr. Man met, their faces immediately changed. They were shocked and seemed not to expect to meet each other here. When the man saw the girl, he grabbed her hand because he thought that their misunderstanding had long been resolved. But the girl just turned around and walked away proudly. The boys couldn't figure out who this mysterious stranger was. As it turned out, it was a beautiful girl, Mr. Man's wife. He looked sadly, "All." The man shouts after her, but she is tired of repeating that there is nothing between them anymore. Their relationship is over. The girl doesn't want to listen to all this nonsense and tells them to come only if they want to buy stones. The guys are very sorry to watch this situation because they see that the man is very upset about this. Suddenly, the main character simply walks away from the guys and heads in the other direction, while they look after him with incomprehension. Brother Tan suggests that the man wait for them aside while they go and buy some stones. The gray-haired man's eyes fill with tears at the mere sight of his wife. He seems to be truly in love. Meanwhile, our hero approaches the counter and asks how much the girl will sell these 2 stones for. Since these stones come from the Manji mine, 1 kilogram costs 3,000 yuan. The young man understands that they are trying to deceive him because the price of these stones could not have increased so quickly. Nevertheless, he decides to check whether it is worth it. After a moment, our hero decides to buy these 2 stones and asks if she accepts payment by card. The girl understands that it seems that this young man is really going to buy the stones and now she needs to forget about anger in the place. The girl agrees to the deal. First, she is going to find an assistant who will help her weigh the stones. A friend tells our hero to send the stones to another stand because they plan to cut them after lunch. Then, the protagonist asks to deliver these stones to the stand number 56. They will cut them themselves. The total weight of the stones is 109 kilograms, which comes to 327,000 yuan. The girl says she will send the stones later. After this, the young boy calls Mr. Man and tells him that 2 stones are about to be delivered, and he must keep an eye on them. The boy threatened that if the man failed to complete this task, he would fry him. The boys don't understand why Mr. Man is so angry. It seems it's all because of the woman who broke his heart. Suddenly, 3 men in business suits appear in front of the guys. They look very confident and cool. But as soon as a man notices them, you can read horror and fear in his gaze. The men walk confidently towards the frightened Mr. Man, who is unable to move from nerves. A sly smile appears on the face of this black-haired stranger. It's as if he's mocking him. After a moment, he comes closer to him and exhales smoke from his cigarette directly into his ear. Suddenly, the man can't stand such pressure and grabs this self-confident brat by the collar. His assistants immediately begin to worry about their boss, ready to stand up for him at any moment. Suddenly, 2 more men appear on their path. Brother Tan is already starting to flex his fists because he understands that the atmosphere here is becoming tense. Mr. Man is clearly aggressive towards this self-confident stranger. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard in the distance. It was the man's ex-wife who was running towards them. She grabs her ex-boyfriend by the hand and screams. She hoped that he had changed in these 2 years, but he had not. She doesn't want to listen to his excuses. She is now an executive director of a large company, and if he doesn't want her fired, he better get out. The man is full of hatred and anger, but after a few moments he decides to accept it and move on. The humiliated man walks away silently. while his comrades look after him with surprise and concern. The man wished and headed towards one of the kiosks. The man sat down at one of the counters completely broken. He did not know what to do next. Soon, his comrades came running to him. Brother Tang was also angry. He really wanted to hit that cocky bastard, but he couldn't afford it. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach began to rumble. It seemed to be a sign that he was hungry. Just at that moment, there was a food stall nearby selling delicious noodles and lunchboxes. It was just in time for the guys, so our hero immediately ran towards the smell of delicious food. A moment later, our hero sat on a motorcycle with a trailer, on which sat a stranger who was counting money. As it turned out, the youth bought all the lunchboxes, and thanks to this, the woman will be able to return home earlier. The boys were already very hungry, and the man, out of grief, decided to drink alcohol. Tanu can't wait to cut these stones, which they bought at such a high price. Brother Tang is worried that drunk Mr. Meng might accidentally break the emerald. Hearing this, the man laughed a little. After 10 minutes, people slowly began to gather around stand 56, because everyone wanted to see how they would cut such expensive stones. Xu Qing warned the workers that these stones would need to be cut very carefully. After that, they got to work. Mr. Meng, with a smile on his face, reasoned that if there was an emerald inside these stones, Bai would simply die of envy and anger. These thoughts consoled him. A moment later, the worker set to work. He carefully began to cut this huge stone. Everyone present did not understand what was happening here, because first they wiped the rough stone instead of starting to cut. The boys began to worry that there would be nothing inside the stone, but our hero calmly reassured them. Suddenly, the entire crowd that surrounded their counter began to rejoice and shout in surprise. Inside the stone was a pure green emerald. Its price skyrocketed. Any piece could be sold for about 400,000 yuan. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the pillars. The stranger was willing to buy this rough stone for 2 billion yuan. Unexpectedly, someone from the crowd offered a whopping 25 million yuan for this green emerald. A moment later, everyone in the crowd starts shouting out the price and a real auction begins. The people in the crowd are quite interesting because the emerald has not yet fully revealed itself, and they are already starting to raise the stakes. The black-haired boy is very happy because he understands that he can take the emerald remains for himself. A grimace of madness and azat appears on his face. This feeling is captivating. Suddenly, the comrade again pokes our hero in the shoulder and says that he is lucky again. Everyone around is amazed because the main character's emerald is the size of a bowling ball, while before that, they found an emerald the size of a chicken egg. Mr. Man wants to buy this emerald in exchange for a bath of wine. Naturally, he's joking. A real farce begins around because everyone wants to buy this emerald and continues to raise the stakes. Suddenly, someone offers 40 million yuan for this beautiful emerald. The young boy turns around and tries to understand who made such a bet, because the man's voice is very familiar. A moment later, and the crowds come out Nanan, who had previously bought a smaller emerald from them. This is the man who buys stones. The main character immediately recognizes this man as the one who bought the stone from his friend earlier. Our hero peers closely into the crowd and finally finds the right person, Baya. But the guys weren't going to sell this emerald for just 40 million yuan. They wanted to drive up the price. The black-haired man admits that this emerald is very valuable, but he still cannot get the whole stone. It is because of this that he offers to buy this emerald in half for 25 million yuan. Well, it's not that simple because the owner of this stone is Xu Qing. Our hero gives the right to choose to Mr. Meng. Having heard the approval, the guys decide to take this stone half with Nanan. It turned out to be very profitable. Unexpectedly, our hero told the man that the buyer were there. The man spotted him in the crowd and immediately got angry. But the guy asks his friend not to get angry because he has a plan. After that, he suggests cutting the second stone that they bought earlier. The man didn't believe that these guys would be able to find something valuable again because it was simply impossible. Mr. Man wanted to cut this stone himself, but our hero asked him to be careful. He would show him where to make the cut. A moment later, the main character took the chalk and drew a white line on the stone. The young man said that this stone had to be cut in half at one time. The man was worried that they couldn't cut an emerald like that, but the young boy asked him to trust him. Everything was under control. Everyone gathered around and held their breath, preparing for the upcoming event. Mr. Man decided to trust our hero. Mr. Meng is determined to make a cut where Xu Qing left the chalk mark. A moment later, the saw touches the stone. With one movement, the man split this stone, but this stone was completely covered with dirt inside, so it needed to be washed with water. The assistants ran up and poured several liters of water on the stone to wash it and take a look at what was inside. Mr. Man was shocked by what he saw inside the stone. He literally fell into a stupor. The man was incredibly happy that he trusted our hero. After all, they didn't cut the emerald. The young boy looked at his friend with confidence and support. There seemed to be more people gathered around the counter, all of whom were expecting to see something cool. Everyone around was shouting that this green emerald would soon skyrocket in price. These shouts attracted more and more people. Mr. Man looked closely at the contents of the stone, trying to figure out what was inside. Ice or emerald? The man was inspired and proud of what he was able to obtain inside this stone. A moment later, he majestically raised the stone, inside of which was a glass ice emerald. Everyone present opened their mouths in amazement. Baye was stunned by what he saw with his own eyes. He couldn't believe it. It was simply impossible. The young boy praised his friend for finishing cutting the stone, but it is very strange that no one continues to bargain. This is the finest and highest quality emerald, which means it is priceless. That is why no one bids. Mr. Man began to carefully examine this unusual emerald to estimate its value. A moment later, the man, with a wide smile on his face, announces that this precious stone is worth about 200 million yuan. The main character was also shocked by how high the price of this emerald was. Mr. Man sincerely thanks our hero for his help. Immediately after this, Mr. Man turns around and looks into the crowd, trying to find his sworn enemy with his eyes. Bai was incredibly angry. He felt humiliated and insulted. The only thing he could do was grit his teeth and remain silent. A moment later, everyone started to haggle over this precious stone. A real farce begins among the crowd. The price is really very high, so only really rich merchants can afford to buy this stone. Suddenly, a voice is heard from the crowd. The new bet is 300 million yuan. The young boy turns around and sees a handsome middle-aged man in a business suit and with a beard. Mr. Man is surprised that someone would bid so high. He raised it by 60 million. Suddenly, the man glances at the stranger's suit and notices some interesting embroidery on his lapel. Mr. Man realizes that this embroidery seems very familiar to him. Everyone present began to resent the stranger for raising the bet by 60 million at once. Young people are impulsive when they see a good stone. It became clear that this guy was from a very rich and respected family. But the stranger doesn't care what people around him say. He's waiting to see if someone will raise the stake on the stone. This family is known as the gods of the jade industry with a passion for jade. This family is already 400 years old. Everyone started asking whether the price that this amateur had set was considered valid. Mr. Meng thinks they should accept this offer, that it is quite a good one. Most likely, no one will raise the price higher. But it was not to be. A moment later, some man raised the bet to 3 billion yuan. Everyone around fell silent. A moment later, everyone present started a real farce and looked at this madman, who didn't even bat an eye. The man extended his hand and offered cooperation. He said he would transfer the money a little later. Everyone stood with their mouths open. Mr. Man handed the emerald over to the stranger without any problems or hesitation. It seemed he had no doubts about it at all. The stranger admired this color. It is a very valuable glassy green emerald. The stranger admired it. A moment later, the respectable man hands over his business card and asks Mr. Man to call him if he has any more emeralds. The man looks closely at this business card and understands that it is jade, which means it is more expensive than gold. Everyone present began to discuss how noble a person Mr. Man really was. A stranger glanced slyly at the crowd and the thought flashed through his mind that they must have many more precious stones. This cunning boy quietly headed towards the counters. But suddenly one of the men noticed him and asked where he was going. The two began to discuss some topic, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. The boy doesn't understand why his friend is screaming like that, because now they need to be as quiet as possible, but his friend has already disappeared without a trace. The bald man decided not to miss the opportunity, so he immediately ran to the counter to buy up all the stones and get emeralds. The man wants to somehow annoy Meng, because he has become too arrogant. A moment later, the man pushed the other man, causing him to drop his cigarette. His assistant came over and helped his boss up. He was incredibly angry about everything that was happening. This stone should be his. It irritates him that someone is trying to use it for their own interests. A verbal altercation begins between the men. They all begin to fight over the stones. Their humanity leaves them. Suddenly, two strangers in suits approach the man and are about to make an important announcement. They say that this is not a place to spend your money. All the valuable rough stones were not bought in stalls 44 and 64. They were bought in another stall. Anyone who wants to can look into kiosk number 18? Bai praised his subordinates. Nobody understands what's going on here. It seems they actually bought them at stall number 18. These two stalls have just opened, so those who haven't paid must put the stones back. Mr. Meng was very angry that Bai had stolen all his clients so easily. Our hero tried to calm him down. It seemed like the young lad had some kind of plan already prepared. He headed off somewhere. Our hero asked a passerby for a brush and a can of red paint. Mr. Man immediately understood what the guy was up to. A moment later, the young lad began to move a paintbrush over the stones. I wonder what he was thinking. Suddenly, the man called Luo and bowed to him. He wanted to tell them something important. There was a real commotion all around, because everyone wanted to find their way to stand number 18. It caused a real furor. Suddenly, Mr. Man catches up with the crowd of people and begins his speech. He admits that the stones were indeed bought from stalls 44 and 64, but they haven't even cut the stones yet and they can't know for sure. No one can know for sure if there is an emerald in there, so the man volunteers to cut them open and find out. Everyone immediately stopped because they became curious about what would happen next. They notice Baya's frightened eyes. It is easy to read fear and apprehension in his gaze. A moment later, Mr. Meng finished cutting the stone and called those present to look at what was inside. As it turned out, there was nothing inside at all. These were the most ordinary stones. Was someone trying to trick them? And so, all the customers returned to Mr. Man again. The line was incredibly long. It was a complete disaster, because now Bei's reputation was at rock bottom. They hoped that it could somehow be raised. Everyone was delighted. Mr. Man really should thank our hero for this. He did all this. It seemed that the young lad was very embarrassed to hear so much praise directed at him. Suddenly, some stranger pulled the young boy by the hem of his t-shirt. As it turned out, it was some little girl who came to give him the check. The young boy thanked the girl and took the small box she handed him. The protagonist couldn't believe that they sent a little girl to deliver the check. When the young man checked the box, he gave it to Mr. Man and asked him to put it on his account. Mr. Man decided to examine the box, and when he picked up the check, he saw some kind of pendant at the bottom. Brother Tan wanted to take a look at it himself, and so, a moment later, he took it out of the box. It was probably an additional gift. The first thought that came to Tan's mind was that this guy was a bit of a cheapskate. Why was the pendant so small? Mr. Man took a close look at the pendant and immediately realized that it had very high-quality micro-engraving. A moment later, he asked one of his assistants for a magnifying glass to examine the pendant even more closely. Immediately after this, he brought the lens to his eye and immediately saw that there was a fairly high level of quality and detail here. The pendant had a very beautiful engraving. It depicted a beautiful woman who captivated with her beauty. She was dressed in beautiful clothing. He explained that men wear the goddess of mercy and women wear the Buddha. Mr. Man tells our hero to wear the pendant and not to lose it. A moment later, the man hands the pendant over to its rightful owner. The protagonist was wondering how much it cost. Those who know what it is think it is worth millions, and those who don't think it is worth nothing. The main character finds it hard to believe that the pendant is so valuable. Mr. Man goes out on business and leaves the store to one of the boys. There were still a few stones in the warehouse that needed to be watched. That same day, the price of all the stones in store number 56 was raised. But even in spite of this, all the stones were sold. Brother Tan found a big stone and thought there might be something inside it. He wants to check it out. But our hero doesn't want to do that at all. This is the 10th cut, but they still haven't found anything. Brother Tan is already very tired, and he wants to quickly find the right stone. Suddenly, he hears the sound of cutting the stone. Hearing this sound, Brother Tang immediately rushed forward to see what was happening. It seemed that Brother Tan was really disappointed that he hadn't found anything. They had arrived just in time because the boy was already tuning the instrument. And now, just a moment later, the saw touches the stone and begins to cut it into pieces. When they look inside the stone, they see just a few green emeralds. Nothing special. But the old man doesn't seem upset by this at all. He offers to cut him up a little more. The boys immediately notice that the old man is in a good mood. Brother Tan notices that the young boy is very excited. Is it possible that there is something in the stone? The young boy breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he heard that there was nothing inside the stone. The guy used his supervision and saw that there really was something valuable in the stone. The disappointed boys went away. They were upset that they couldn't find anything. After this, our hero approached the old man and politely asked if he could sell him the broken stones that were lying on the ground. The young lad really wanted to buy the stone fragments, which greatly surprised the old man. The gray-haired man allowed our hero to take these stones for free, because they were just fragments. but the protagonist refused such a generous offer and said that he insisted on paying. The elderly man looks at our hero with curiosity and does not understand why he is behaving this way. The old man puts a price of 20,000 yuan on these stones, and the protagonist immediately starts looking for money for them. Mr. Meng says it's a waste of money, because such small stones can only contain small jades. No one listens to him. Now that the old man has received the money, he gives these fragments to our hero. Then the young boy asks permission to use his cutting machine. The man is not at all against it, and even volunteers to help the main character. But our hero politely declines the offer because he would like to try to do it himself. And then, just a couple of seconds later, the characteristic sound of cutting stone was heard at the fair. Passers-by crowded around and watched what was happening. Everyone was shocked that they were cutting the stone that they were going to throw away. The old man also watches this and is very surprised when he sees purple jade inside the stone. Everyone present was delighted with our hero's luck. The old man praises the young man's luck and offers 3 million yuan to buy the stone. Everyone around him is just discussing how lucky the young man is. Envious glances are directed in his direction. The young lad explains that he is not going to sell the stone. He wants to make a pendant out of it for his girlfriend. Brother Tan is happy for his comrade and says that he should also take his half of the jade. The protagonist agrees to split the stone without any problems, but if he can only carve one pendant, he will give it to his girlfriend. Mr. Meng also wants half of the stone, but it is too small. So, our hero promises to give him the ice jade next time. Meanwhile, people continue to discuss our hero and his friends, saying that they were just lucky. Unexpectedly, the old man offers to make a bet with him, since our hero is so confident in himself. It seemed that this proposal interested the young lad and he wanted to hear the terms. The protagonist thought it was a trap, so he decided to simply ignore the old man. The old man continues to insist on his own and still wants to voice the terms of the deal. Brother Tan wonders what kind of bet this mysterious merchant wants to make. If our hero manages to find at least a small piece of ice emerald in the stones before the end of the fair, the old man is willing to pay twice as much for it and also carve a purple pendant for him for free. But if the protagonist fails to fulfill this condition, the purple jade will be sold to the old man at a low price. The young boy has an advantage, because even if he doesn't find the ice jade, he will sell the purple jade at the regular price. And if the guys can find another jade, the victory will also belong to Shu Qin. The old man wants to seal the bet on paper. Brother Tan pushes our hero to accept this deal, because with his luck, finding jade is a piece of cake. This makes the main character think, because he understands all the pros and cons of this proposal. Suddenly, Mr. Meng walks up to the elderly man and looks at him carefully. As it turns out, the man knows Mr. Shui. They just met at a jade carving conference. Mr. Shui is rumored to be one of the most influential figures in the world of jade carving, and any piece of jade bearing his signature can fetch a high price at auction. But the old man has a strange temperament. In 3 years, the man has carved only one piece of jade. That is why his masterpieces are so few, but all of them are of high quality. Mr. Man does not understand why he would make a bet with a young boy when he has all sorts of carving materials. The old man does not consider it necessary to explain why he proposed such a bet, and is waiting for our hero's answer. Mr. Man is not going to give up and continues to try to dissuade the old man from doing this. But suddenly, Brother Tang intervenes, also asking the man not to interfere. The last word will be Shu Qin's. Mr. Man resigned himself because he realized that the old man was too stubborn and could not be persuaded. He should not offend his friends because of him. A moment later, the main character has already thought over his decision and decided to agree to the bet, but before that he wants to add his own condition. The gray-haired man listens to the young boy with undisguised interest. If the young man wins, the jade must be processed into a pendant within 2 days. He does not need double the price because he has no shortage of money. The boy voiced his conditions. If the old man agrees to them, then the young man is ready to start fulfilling the bet. The old man, without a moment's hesitation, agrees to this, but he says that even if the guy loses, the old man will give him the pendant. A moment later, the boys head off to wander around the fair in search of stones. The protagonist is confident. He definitely won't need many days to find the ice jade. He uses his right eye. Our hero and his friends had been wandering around the fair for an hour, looking for the right stone. Suddenly, he saw a stone of a strange shape, with a strange crack. The main character became interested in this strange stone and began to look at it closely. Interestingly, the cracks on the surface of this stone are so obvious that you can see what is inside the stone. A moment later, the young boy decides to test this stone with his supervision. And when the main character uses his skill, he sees yellow jade inside the stone. This jade is not damaged by the cracked stone. Several bright cloud patterns have formed on it, as if it is made entirely of misty cloud. A moment later, the young boy asks the seller the price of this strange stone. A kilogram of this stone costs 5,000 yuan, but our hero doesn't like this price and tries to bargain. This yellow sandstone weighs at least 200 kilograms, but it is still better to buy it cheaper. There was no need to bargain for long, because after just a moment the seller agreed to lower the price to 3,000 yuan per kilogram. The cunning man is going to trick our hero into buying a few more stones. In total, the price of this stone comes to 696,000 yuan. The main character agrees to this and gives his card to make the payment. The merchant is very happy that the deal was successful and immediately gives the boy the terminal so that he can pay. A man with a smug expression on his face is ready to accept money into his account. Suddenly, our hero's friend crept up behind him and shouted loudly, "He decided to scare him!" Brother Tang notices our hero's seriousness and determination. He really wants the ice jade. Brother Tan notes that our hero has rather specific tastes and promises to find a black African woman for him tomorrow. But the young lad immediately refuses such an offer. He doesn't need it. Now it's time for the old man to watch the stone being cut, but Brother Tan asks him not to rush. But the young boy is worried that the old man might not keep his promise and run away. The old man is standing by that stand, looking at the stones. He is obsessed with jade, so the sound of cutting the stone will definitely make him come. A moment later, Mr. Man walked towards the boys. Mr. Man is really impressed with his friends. The old man is a first-class jade carver, but the boys managed to make him look like a joker. It doesn't seem that way to the young lad at all. A moment later, the young man takes a marker and begins to make marks on the stone to begin cutting. And now, soon the moment will come when the main character will begin to cut the stone. Our hero looks like a real professional. He will earn a fortune by buying this stone for such a price. The old man offers to buy another stone. Mr. Meng immediately notices that this old man is quite cunning. He is ready to beat this impudent fellow if there is no jade inside the stone. The gray-haired man is busy looking at the stones, but suddenly he is distracted by the voice of our hero. As soon as the old man heard a familiar voice, he immediately rushed towards the sound. He came running just as the boys were about to start cutting the stone. Is it possible to get jade from such a strange stone? Our hero tells the worker to cut the stone well and then polish it. The man does not believe that there is an emerald inside. If so, he is ready to eat the stone. But the boy won't let him do that, since he wants to fill his stomach so much he can eat the pieces of the shards. A moment later, the worker picked up the saw and prepared to cut the stone. The man is more than sure that there is nothing inside the stone. It is nothing more than a piece of garbage. The man is irritated and says that our hero doesn't seem to understand stones at all. The young boy says that it is none of his business. He spent 600,000 yuan on this stone, and now he can cut it any way he wants. A moment later, the boss comes up to the guy and slaps him on the back of the head. If he doesn't want to work, he can go home and feed the kids milk. Seeing this, the whole crowd watching the guys burst into laughter. They all started laughing at the humiliated guy. The unfortunate boy imagined in his head a horrible picture of 2 bottles of milk hanging on his chest. And so the disgraced guy screams loudly and agrees to polish this stupid stone. Soon, the boy takes the necessary tool and carefully begins to polish the stone. At this moment, a beautiful snow-white dove flies over the children. The guy continues polishing the stone, but suddenly his expression changes. He is clearly shocked by something. The protagonist says to water the stone to see what's inside. A smile appears on his face. When the water runs off the stone, it becomes clear that there is yellow jade inside. Everyone around is shocked that Shu Qing has found jade again. Those present begin to heatedly discuss this jade of a pleasant oily yellow color. This is not just yellow jade, this is high-quality yellow oil jade. Everyone admires our hero's luck and does not understand how he constantly manages to find such stones. The gray-haired man was very surprised that another piece of ice jade was found so quickly, but it doesn't matter anymore. The elderly man looks at this stone with admiration and reaches out to it with his hands. The realization that this jade now belongs to him makes his blood run cold. Just from the realization that this beauty now belongs to him through and through, the blood runs cold in the veins and the breathing slows down. The old man's eyes filled with real tears of happiness and euphoria. He can't wait to get the jade. The elderly man got so carried away that he climbed right under the saw and almost lost his fingers. He needed to keep a close eye on this old man so that, God forbid, nothing happened to him. The gray-haired man accepted his defeat without any problem. As he had promised, he would pay double for the stone. The young lad looked at the old man with a sly smile. The main character doesn't need money at all. He remembers the last condition he set earlier. The gray-haired man hoped that the boy had forgotten about this condition, but it was not to be. The old man actually promised him this, so he must fulfill his promise in order not to lose his reputation. The old man tells him that the purple jade will be ready the day after tomorrow and asks him to give his phone number. The young man said that he would not sell the jade for double the price, but would give it to him if the old man offered the current price. This is all because he thinks that the best yellow jade will only have value if it ends up in the hands of an old man. Since the man is already old, his hands are shaking and he cannot see clearly, suddenly his grandson enters the workshop. The grandson wants to play with his grandfather, but he is worried that he is very tired. The old man will always find time for his grandson. Thoughts come to mind that perhaps it is time for the man to retire, time to prepare for the final cut. The old man has been looking for jade for a long time to carve it one last time. He is even ready to be deceived or lose money. Suddenly, an elderly man grabs our hero by the hand, and he does not understand what is happening. A moment later, the old man bows before the young boy and sincerely thanks him for everything. Our hero takes Mr. Shui by the hand and invites him to look at the stone. He thinks they are in for a surprise. The man has almost finished his work. Now he is busy grinding. It's only a short time before the yellow jade comes out. This is the final stage of polishing. The gray-haired man was stunned when he saw this extraordinary yellow jade. A moment later, an old man rushed towards the jade, shouting that it was a golden Buddha on the clouds. The old man grabbed it in his arms and hugged it. He never thought he would hold such a miracle in his hands. The young boy did not immediately understand why the old man began to talk about Buddha. When our hero looked at this jade, he really saw Buddha there. The protagonist told the old man that he would sell him this jade, and he could take it and carve it the way he liked. The old man burst into tears. If he said he couldn't afford the stone, would the boy still give it to him? Hearing these words from Mr. Shui, everyone looked at each other and stared at him in surprise. Is this jade so expensive that even Mr. Shui himself, with a fortune of over 100 million, said that he couldn't afford it? Our hero promised to lower the price for him, and he could just drag him back and cut him out if he wanted. The old man doesn't want to take advantage of the boy's kindness. He wants to talk to him in person, so they need to step away. The young lad will agree to this only if the old man feeds him. The old man finally figured out how to buy this stone. It will feed Shu Qin for the rest of his life. Then, the gray-haired man carefully examines the protagonist from head to toe while he stands there in confusion. Mr. Meng said that our hero would be able to earn a living for the rest of his days if he mastered at least 30% of the art of jade carving. As it turned out, Mr. Shui was going to teach the protagonist the art of jade carving. But even if the old man is going to teach the young man, he doubts he will have time to teach him. He would just like to sell the jade for less. Studying can wait, but now the old man invites the main character to his home. Hesitating in such a matter is quite normal. When the young man sees his work, he will definitely not be able to refuse. After a moment, the young boy finally agrees to go to the old man's home. So, the guys are getting ready to visit. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a car horn. How did it get here? A few seconds later, a luxurious black car drives between the counters. It is immediately obvious that these people are from a respected family. The car brakes sharply and stops near one of the counters. A moment later, a respectable man in a business suit gets out of the car. As it turns out, this is Mr. Shui's son. He wants to help his father, but he tells him not to worry and to quickly invite the guests into the car. The man obediently fulfills his father's request and invites the boys to sit in the car. Mr. Man looks closely at this man and realizes that he has most likely seen him somewhere before. The car sets off while Mr. Man is still trying to remember where he saw this man before. Some time passed and Mr. Man asked to stop the car. He wants to take his car and go after them. Soon, the man gets into his white car. Suddenly, an idea came into Mr. Man's head. If he had known that this man was Mr. Shui's son, he would not have driven his car. Some time passed, and the guys finally arrived at the right place. Our hero was delighted when he saw the old man's house. It's a quiet and elegant place to spend the rest of your life in peace. The old man has a great sense of taste. There is not a single piece of modern furniture here, only rarities. You feel like you are in the past. This is a very strange place because the guys feel like they are in a museum. Our hero is interested in what they will feed him. The old man asks Goyen to accompany the guests and not to worry about him. At this time, the old man continues to hug and press the golden Buddha to himself. He wants to examine it from all sides. The son grumbles at his father, calling him ignorant, and asks the guests not to be offended by him. For him, jade is above all else. Mr. Meng says that if they went back 400 years, he would become the legend Lu Zhang. But the boy said that was far from true. If only he had a Kunwu jade knife. It seems that Meng feels depressed in front of Mr. Shui. Brother Tang noticed this. If the man is not mistaken, then those people should also have the surname Lu. No wonder he sold the jade for 300 million yuan. The old man is surprised to hear such a sum. A moment later, an elderly man approaches our hero to check out this jade. But our hero has started to brush this off. He wants the old man to bring him something to eat, otherwise their deal is off. Hearing this, the old man quickly orders his servants to prepare a large dinner and bring something to drink. The old man was upset that the main character was thinking only about food and not about the beauty of Buddha. No matter how valuable jade or emerald is, it is simply a sought-after product of nature. This product is nothing more than a rarity. But I wonder how many people have been tempted to become sinners for its sake. The old man was angry at his son for such words, because it is thanks to these stones that he feeds his 7 sayaks. The man didn't want to offend his father, so he immediately apologized. A moment later, he added that he was leaving in 2 days, so for now he would stay at home with his father. Suddenly, the old man calls the young boy to him. He sits down at the table and begins to write something. The old man earns little these years, so he first decides to pay 100 million yuan for this golden jade. If the young man does not want to study, the old man will collect another 100 million yuan for him. But a moment later, our hero, with a smug expression on his face, refuses this. The young lad says that he simply does not have time to carve jade because he is studying. A moment later, the young man realizes that this jade carving course costs 100 million yuan. That's a lot of exclamation points. Our hero's friends just look away. I understand that the young man is now talking complete nonsense. The old man advised not to refuse such an offer because he does not take just anyone as an apprentice. A man takes on especially gifted people as his students. But the boy doesn't understand what he's talking about. As it turns out, the answer to this phrase lies in jade. The young boy still doesn't understand what is being talked about, but the old man tells him that he needs to look at the number of patterns on the jade. Golden Buddha on clouds. Actually, jade has a natural layer of cloud pattern. The old man counted all the clouds in this jade and gave the same task to our hero. He must do it in a quarter of an hour. Having said these words, the man hands the jade to the protagonist and says that he expects him in 15 minutes. But if our hero makes a mistake, the old man refuses to teach him, and they will simply forget about this offer. If the young boy manages to calculate everything correctly, he will become his last student. It is important to follow the rules. This jade carving of the sealing knife will be his inheritance. As it turned out, the old man was not trying to take advantage of anything. If he became his disciple, he would receive a beautifully carved piece of yellow jade. As soon as the young man realized this, he immediately felt ashamed, because he had a completely different opinion about the old man. A moment later, the boy answers the old man's question and names the number of clouds located on the jade. Everyone present suddenly fell silent and stared at our hero in silence. They are shocked that our hero answered the question so quickly because the master hasn't even said that they can start the task. Upon hearing the correct answer, the old man laughed loudly and said that the protagonist definitely deserved to be trained. The average person can only see about 6 clouds, and it took the man 15 minutes to count them. The gray-haired man officially declared that this was his last student. He would finally be able to pass on his knowledge to a worthy person. Realizing this brought tears to my eyes. It was very touchingly sad. Brother Tang suggested to his friend that the man should be quickly called a master to cheer him up. A moment later, the young boy calls the old man master and asks if he should kneel. But the old man says that this is just being polite. Instead, he asks for a cup of tea. The protagonist begins to frantically look around in search of tea, and then notices it on the tray. A moment later, he brings the cup of tea to his master and politely hands it over. Our hero's friends giggle, noting that our hero is not at all formal. This is how traditions are lost. But as it turned out, the main character made a slight mistake and brought not tea, but an energy drink. It was a horse energy drink that gave double the strength. The old man drank it. A moment later, our hero wants to return the money to the master with which he paid for the jade. But the elderly man flatly refuses to accept the money, as this might lead to the idea that he was simply taking advantage of his student. The young guy decides not to convince him to take the money, because he understands that the man is very stubborn. The son, when he heard that our hero did not need this money, suggested donating it to the charity project Nadezhda. But the main character, and even his master, flatly refused to even listen to the rest of this idea. Donations are often stolen these days, so our hero doesn't want to trust that kind of money to donate. Many people take most of the donations and only a small portion of the money goes to those in need. One day, our hero's school organized an event to donate money to the affected area. That day, all the kids happily and enthusiastically donated their money to help. Even though our hero didn't have much money, he donated as much as he could because every little thing matters. Rumor has it that each class donated about 1,000 yuan, which is a lot of money. It was quite a large sum for that time. The guy continued his story. One day, he entered the teacher's room because he did not understand one topic and wanted the teacher to help him. The teacher was happy to help the student master the new topic, but our hero noticed something strange. He saw a letter expressing gratitude for a donation of 500 yuan. After hearing such a heartbreaking story, the old man said that something similar had happened to him. A moment later, the master and the student hugged each other tightly because they understood their feelings like no one else. Soon, an elderly man asks our hero to show him the pendant he received earlier. Just a few seconds later, the protagonist takes a pendant out of his pocket, and the old man says that it is indeed Lu Zigang's doing. The face of the jade goddess is compassionate and charming. The master who made this pendant is obviously incredibly talented. A moment later, their fascinating conversation is interrupted by a servant who announces that the food is ready. The young boy can't wait to taste some delicious food because he's very hungry. The elderly master asks not to shout so loudly and continues to look at this beautiful pendant. In the search for good jade, luck is very important. Many become addicted to it, like gambling. The old man asks to be called sir, not master, and says that they will soon buy a house in Jiangcheng. And at this time, the main character will have to spend at least 2 hours carving. Having discussed all the details and organizational issues, the men clinked glasses in agreement. Thus, night came. It was already late, so it was time for the boys to return. After some time, our hero returns home and is surprised when he hears someone crying. The young boy quickly climbs the stairs because he hears crying coming from above. The protagonist assumes that it must be his girlfriend crying. But why? Our hero leaned quietly against the door to listen to what was going on. He did not understand why men's voices were coming from the room. Then, the main character decides to open the door slightly to finally take a look at what is going on inside. When he opens the door, he sees a room full of used napkins and his girlfriend crying. There are so many used napkins that they are already lying on the floor under the bed. As it turned out, the girl cried so much because of the TV series she was watching on TV. Having realized this, our hero sighed with relief because he thought that his girlfriend was hiding a man in her room. The girl heard some flashing sounds and immediately realized that she was not alone in the house. She immediately turned around. The girl notices that her boyfriend has a strange voice and lies that he is already asleep, so he does not want to talk. The guy notices that she lies and pretends quite well. He sees her going to bed, not crying over some TV series. Hearing these words, the girl gets out of bed and quietly approaches the door. Then she moves even closer to it and looks through the peephole to see if there is anyone standing there. And so, when the girl looked through the peephole, she saw no one behind her door and relaxed. And so, the next day arrived. The sun was just beginning to rise. Our hero slowly began to wake up from the fact that someone entered his room. Half asleep, the young man did not understand who exactly had entered his room and why so early. It turned out that it was not early at all. It was midday. It was Mr. Meng who had come to wake up his friend. The man returned the boys 450 million yuan. He was very happy for his friend. The young boy went down to the first floor to go and eat. The guys decided not to eat at home, but to go to a restaurant. Soon, our hero arrived at the place. The guy was surprised when he saw that his girlfriend was not at the table. As it turned out, she went shopping with Mr. Emin's daughter, but our hero did not give her a penny. The main character felt embarrassed that he actually forgot to give his girlfriend money. But Brother Tan told his friend not to worry because he gave the girl some money on his behalf. Now he expects gratitude, but the payment issue won't be resolved later. Today, they are participating in the stone competition and must be determined to win. The young boy was shocked when he heard the news that they were taking part in a competition today. The main character immediately began to wonder how he could take part in the competition. As it turns out, on the second day of every stone fair, there is always a competition for the best stone. The organizers select the best jades for the final match, and the final winner will receive all the jades and 2 million yuan to boot. Brother Tan made an agreement with the organizers. And thanks to this, our hero can choose stones for kiosk 56. The protagonist did not expect that so many hopes and expectations would be placed on him. After all, he is not an X-ray machine. The young lad is too lucky, so his friends don't even doubt him. It is better to try and fail than not to try at all. No one will be blamed if he fails. Mr. Meng has heard rumors that Bai has hired a stone expert to select the best one. He is confident of winning. But Brother Tan doesn't doubt his friend, he believes in his victory. Mr. Meng also supports our hero. The main thing is not to worry too much. Once the main character wins the competition, their other stones will be sold out in minutes. Brother Tan will be rooting for our hero and will make sure to congratulate him if he does win. Mr. Man is truly magnanimous. The main thing is that our hero crushes that bastard Baha. The main character cannot say that he is confident of victory, but he can defeat Baya with ease. The young lad is charged with energy and enthusiasm. He is determined to win. The main character said to bring the car so that they could go to the Olympics. And so soon, a black car arrived, and our hero got into it, after which he went to the competition. Some time passed, and the main character arrived at his destination, after which he got out of the car. The young boy tries to calm down a little and not be so emotional. The guys came to the fair. There were already people there who were preparing for the competition. The boys passed one shop after another. The protagonist realizes that Mr. Man has invested a lot of money here, so the young man is going to give it his all. The young man reports that 2 of the 10 stones definitely contain jade. Half an hour passes. Here is a piece of jade in a gold frame with a good color. This stone is quite large. Our hero chooses this stone. The protagonist wants to use his ability again, but for some reason his eye cannot see anything through this stone. The surrounding rocks are visible. Is it possible that the thickness of the rock has limited his vision? In that case, the young man decides to look at the neighboring rocks. Thus, another half hour passed. The protagonist continued to look at the stones. Suddenly, the boys heard some kind of scream and immediately turned towards the noise. The young boy was waving his hand rapidly. It seemed he had been bitten. Mr. Meng quickly ran to his friend, trying to figure out what had happened. As it turned out, Shu Qin had been bitten by a bug. The young man has no idea what kind of bug it is, but his arm hurts terribly and is swollen. Then Merman goes over to the rocks and looks at them, after which he notices several caterpillars on them. As it turns out, this little caterpillar is to blame. Brother Tan wants to crush this caterpillar in revenge for his friend, but unexpectedly, Mr. Man prevents the guy from crushing the unfortunate caterpillar. The caterpillar can still be useful to them as a medicine. Having said these words, Mr. Man picks up the caterpillar. A moment later, the man crushes the caterpillar with one light movement of his fingers, after which he drips its liquid onto the boy's sore arm. Then the man begins to gently rub the liquid into the guy's wound. The main thing is to do it evenly and carefully. Right after this, Mr. Man asks another guy to bring him some tiger balm to apply to our hero's wound. After this ointment, the guys are going to take the main character to the hospital to definitely cure the guy's hand. But the young boy doesn't see a problem with this because it's just a pathetic bite from some bug. Mr. Man calmed down and admitted that he probably shouldn't have made a fuss. After that, our hero decided to go back to choosing stones. The protagonist decides to check the stone that Mr. Ming is sitting on because last time he brought 50 million yuan. What if he's lucky this time too? When the young man used his ability, he was shocked to see a piece of shiny imperial green jade inside. Our hero didn't wait and told Mr. Man to get off his ass and take the stone to the pile of the chosen ones. Brother Tang is jealous of Mr. Meng's lucky ass. Yesterday, he sat on a rocks that contained jade worth 50 million yuan. The boys immediately ordered that this stone be taken to the chosen ones. So the boys only have one stone left to choose. Not much left. The young boy allowed his friend to choose the last piece of stone. Inspired, Brother Tan rushes to the stone counters to choose that coveted last stone. Brother Tan chose the last stone and brought it to our hero to look at. This stone is big and round, which means there must be something good in it. The young boy uses his ability and sees that inside this stone is hidden ice jade. A moment later, the main character reports that Brother Tan was really lucky with this stone. Just a few seconds later, some important news is announced over the loudspeaker and a minute of attention is requested. The main character decided to call his sister and tell her that he had become Master Shui's disciple. And so, when the guys had selected all the necessary stones, they began to load them into the car. Some time passed, and a car parked near the counters. A man got out of it. This man is Huang Bowenin, who is one of the sponsors of the trade fair and also one of the bosses of the illegal stone auction. It is the bosses who set the prices of the stones and pay attention to how the previous trading year went. For example, the odds on stall 56 are 5 to 1. And if you bet 1 million, you will receive 50 million yuan for winning. The man wonders who Mr. Man is going to bet on this year. Naturally, he's going to bet on himself. The odds of their stall are 5 to 1, so if he wins, the man will lose 100 million yuan. Invited bid. Offer your own raw material to allow others to bid and receive all the bets. In previous years, Mr. Meng's maximum bid was 10,000 yuan. He never cared about the invited bid. What made him change? They need to ask permission from the organizers to place a bet. It is fixed only when both parties agree. There are 2 stalls here for guest betting, stall number 18 and stall number 26. Bei invited a professional here to thoroughly examine the raw materials and supplies he had recently taken from him. Unexpectedly, Mr. Meng decided to bet a whopping 50 million yuan that Bai would not become champion this year. The man turns to his acquaintance in surprise, realizing that he seems to be worried about money. A moment later, the man began to write something on a piece of paper. It's a check for 50 million, the man says, to take it if Bai still dares to accept his bet. Hearing such persistence from Mr. Meng, the man finally agreed to call Bai Xing. And so, after a few minutes of conversation, Bai Shengjun accepted the bet, so Meng still has some time to regret it. The man is going to stand his ground until the very end. He promises to buy the man a drink if he wins. He declines the drink and says that 10% service charge will be sufficient. Suddenly, someone grabs Meng's shoulder and says that Bai will definitely be unhappy this time. Mr. Man asks to be gentle because he is already old. First, he decides to pay the bill. There are pure raw materials, 52 million yuan in total, minus an additional 100,000 yuan and divided into 17,300,000 yuan per person. They agreed to split the money they win from the competition, so why should they pay for his bet? The protagonist tells them to use his credit card. They should take their time. He will consider the card as their agreement to split the bill. Brother Tan hands over his credit card and asks not to call him stingy later. The competition is about to start, so the guys need to hurry. The guys started to get ready because the competition was about to start. Brother Tan hurried Mr. Ming and our hero so that they would not be late for the competition, because there were only a few minutes left before the start. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A huge crowd of people had already gathered there. There are only 150 stalls participating in this competition. All participating vendors are divided into groups of 50 people and compete. In addition to all the emeralds, the winner will receive an additional 2 million in prize money. There are no prizes for second and third places. The competition rule is winner takes all. The first to 50th stalls start first. And then, just a moment later, the man shouts loudly and announces the start of the competition. The man notices 3 stalls that have picked out some pretty good stones. But unfortunately, there will be only one winner. The competition includes a comprehensive assessment of transparency, volume, and cost. The man asks with a smug grin if they are going to lose the 50 million yuan bet. It seems he got lucky this time, 3 whole bets. Mr. Meng thinks that he might not win this time. In addition to the ice jade, Bai also has 2 green oil jades with good transparency. Looks like he has Mr. Meng to thank this time. Bai brazenly mocks the man. Brother Tang can't stand to see his friends bullied, so he immediately stands up for Meng by insulting Bai. The young man said that his stones were just trash. Bai seemed offended by these words. A verbal altercation began between the boys. Tan tries to convince the girl that Bai is a terrible person, but she doesn't want to listen to him. The girl starts to get upset with Meng. She didn't expect him to hang out with such rude people. It's really disappointing. Mr. Man defends his friend, saying that he is a very good man, and she dare not speak about him like that. His ex-wife has no right to tell him who to communicate with and who not to, so let her stay out of it. A squabble broke out between the former couple. It seemed as if lightning had run between them. After a moment, the host declares this stage finished and greets the participants and judges. The judges are currently discussing intensely who will ultimately become the winner in the first group. The results will be announced later. It hasn't been long and the results are already in. Which kiosk will be the first? The host decides to stretch out the intrigue a little. A couple more seconds passed before he declared kiosk number 18 the winner. Bai grinned smugly, as if he knew that this was how it was supposed to happen. Brother Tan clicked his tongue in displeasure, blaming it all on the fact that this scumbag was simply lucky. The young lad reassured his friend, Since Bai was not a champion for long, now it was the turn of kiosks 51 through 100. The man from last time is going to cut their stones. What a coincidence. The man had only one thought in his head. He had to finish work quickly so he could come home early and have dinner. A moment later, the man's face changed dramatically. Shock and surprise were clearly visible in his gaze. He was shocked to find jade inside the stone. He decides to use it later to show off. The crowd immediately notices that the stonecutter is behaving strangely and is trying to hide something. Brother Tan and the young boy also notice this, but do nothing. Bai watches the man closely and realizes that he is about to cut the second stone. A moment later, the man began to cut the second stone, and when he made the cut, he saw bright green jade inside the stone. Everyone present was shocked. The man can't believe how lucky he is today. This is a large jade in a gold frame. Is this really true? This jade is clearly not less than 10 kilograms, and the transparency of this jade is quite good. It is worth incredible money. People are betting on either stall 18 or stall 56 to win. Hearing this, Mr. Bai seemed to become seriously nervous. Mr. Bai is sure that the third stone is definitely trash. Meanwhile, at kiosk number 56, they are about to cut another stone. Again, the smoke from the stone in kiosk number 56. Everyone is eager to find out what awaits them in the new stone from kiosk number 56. The carver is the first to see what is inside the stone. Mr. Bai tensed. He did not want to believe it. The carver turned to the crowd and told everyone to look at the cut immediately. Everyone present held their breath. It was the real glass imperial green jade. Everyone stared at it in silence, their mouths open. This is a priceless stone that deserves the name of imperial jade. Right after that, everyone started discussing the luck of the 56th kiosk and congratulating them. It seems that this kiosk will win. Then the man carver attracted the crowd's attention by saying that this was not all. The man saved the most interesting thing for last. Now he is going to give the people a real show. And then, a moment later, the man rips off the sheet and reveals to the crowd 3 beautiful jades. These stones are too precious. Never before has there been such a magnificent scene at the beginning of the competition. Many think that booth 56 will win. In total, they had 3 jades, a quality ice jade, a large jade in a gold frame, plus a glass imperial green emerald. Brother Tan is pleased with himself because he was the one who chose such a good stone. He is much better than those unsuccessful experts. Mr. Man decided to support his friend, saying that he really was better than the experts. Brother Tan did not believe his words and decided to ask our hero the same thing. The young boy reluctantly agreed, because he didn't care at all. He was very hungry now and wanted a snack. Which of the boys took care of the food? They didn't answer, but just stared at the main character. A moment later, the guys showed their friend the middle finger and said that our hero would pay for the food. Since the young lad is now a millionaire, he must treat his friends. The envious man saw that everything was going well for the guys and was irritated because of this. A moment later, he called the girl to him and said that they needed to go. Of course, she obediently followed him without saying a word against his. At this time, the guys already had to go because there was still time before the award ceremony and they had to have time to have a snack. Some time passed and the guys came to the establishment. They decided to drink a little to their health. Today, the main character helped them a lot, so the men offer him a drink together. Our hero was not eager to drink because he wanted to try as much food as possible in this establishment. It was very tasty. Mr. Man resigned himself to the fact that his friend did not want to drink today and invited the others to drink to him. Some time passed and the competition was coming to an end. The guys had already returned to the fair. The host invited us to the stage of Mr. Man, the owner of Kiosk 56. Now he should receive his prize. The older man walked slowly up the stairs to the stage, feeling as if the alcohol was slowly seeping into his brain. And so, when the man came up on stage, the host began asking him questions about how he felt about receiving this award. Mr. Man took the microphone and began to answer the question. But at the most inopportune moment, a burp came out of his mouth. She was very loud. It seemed that the alcohol had finally penetrated the man's brain. Everyone present was shocked by the man's behavior, but the host didn't show it and asked him to answer again. All eyes were on the man, who seemed uncomfortable with his actions. He apologized and said he had gone to have lunch while they were selling the jades at auction. Afterwards, he began to answer the question. The auction is an attractive activity, but you shouldn't get carried away with it. The man is incredibly happy that among such a large number of participants, he managed to become the winner. That was the rule, the winner takes all. and the losers get nothing. As soon as Mr. Man finished his speech, the crowd began to applaud him. The people applauded and cheered the man. Everyone praised him and congratulated him on his victory. A moment later, the host took the microphone back and thanked everyone for their attention and patience. At this point, the competition was over. Mr. Man walked calmly about his business and quietly hummed a melody. But suddenly, around the corner, he saw a man who called him evil. Unfortunately, the man accepted Bai's invitation to place a bet. Bai said that he would lose a lot of money. The man immediately asked how much money he had bet on it. As it turned out, he had bet exactly 30 million yuan. He knew that Bai's loss would make him happy, so he came to congratulate him. Luckily for Mr. Meng, his archenemy lost at least 200 million yuan in this competition. The man already had to go because an employee was waiting for him. It was a staff member of Sun who looked rather strange. Mr. Ming didn't understand what was wrong with him. Today, many people came to their stall and said that they were lucky. That is why the boy did not sleep all night so as not to miss the bottle with a reserve. After hearing this story, the man gave the guy a day off and also said that they would receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Thus, several more hours passed and a dark, gloomy night set in. Mr. Bai was still angry about what happened at the competition today. Anger was boiling in his veins. The man came here to deliver an invitation to Bayu. There will be an auction today. The man thinks that he will agree because he is a billionaire and today's losses are not significant for him. Today's reception is being hosted by several of his colleagues as a token of appreciation for his generosity. The man seemed interested in this proposal and began to study the invitation carefully. The worker asked if Mr. Huang wanted to place a bet. Mr. Bai knew a great gambler. There are 4 kinds of games tonight: poker, dice, Chinese dominoes, and suit guessing. He can bet at least 5 million yuan. The man asked if he could have someone else place the bet for him. This is not prohibited by the rules, so he can call experts for gambling. After a moment, the man finally gives in to persuasion and agrees to it. But on one condition. The man listens attentively to Mr. Bai. He expects to hear his request. His request is that the winner of the competition should be present. But if there is no rival, there is no point in a man going there. Mr. Huang is, how can he do this, knowing that Mr. Meng has never been into this kind of partying? He understands that it will not be easy to persuade him, but Mr. Bai continues to insist on his own. He thinks that many people want to see the winner of the competition here. The black-haired man promised that he would do everything in his power. Now he was going to call Mr. Man. Meanwhile, our guys are having a meal. There are many different dishes on the table which emit a pleasant aroma. The boys want to celebrate their victory in style. Tonight they can get drunk and eat to their heart's content. Suddenly, Mr. Huang enters the room, upset that no one invited him to dinner. Mr. Man doesn't seem particularly pleased to see the man here, but in the end he has no choice but to put up with his company. The man tells the uninvited guest to try the food because it is top-notch. First, he advises him to try the traditional snack tenchong. The man listens and takes a bite. Immediately after, there is an explosion of taste buds. It's incredible. Immediately after this, Mr. Meng invites the guest to drink some rice wine. Mr. Meng knows that Juan never just comes. He understands that the man is up to something. When the black-haired man finished his wine, he admitted that this food was much better than what they were getting at the big hotel. Then Merman gets straight to the point and asks why the guest came. It's clearly not just for nothing. The black-haired man explains that they are having a party tonight, and he would really like to see Man there. The man continues to try to convince Maine to come to the party in every possible way, saying that they should not celebrate their victory alone. Unexpectedly, Mr. Man interrupts his guest mid-sentence. Juan knows very well that Meng is not just a place where a gang of rich people get together to drink and gamble. Well, the man continues to stand his ground and begs him to come. He will just play a few games, and even if he loses, he will not lose much money. Mr. Man immediately suspects that someone demanded that he bring him to the party. He asks to tell the truth right away. Realizing that he has been exposed, the black-haired man reports the whole truth, that it was Baya's request. He points out that it is shameful to leave money and wine aside. But Mr. Meng is unwavering in his decision. He doesn't want to get involved. Then Brother Tang suggests that our hero play games, because he is very lucky. The black-haired man supports this idea because with the young man's luck, they will definitely be able to win. The young lad doesn't need much persuasion, and he agrees almost immediately. They can't let anyone look down on them. They don't want trouble, but they're not afraid of it either. The guys are determined to win because they have Shuqing. With his luck, Bai will definitely end up on the losing side. And so the guys decide to head out to the party. The main thing is not to forget to stop at the right time. The protagonist is completely confident in his abilities. The car is already waiting for them on the street, they can go. Mr. Man is determined to completely destroy Baya this evening. But before he can move on, Mr. Meng must pay the bill. Huan leaves. And so, after some time, Mr. Huang gets into his car and drives to the right place. As soon as the car pulled out, the black-haired man called Mr. Bai to report everything that had happened. He fulfilled his request. Mr. Man finally agreed to attend the banquet. The black-haired man was glad that everything turned out as he expected. He is looking forward to Bai's presence at the banquet. A few more hours pass in this manner. Night has fallen. But in this luxurious building, the party is just beginning. It is very spacious and light inside. You can hear the noise and conversations of people who filled the entire hall. Mr. Meng, Brother Tang, and Shu Qing had also already arrived at the scene. As it turns out, the main character has already played big in 3-card brag before, but unfortunately, this knowledge is useless here. The young lad even knows how to play dice, because anyone who knows the numbers on the dice can do it. Moreover, if they only bet on dice, they will be able to win most of the games. Mr. Man is slightly shocked by the information he heard, but he would be incredibly happy if everything turned out exactly this way. In the end, they decide to bet only on dice and win. A moment later, the doors to the hall swing wide open and 3 people appear on the threshold, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone immediately turned around to see who had arrived. As it turned out, it was none other than Mr. Bai and his colleagues. Soon, Mr. Huan approaches the newly arrived children and kindly greets them with open arms. Mr. Bai is looking forward to having some fun tonight, and he can't wait to play with Mr. Man and our hero. The black-haired man immediately sets out to fulfill Mr. Bai's wish. Mr. Meng looks at Huang and Bai with suspicion and attention, who are clearly talking about something secret. Huan invites him to start the party and games, but he abruptly stops him. The man does not like to gamble, so they will only play for luck if they have to. Then Mr. Man sets clear boundaries, saying that today they will only play dice. And if suddenly someone tries to convince them otherwise or something like that, they will simply leave the event. But it seems the black-haired man doesn't mind at all. Let fate decide who wins. Mr. Man is sure that Bai has some tricks, but he is also confident in his friend and his luck. The young boy thought that he could invite his brother Tan to come with them. But the man replied that he was busy with more important things right now. At this time, Brother Tang was busy enjoying a romantic moment with a certain long-haired beauty. A moment later, the main character decides to call his friend and asks where he is. But it seems that Tanu really doesn't have time for this now, and he simply hangs up, saying that he is on the 3rd floor. Our hero just called a man who values girls more than his friends. Meanwhile, Brother Tan decided to take the girl with him and at the same time introduce her to his best friends. The girl's name is Hana, and she is a jewelry business manager. Everyone politely introduced themselves and got acquainted. As it turned out, Tan had several tons of raw materials and hoped that Mr. Meng did not object to this. Mr. Man is proud of his friend and realizes that he is truly generous to women. The girl's jewelry has been famous in China for a long time, so it was worth it. The girl asks him not to worry and hopes that they can help each other in the future. Suddenly, someone approaches the boy with some question. As it turned out, it was Mr. Huang, who needed to step aside and talk to Brother Tang in person. Tan wanted to finish the conversation as soon as possible, because after that, he had important things to do with the girl. Moments later, the boys went into some other room. Mr. Meng noticed with a look on his face that young people these days really weren't ashamed of anything. A moment later, the black-haired man opened the doors to the room wide. And then, as soon as the doors opened, incredibly cold air came out. It seems like someone forgot to turn off the air conditioning, and now it's as cold in here as a morgue. The young lad was not very keen on gambling in this room, as it was too cold. A moment later, the company entered and were amazed at the size of the room. It was very large. Meanwhile, Mr. Meng saw his ex-wife on the sofa, with Bai sitting next to her. Mr. Man recalled that he had been promised that the gambling would be fair, but he had a bad feeling about it. Huan tells him not to worry, as the room is equipped with at least a dozen cameras to monitor the fair outcome of the game. Then the boys complain that it is very cold in the room, the air conditioner temperature is too low. The black-haired man asks them not to be angry, promising that he will solve this problem right away. Immediately after this, the man yelled at the servants and blamed them for everything. Mr. Huang complained to the workers that the air conditioner was too low. Do they really want to drive away all the guests? But the workers began to justify themselves, saying that this was the client's request, which they were obliged to listen to. Then, The black-haired man immediately guessed that this was the work of Mr. Bai, probably his tricks. Unexpectedly, Brother Tan advises the female workers to never follow the guests who look like butterflies. The girls do not understand what he is talking about. He explains that a butterfly is a worm. When it grows up, it gets wings. The girls and everyone around them listen attentively to Brother Tan's story. Hearing his story, Mr. Bai just laughs loudly, showing them his disrespect. Since they came here to have fun, they shouldn't think about such trifles. Mr. Bai then asks the boys to make some initial bets as a warm-up. Apparently, Mr. Bai intends to play one-on-one with Mr. Meng, but it turned out that it wasn't so. Mr. Bai found a special person to play with Mr. Man. Mr. Meng began to claim that he too did not know how to gamble, and if anyone had any doubts about this, they could ask Piao Piao. The black-haired man suggests that Maine ask one of his friends to play instead of him. If the rules do not prohibit it, the man calls our hero to play instead of him. In this case, the men will be spectators while their charges fight each other. Brother Tan says some parting words to his friend and asks him to play freely. The main thing is not to worry. The young lad is determined to win. He feels the support of his friends, so he is ready to crush the enemy. Then the young lad heads to the table where the game will take place. The main character is playing with such a huge bet for the first time, so he is slightly nervous. And so, a moment later, the guys start the game. His opponent's face is completely stony. And now it's time to start the game. The enemy gave our hero a choice of what they would play, dice or poker. The last word belonged to the young lad. The protagonist concluded that his opponent really does not waste words in vain. There are 3 ways to play dice. The first is to bet on which of them has the higher number, and the second way is to bet on even or odd, or the third way is to bet on the numbers of the dice. Usually, 3 or 5 dice are used in the game. There is a thin layer of flannel inside this bone box. This will help prevent it from making too much noise when shaking. Now it was time to test the acting skills of the young lad. The main character suggested shaking the cubes one by one, and then guessing which ones you would land on. Everyone present was surprised when they heard that the children were going to guess the cubes. Because this type of playing is the most difficult and the flannel inside seriously affects the hearing, the man thought that our hero was a master of gambling. Since he suggested such a complicated method, the winner would take all the money. A moment later, the protagonist turned to his friends and smiled happily at them. They did not understand why he was so happy. They don't understand why our hero is so confident. Does he really know how to guess the numbers of the cubes? Just listen to them. It's time to put in the bets. The young lad decides not to hesitate and immediately puts everything in, thinking that the opponent will be scared. This does not irritate the man, but nevertheless, he is not going to give up. His opponent takes the box, ready to shake it. His eyes are filled with fear and excitement. And so, after just a couple of seconds, the man begins to quickly shake the box, mixing the cubes. The young boy watches this closely and hopes that his acting skills are now at their highest level. The main characters cannot understand what the point of shaking the box is, because they are not in the movie. After these words, Mr. Man thinks that they definitely won't win, so he wants to leave after this round. Soon, the man finished shaking and gave our hero the opportunity to guess the numbers on the dice. The main character pretended that it was very difficult for him, although in fact he used his vision skill. Now the young man pretends not to know how to guess the numbers on the dice. And then, a moment later, he takes one of his chips and throws it along the table. The chip flies to the edge of the table, after which our hero says the numbers. 4, 4, 6. The man thought the young man was quoting numbers at random, although he initially thought he was a professional gambler. This is a real insult to him. The croupier was shocked that the guy seemed to have called out these numbers at random. The girl was slightly stunned by this, but it was time to open the cup to see if our hero was right. This clearly amused Brother Tan and Mr. Meng. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome. It felt like Xu Qing wanted to embarrass them on purpose, so that even if he lost, he could use the fastest way to lose the chips and leave. And so everyone held their breath. The croupier put her hand on the lid of the box, preparing to open it. A moment later, the girl lifted the lid and oh horror, the cubes really did have the numbers that the main character had named earlier. Everyone present was stunned. They held their breath when they saw that our hero was right. Then the main character played the emotion of surprise, so that it would not look too suspicious. He asked the dealer to help him reach the chips. Brother Tan began to applaud his friend, still amazed at his incredible luck. Now it's no wonder that Meng allowed him to play on his behalf. But Bai is sure that luck can't last forever. Now it was the young boy's turn to shake the box. But how can the opponent play if he has no chips to place bets with? How is it possible for someone to bet without chips? As it turns out, the man has a check for 50 million yuan. If the man wins, our hero will run out of chips on the table and will have to take another 40 million yuan. A moment later, the young boy begins to shake the box, still playing the role of a naive boy. The young man tells Mr. Meng to bring him a check for 100 million yuan. I wonder how much money Shu Qing can raise. The protagonist also raises the bet and places a check for a whole 100 million yuan. Everyone was simply shocked by the young man's huge bet. Those present were stunned. Shu Qing bet 100 million yuan without even blinking an eye. Brother Tang got excited about this. Hearing this, the man tensed up. He decided to listen carefully to understand whether the young man was bluffing or not. A moment later, the bets were placed. It was time to shake the dice. The young boy began to mix the cubes. He did it very quickly. Just a moment has passed, and our hero has already finished mixing the cubes. It's time to guess. His opponent was horrified that Shu Qing had finished shuffling, even without noticing it. The audience was in shock. Mr. Bai's nerves were on edge. He was about to explode. A moment later, the man jumps up and calls our hero a liar, then accuses him of cheating. Mr. Huang points out that Bai is overreacting to this. This shows him in a bad light. According to the rules, it doesn't matter whether our hero shook the box or not. Everyone looked at Mr. Bai with bewilderment, who had just appeared in a less than favorable light in front of the boys. The protagonist is interested to see how his opponent will listen this time. First, he lays down the dice, then pretends to ask for a check to confuse them. This was all planned in advance. The man admits his loss, but hopes that next time he will have better luck. The man then turns to the croupier and asks him to hand him a box of dice. Soon, the final round begins. The girl announces that they need to bet 250 million yuan. The young boy immediately realized that the enemy wanted all his money. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense. The young boy closes his eyes, breathes slowly, and becomes lost in his thoughts, carefully considering everything. The young man asks if he cannot call the bet, but this is impossible. 3 rounds have been agreed upon, so now the bet can either be called or raised. The protagonist pretends not to know what to do and asks for time to rest and drink some water. Our hero agrees to take a 10-minute break. If he doesn't return by the end of the break, he automatically loses. The young lad is not going to go far. He will stay here. Then, Shu Qing asked Mr. Meng to give him another 100 million yuan. He wants to play all or nothing. The young lad relies on luck, so if he loses, the blame is entirely on him. The guys will share regardless of whether he wins or loses. It turns out that the young man had just won against the gambling king's apprentice and could now confidently call himself a gambling master. The boys happily took the money for themselves. Mr. Huang offers Mr. Meng a drink, but suddenly he grabs his wrist and squeezes it hard. The force causes the jar of alcohol to fly out of his hand and fall to the floor with a clang. Mr. Meng is incredibly angry because he realizes that Bai and Huang have decided to deceive him. The black-haired man became tense and nervous when he realized that Mr. Meng was suspicious of him. The man began to justify himself, saying that he himself did not know about it. The jar rolled around on the floor. The young man thanked Huang for the drink and then asked him to tell him a little more about the king of gambling. The black-haired man calmed down a little and began to tell what he had just remembered. The king's ancestral home is in Yunnan. His gambling skills are excellent. He won the gambling championship 5 times in a row. His best games are craps and 5-card stud. And although he is now retired, he is still a legend in the gambling world. The player sitting at the gaming table is one of Gao Shun's students. They call him a tough player. The boys were horrified when they heard about it. His opponent is a real master, and they have only luck on their side. Gambling skills require many years of practice to master. Mr. Man understands that luck is not eternal, so he worries about our hero. The main character asks Mr. Huang to help him get his money back because he wants to stop this bet. But this is impossible because the game has already begun. Now, it is the turn of the cool-headed player to shake the dice. Gambling has its own rules, and the money given away is like water splashed. You can't stop the game halfway, but the young lad doesn't care who he is. Having said this, the young man took the bottle and drank from the neck. For our hero, this means nothing. Brother Tan believes in his success and victory. A moment later, a young guy sits down at the gaming table and confidently says that he is raising the bet. And just a couple of seconds later, Shu Qing hands the croupier a check for 150 million yuan. If you add another 210 million yuan, the total comes to 360 million yuan. This seriously interested our hero's opponent. He put the check in his pocket. The man supports this bet and throws down his checks. A moment later, the man grabs the box and prepares to shake it. When he grabbed the box, he began to shake it furiously. The man shook her a lot and for a long time in all possible directions. Xu Jing noticed that his opponent really deserved the title of the gambling king. Brother Tang was worried about his friend. The man felt very self-confident. He continues shaking the box, and then, just a moment later, the man made the last movement with his hand. Then he puts the box down on the table with a bang. Now our hero has to guess the numbers. The man mixed the cubes so well that he was now sure that the main character would not be able to guess it. The young boy is thinking, now he is completely immersed in his thoughts. The protagonist is confident that he can win. Now he uses his supervision to win. The dice showed 3 sixes. Amazingly, the man was able to shake the dice so that 3 sixes came up. Our hero prepares to answer. A moment later, the young boy gives his answer and places his bet. The dice show 3 sixes. Our hero is really interested to know what is better, the opponent's gambling skills or his luck. Brother Tan seemed to have little faith in his friend's victory and thought that he simply wanted to spend his money. Mr. Meng believes in our hero to the end. Perhaps Xu Jing will be able to win after all. The bets have been made. All that's left is to look at the numbers that have come up on the dice. Now they'll know the winner. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the box. They held their breath and didn't blink, waiting for the results. And then, a moment later, the croupier lifts the lid and reveals to the guests the 3 sixes that fell on the dice. There really were 3 sixes on the dice. Xu Jing emerged victorious from this game. It seems that luck was more important than skills. The main character is very happy that he was able to win. Mr. Meng has nothing to do with the money sharing. Brother Tang will take the money by force if Xu Jing does not give it to him. Unexpectedly, Brother Tan grabbed our hero in his arms. They were very happy with their victory. The main character asked to let him go, otherwise they would not be able to share the money. Brother Tan is in a very good mood today, so he will spare him. Now they need to go back and get a good night's sleep. Mr. Meng thanks Juan for the secret information. The commission must be deducted from the winnings and the rest transferred to his account. Bei overheard their conversation about secret information and thought that the two of them were planning to deceive him. Mr. Bai got it all wrong. He only told Man about a cold-blooded gambler, and our hero's win was based entirely on luck. Everything happened fairly. The dice dealer didn't interfere at all. They can check the gaming equipment themselves if they don't trust it. The black-haired man apologized to the couple because they accused him of foul play. Soon, the boys went home. They arrived at Main's villa. Miss Han will be staying here tonight because she will have something to discuss with Mr. Meng later. Suddenly, a new notification came to Mr. Meng's phone. It was from Piao Piao. The girl wrote a warning message to Mr. Meng. Bai will seek revenge, so he needs to be careful. As soon as the boys saw this message, they thought that Piao Piao was caring and worried about Mr. Meng. The young lad agrees that Mr. Man should at least try to get his ex-wife back if he loves her. The old man sighs heavily, then says that he doesn't need advice. He'll figure it out himself. It was a dark night outside, complete silence. But a moment later, rustling and loud footsteps were heard on the street. A crowd of strangers was heading somewhere. These strangers were given orders to wait outside. Everyone obediently carried out the task. These were the guys from the Golden Shield Security Company, and they were ready to carry out their instructions. The man really misses his time as a soldier. Mr. Man immediately asks how many people he brought here. There were 25 guards here. Mr. Meng paid them 200,000 yuan to have the guards work for 15 days. 2 male guards volunteered to leave first. The guards look professional and deserve 200,000 yuan. These are the guards from the Golden Shield Company. They are very elite. Suddenly, 2 girls burst into the room with bags and purses. They joyfully shout when they meet their father. It was Mr. Man's daughter. It turned out that they had been shopping all day and were very tired. Ming tells the girls that Xu Jing won the Gambling King's disciple in a game of chance. The girl wondered if it would be weird if she called our hero uncle. He was Shui's boyfriend. The young lad is really not fit to be an uncle yet. At the moment, he is more suited to be a brother. The girl immediately asked if what her father had said earlier was true, but our hero began to deny it, saying that he was simply lucky to win. If this is all true, then the young lad is good at gambling and the girl can call him uncle. The protagonist immediately notices a certain arrogance in the girl. It is immediately obvious that Mr. Man refuses her nothing. A girl wants to argue with Xu Qin. She gives him a deck of cards and tells him to shuffle them. After that, she will draw a card and the boy must guess which one. And if the main character manages to win, the girl will call him uncle and treat him with respect. Our hero agrees. A moment later, the guys sit down at different ends of the table. They decide to play right here and now. Xu says that one card is too little and uninteresting, and suggests drawing 3. He is clearly confident. After a couple of seconds, the girl draws a card, after which the young guy immediately names it suit. The young lady is shocked that our hero guessed her card. She really did pull out 10 hearts. She decides that it is just a coincidence, so she decides to draw 2 more cards. After only a moment, Xu calls out the suits of these cards. The cards show the 8 of spades and the joker. Everyone present is shocked. No one can understand how he manages to do this. And together, this combination of cards is called Little Scum. Brother Tan wanted to know how the main character manages to do this, and he is ready to reveal his secret to him. The young man whispers that Mr. Man is standing behind the girls. A moment later, the girl calls Xu uncle because she lost their bet. This makes the guy laugh. Brother Tan asks his niece to draw another card. He also wants to test his luck and try. Soon, the girl draws another card, and Brother Tan immediately names it suit, the 5 of diamonds. The girl grumbles because the guy is in such a hurry because she hasn't looked at the map yet. But when she looks at the map, she is shocked. This is the right answer. While the girl was still in shock, the main character approached their sofa, namely Shui. The young lad wanted to ask how the girl's day went and if everything was okay with her. The girl is embarrassed, but answers how her day went. At this time, our hero is combing her hair, suggesting that they go upstairs and rest. It seemed as if the girl's heart was about to jump out of her chest. A bright blush appeared on her cheeks. Then, the couple goes upstairs. The main character wishes his brother Tan good luck in the games. The main thing is not to rush. Mr. Man looks at the boys with surprise, not understanding why they left so early. Sleep is also a tiring activity. A moment later, the guys on the first floor start screaming because the girl realized that they had cheated. At this time, the main character hurriedly opens the room and drags the girl along. It seems that his patience is running out, and so as soon as the young man slams the door, he immediately presses the girl against the wall. She is very uncomfortable. The room is pitch dark. A moment later, the young boy, like a wild animal that cannot restrain itself, pounces on the girl. The main character starts kissing her while she stands there embarrassed and doesn't know how to react to this. The window in the room is slightly open. A quiet and weak draft sways the curtains and drapes. As it turns out, the young guy always loses control when he is around a girl. He steps on her, causing her to move away. The guy sat her down on the table, the glass with pencils turned over. The boys have already done everything a couple can do. Everything except one. There is only one step left. But unfortunately, everything went wrong again because the girl was menstruating. The main character was upset. He begged the girl to help him because the young man was unable to restrain himself. Finally, the girl agreed to help her boyfriend. She grabbed him tightly by the hem of his t-shirt. Now she was going to conduct a real masterclass on the study of physiological knowledge. There is a thin stick of dough that needs to be carefully and slowly placed into the hot oil. Then, this stick needs to be rubbed well. Thanks to this, the thin dough stick turns into a thick fried bread stick. Then the girl, together with this stick, went to our hero to share it with him. But suddenly the girl trips and drops the stick, covering it in white sauce. Now it is soft again. Right after that, the girl told the boy to go and take a shower. They finished. Our hero asks her not to leave him today and just sleep together, but Jue says that he will leave. The main character went to take a shower. He jokes that if the girl leaves, he will break down her door. Some time passes and the young boy finishes taking a shower, and so the night passed. Everyone slept in their own room. The young boy was no longer asleep. He did not see his brother Tan anywhere, so he thought that he was still sleeping. Everything turned out the other way around. Tan got up early in the morning. The raw materials had already been purchased, so he needed to discuss some details with manager Han. Our hero is eager to begin his training with Master Shui. Xu asked for help in buying a ticket for Shui since she has no ID. Mr. Man couldn't understand why he needed this. Was our hero really going to kidnap the girl? The young boy was embarrassed by this. This was not a kidnapping at all. In fact, he and the girl were madly in love with each other. But Mr. Meng knows the youth of today too well. He reminds Xu that he must treat the girl well, but our hero will treat the girl well anyway. He doesn't need to be taught that. Meanwhile, a car from the Golden Shield Security Company has already arrived. Mr. Man asked me to tell the workers that they would be out soon. Xu had been late for Master Shui's class before, which had caused him to be scolded and lectured, the boy promised that it would not happen again. He looked like a very good boy in front of Shui. The protagonist is too tired after yesterday. It's hard for him to even stand up. A moment later, Mr. Man returned our hero's card. Now he's a real billionaire. Some time passed, and finally the guys arrived at the right place, albeit a little late. They got out of the car and went to look for Master Shui. A moment later, they saw Master Shui, who, for some reason, was carrying a box. The old man is still angry at the young lad for being late. Mr. Man recognizes this raw material. He has seen it before. As it turned out, Mr. Man asked to put it there specifically to make the stall look more respectable. This raw material looks very good and is perfect for a gray-haired man. But if the raw material is beautiful, it does not mean that there is good jade hidden inside. Master Shui does not need this raw material. It is better to sell it to others. Mr. Man doesn't even want to listen to this nonsense because he kept this raw material for years instead of selling it. Suddenly, the young boy notices a rusty spot right on the stone. There is something else under the rusty spot. As it turned out, it was the most ordinary moss. It is immediately obvious that the stone is many years old. The existence of this moss completely destroyed the interior of the material. To put it simply, this stone no longer has any value. It is just ordinary trash. Mr. Man is truly delighted with the main character. No wonder he manages to win and choose the best stones every time. The gray-haired man praises his student, once again making sure that he made the right choice. A moment later, Master Shui hands the young boy a small box. Inside the box was a pendant that the old man personally engraved for the main character. Our hero can't wait to see the pendants his teacher brought him. When he opens the box, he sees 3 beautiful pendants. They look like they're alive. The teacher's carving skills are truly top-notch, and our hero really wants to learn something like that. A moment later, Mr. Ming also wants to take a look at these pendants. The old man asks if the protagonist wants to become his disciple after what he saw. The young boy sincerely wants this. The jade that was in the old man's hand from an ordinary stone turns into a real diamond. The main character doesn't mind flattering his teacher every day if he treats him to food. The young boy immediately apologizes for what he said. It seems it was unnecessary. Then, the old man gives Shu Qing the task of choosing some good materials so that they can practice later. And so soon, the young boy went to carry out the task from his teacher. He carefully walked around all the counters. The main character approached one of the counters and immediately pointed to the stones he wanted to buy. So the young boy went around all the counters and chose the best stones he could find. A little time passed, and our hero finished shopping. He bought a lot of stones, and now he needed help to send them to the 50 kiosk. Luckily, people agreed to help him. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Shu Qing picked up the phone. It was his teacher calling him, asking why the young man was gone for so long. Then, a young boy came to another stall with the desire to buy raw materials. The stones in this kiosk look ugly. No wonder none of the guests want to buy them. The young man decides to check if there are any jades inside. 3 out of 10 of these stones contain jade. Their quality is very good. Imperial green jade, ice jade, and common green jade. The protagonist must calm down and not show that he knows anything. He says that he is going to buy the stones. The seller asks what kind of raw material our hero has chosen to purchase. When the main character says that he wants to buy everything that is listed on this page, the seller falls into a stupor. Then the young boy asks the seller to deliver all the purchased raw materials to stall number 56. The seller immediately realized that our hero was really rich since he was ready to buy so many stones at once. Soon, the payment is successful. After that, the guys start loading the stones into the cart. Unexpectedly, Teacher Shui calls the protagonist again and orders him to run to him immediately. It seems his teacher is in some trouble. The young lad needs to hurry. And so, just a moment later, the young lad rushed to his master to help. When our hero ran to the right place, he was shocked that so many people had crowded around the stall. The crowd is so huge that the main character has no idea how to squeeze through the people. A young boy entered the crowd and began to squeeze his way through the people little by little. And so, after some time, the main character finally managed to squeeze through the crowd. He saw Mr. Man. All 3 stones contained jade. This jade, in a gold frame with high transparency, and the 2 ice jades are pure green. Mr. Man doesn't understand why the old man wanted to cut these stones right now. As it turns out, he was just bored. Suddenly, Yunnan appeared among the crowd and wanted to buy all 3 stones. Someone offered 50 million yuan for these stones, but the stones did not belong to Mr. Meng, so he could not dispose of them. People in the crowd began to almost fight over these jades. A moment later, our hero appeared from the crowd, who immediately rejected all the deals. He had specially selected these materials for work with the teacher. The gray-haired man almost swelled up because of such luxurious stones, because too much attention and glances were drawn to him. One of the passers-by continues to bid for the jade and gives our hero a check for 55 million yuan. A moment later, the young boy hands over one of the stones to the buyer. An elderly, respectable man immediately calls his workers and asks them to collect the stones. The protagonist wants to save money, but Mr. Man tells him not to worry because his stones are stored in a nearby stall, and the cargo will be ready tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The young boy wonders why Mr. Man sent his stones to the neighboring kiosk. This was his strategy. The stall next door is Nannen's stall, which means his materials will be safe. After that, Mung suggests having some tea. After some time, the guys come to stall 55 and get ready to start drinking tea. The old man took out a highly transparent jade, and after that, most of the stones on the counter were quickly sold out. Today is truly an amazing day. The young lad wonders why he didn't see any of Mr. Man's stones when he went to the warehouse. Nannen has a lot to thank our hero for. As it turns out, he and Mr. Mung decided to put their stones together and sell them all thanks to Shu Qin's luck. The young lad slowly drinks tea and reflects on the fact that the guys really are cunning. The boys were asking where they should put the stones that had just been delivered. He had already arranged all of Shu Qin's stones well, so he could start eating. A moment later, Mr. Man tells the boys to close the stall and gather here. Nannen is ready to celebrate together. The black-haired man treats everyone because he made a lot of money today, and this banquet is a trifle for him. Some time passed, and a variety of different dishes for every taste and color appeared on the table. The eyes literally ran wild from such a quantity. Night had already fallen. The boys continued to rest and talk quietly, but suddenly the doors to their stall swung open. Some men in uniform burst into the kiosk, and without any explanation, they attacked Mr. Man, handcuffing him. The young boy also couldn't understand what was going on here and why security had suddenly appeared here. The guards couldn't help Mr. Mung because they couldn't attack the police. Mung didn't understand why he was being detained because he was just an ordinary businessman. An elderly man tried to call someone, but a cheeky policeman simply knocked the phone out of his hands. Suddenly, someone hit the cheeky policeman on the head with a glass bottle of alcohol. As it turned out, it was none other than Shu Qing. He decided to stand up for his friend. Now the police turned their attention to him too. But the main character wasn't going to stand aside. It seemed he wasn't afraid of the police at all. A moment later, he struck one of them. Suddenly, a loud ringing sound was heard. Something fell on the floor. As it turned out, it was a real knife. But can a policeman carry a knife? Something is fishy here. A moment later, the boys realized that it was a fake police force. Everyone immediately started to fuss and worry about their lives. The evil man seemed unstoppable. He came here with the intention of cutting everyone into pieces. Having said this, he took out a knife from his bosom. The young boy was not going to stand and wait for his death, so he began to defend himself. A moment later, he threw a chair towards his enemy. But unfortunately, the chair flew very close to the thug, but still missed him and broke with a crash. An order came in to protect the boss. This scumbag was angry after our hero tried to harm him. A moment later, the bastard swung his sharp katana. His plan was to get the protagonist's hand, but unexpectedly, something went wrong. Someone poured a whole pot of boiling water right on this scumbag's face. The young boy was stunned when he saw what had just happened before his eyes. As it turned out, it was teacher Shui who did it. Deciding to stand up for his student, he poured boiling water right on his face. This bastard was in agony and could do nothing about the pain that penetrated every part of his body. It was very dangerous, but luckily they had Shu Qing and the guards with them, so everything turned out okay. They needed to stop those scumbags. The young boy sincerely thanked his teacher for saving him. It was his duty to help his student. Now, the bastard's face was completely covered in blisters. They wanted to know who sent them here and asked them to play this scene. But the scumbag wasn't going to reveal his customer. He's been in this business for years and is loyal. Even at gunpoint, he won't give up his customer. A moment later, the young lad threatens this scumbag by pouring boiling water right on his face again. After this threat, the man broke down and said that it was Mr. Bai who ordered him to pretend to be a police officer and take Mung to a house in the eastern suburbs. Those present listened to this story with bated breath. They could not believe it. Mr. Bai asked to take every last penny from Mr. Man, no matter what. Mr. Meng was horrified when he heard the cruel and inhumane methods Mr. Bai was willing to use to take his life. This has gone too far. Is all this really worth a man's life? A moment later, the gray-haired man steps aside to call his son and tell him that something happened to him at the restaurant. The black-haired boy told his father and his boys to wait where they were and do nothing. He would call someone right away to sort this out. And then, just a moment later, a police squad with flashing lights arrived at the scene. As soon as the police arrived, they immediately ran inside the building to help the victims. The policeman apologized to Master Shui for what happened. This matter will be thoroughly investigated, and the criminal will be severely punished. These people were sent here by Mr. Bai. The old man briefed them on the matter. The black-haired man was angry that the old man was now talking about his neglect of duty. If the policeman fails to calm him down, his boss will accuse him of poor performance of his police duties. The policeman promised the boys that he would arrest everyone who dared to touch the boys with even a finger. The policeman asks about Mr. Bai. Meng explains that the man is his competitor and the owner of Stall 18 at the stone auction. The police officer then ordered that all these thugs be sent to the station for questioning and that Mr. Bai be arrested immediately. Then, the policeman invited Mr. Shui to personally take him home. First, the old man wanted to say something to his impulsive disciple. The white-haired man reminded our hero that he should think about the consequences and not do anything impulsive. Shu Qing listened to the master's advice. Some time passed, and the guys went to another establishment. Mr. Meng thanks the protagonist for the fact that now Bai will finally get his punishment. The money for the purchase of jade was transferred to our hero's account, and the remaining stones will be in another city in just 5 days. Meanwhile, Brother Tan, who usually does nothing but go on dates, went to a business meeting. After some time, the young boy goes to the fair and is going to check if there is anything valuable there. The young man uses his supervision and, unfortunately, does not notice a single valuable item. Several hours fly by in this way. The guys have already searched half the street, but unfortunately they found nothing. Moreover, it is too hot outside now. Unexpectedly, they find an antique store and hope that it has air conditioning. A moment later, the guys head there and open the doors, then go inside.